Chapter 1 I Want to Fight 10. The sea breeze was blowing gently, and there was a faint salty smell in the air quietly. The curtains of the window flutter, making the airy bedroom very cool. The cat under the table raised his paw and rubbed his face, half opened his eyes and looked at it, then closed his eyes again and fell asleep. This was a good morning to sleep in, but Luo Chen was busy packing his gift package. Someone wants to chase him. Yes, chase him. Of course, after chasing him, he can't make you hee-hee, but he will be stuffed into the damp and rotten prison. Moreover, according to Luo Chen's speculation, if he is caught, he will definitely be imprisoned in the well-known undersea city prison, and will not be able to get out for the rest of his life. Luo Chen, hurry up, those crazy disgusting guys are about to arrive. The little loli outside looked around nervously, urging Luo Chen. I know. Luo Chen waved his hand lazily, then picked up the small package, and walked out of the bedroom. This group of people is so disgusting. As soon as Roger died, they came to grab you and get the bounty. It's so shameless. Walking behind the little loli, the little girl who was only about 10 years old was still biting her teeth and cursing the shameless group. Luo Chen just smiled. He naturally understood that the group of people was for the valuable bounty. After all, compared to his elder brother One Piece King D. Roger, his strength is indeed almost negligible. Even though he has never stopped exercising in the past 16 years, talent is talent. I have to admit that he has no potential to become a strong man. Hurry up, I can only send you to the port. The rest is up to you. After you leave Logue Town, you must take care of yourself. Little Loli said, tears welled up in his eyes. Luo Chen couldn't laugh or cry, speeding up his pace, comforting little Loli. He didn't want to be caught by those guys and sent to Marine. Jinx, don't worry about me, but if you follow me, I'm afraid I will be implicated. No, after losing Roger, you are the only relative left. Jinx was firm. Shaking his head, Luo Chen no longer refused. Because he really needs this little loli to show the way at this time, and he doesn't know where the boat that helped him leave. Soon, it was hundreds of meters away from Luo Chen's home. Finally, after hundreds of meters, Luo Chen stopped. He glanced at the home behind with complicated eyes. Here, he has survived for 16 years. 10 years ago, he was with the middle-aged man, and 10 years later, he lived alone. I can't understand why Roger, who is nearly middle-aged, still has a younger brother who is so much worse than him, but he does. Existence is reasonable, Luo Chen understands naturally. He was not from this world. When he opened his eyes and understood the world he was in, Luo Chen was also happy and excited. This is the world of One Piece, and he also has a big brother. He is the brother of One Piece Roger. They have the same surname and the same blood. Also, he was taught by Roger since he was a child. However, desperate things happened. Luo Chen unexpectedly found that he had no talent for martial arts at all. For 16 years, he used Saitama's training methods, running wildly, doing push-ups, holding a thick quilt in the heat, letting his sweat drip, and wearing tank top and shorts in winter. Hone your will and exercise your body. However, he just couldn't become stronger. This is a strange phenomenon, because whoever follows his crazy method will become at least a good powerhouse. Yesterday was the day of Roger's execution. Logue Town is densely packed with people. At this time, it was a bit empty. Standing in the bedroom on the second floor, Luo Chen could clearly see Roger on the execution stage, as well as his indifferent attitude towards life and death. And he already knew that this day would come. When Roger died, he was imminent. The Marine government will not let anyone close to One Piece, and he, brother D. Luo Chen, is the top priority. Even if he has no power to bind a chicken, even if he is just a weak ordinary person. Luo Chen, don't look, hurry up. Little lowly Jinx pulled Luo Chen anxiously. She had heard the dense footsteps in the alleyway. Just when Jinx pushed Luo Chen, she didn't notice that the young man suddenly shook his whole body, and a strange look appeared on his face. At the same moment, a group of young people had rushed out of the lane, all holding long swords in their hands, with a sharp look on their faces. Luo Chen, don't try to escape. Stand there and don't move, or you will be hacked to death. Your brother is dead, it's best to catch it with his hands. Before the people arrived, these people had already started to drink loudly, and their brutal aura made little lowly Jinx tremble nervously. You bastards, forgot that Roger taught you back then. Jinx was very brave and cursed loudly. At this time, the crowd had reached Luo Chen's surroundings and directly surrounded him in a circle. And hearing Jinx's voice, some of the people who surrounded Luo Chen showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. Indeed, speaking of their swordsmanship, they have also been instructed by Roger. But, the bounty is so tempting. Brother D. Luo Chen, offer a bounty of 110 million. Luo Chen, your threat to Marine is too great. It is against justice. We must do this. I'm sorry. Some in the crowd are still explaining, but the greed on the face can be seen at a glance. Luo Chen did not listen to the conversation between Jinx and these people at this moment, he was immersed in a magical system interface. Just when Loli pushed him a little bit, a cold electronic sound suddenly came through his mind. Congratulations to host, the strongest possession system is bound to host. Host can use the amount of unused world gold coins to exchange for ghosts, possess the host, and gain powerful power. Or, the host can also choose to use the possession coins obtained after defeating the opponent to gain the power of the ghost. Finally, for the first time possessing, host can specify ghosts. There is only such a section of electronic sound, and then a colorful interface enters Luo Chen's sight. 8,000 gold coins, 10,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins, and finally a billion gold coins. Luo Chen's complexion was very strange, and a smile appeared. These grades are classified according to the gold coins, with 7 color labels of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, representing the ghosts of each strength level. And he is able to choose ghosts of these levels to possess him and gain powerful power. At this moment, there were chasing soldiers in front of him, about 20, and in his package, there were exactly 10,000 gold coins. Then, I'm not welcome. Exchange chi level souls, Yewen. I want to hit 10. P.S. I think it's good, speed collection, recommendation, reward. What do Dajin authors need most? Yes. I wrote the book not for my ideals, but for the motivation you gave me. The more motivation I have, there will be as many updates as possible. Collection, recommendation, and reward are all motivation. New book upload, ask for all support. Chapter 2 Wing Chun Yewen. The moment he said these words in his mind, the red spirit Uzumaki appeared in the system interface. Then, Luo Chen saw a man with a serious face holding hands, wearing a cloth, and walking towards him. In just an instant, the man rushed into his body. O.M. Luo Chen's mind buzzed, and in a moment he felt as if he had become another person. Since childhood, he practiced martial arts, playing wooden golem piles every day and night, training his pace, and refining his swordsmanship, marksmanship, boxing, and legs. In the end, he became a master of martial arts. Defeated the Japanese leader, moved to Shanghai, and established Wing Chun. In a daze, Luo Chen turned into Yewen. He possesses all of Yewen's martial arts concepts, and can even know everything about Yewen, big or small. To whom justice wants to report, the family and the country deliberately Wu Cheng Zone. This is Yewen, a master of martial arts and a very high-level figure. In less than a breath, Luo Chen's expression had become serious, and his eyes were sharp, containing a kind of majesty. What's the matter with this kid? Suddenly it seems that he has changed. On the side, the people who came to chase him discovered his changes and said in confusion, "Leave him alone, grab him, and the bounty we get is enough for our martial arts club to spend a lifetime. Come on. Catch him, a lifetime of wealth." The crowd became excited, and they all rushed towards Luo Chen with their swords in their hands. Before taking a step forward, Luo Chen blocked little lowly behind him. His face was serious, his face was straightforward. "Use money to cover the kindness, and it will be regarded as unrighteous to act against the brother of the teacher in the past. Once, you worshipped my brother as the boss, but now you act against me as being unfaithful. You wait for infidelity. Then you're welcome." As he said, Luo Chen strode forward, spread his hands, and stood directly in the middle of the group of people. "This kid is crazy, he wants to challenge us all alone. Logue Town, who doesn't know his strength, hurry up and grab him." The people holding the sword laughed, eyes full of contempt. But the next moment, when they raised their swords and slashed towards the latter, it shocked their hearts. A sword struck from the left side, Luo Chen moved his feet, his figure moved, and then his elbows rose. This move directly hit the bridge of the man's nose, and blood spurted out instantly. Then, he moved his elbow down and pointed directly at the man's chest. Boom! The man lay down directly, trembling twice, lost his fighting power, and cried out in pain. This scene directly shocked everyone present, a little confused. This is Luo Chen who knows nothing? Those two clean and simple blows directly defeated one of them. But at this time, Luo Chen stretched out his right hand, and then retracted his fingers inward. "Come on, continue. Damn it, this kid." The people were angry and rushed up with their swords. In just a moment, a group of people rushed to Luo Chen's front office. His eyes are more serious, but his men are getting faster and faster. Although he didn't have the talent to learn martial arts, his physical exercises over the years have never been reduced. Only in a moment, he faced Ye Wen's Wing Chun duel, and the 5 people in front of him fell to the sky with nosebleeds. Although Wing Chun is used for self-defense, the way of Yuxia martial arts, the tricks and tricks, is not just for watching. Luo Chen's shots must be the key to every attack. This shot immediately stunned everyone present and made them take a few steps back. When Luo Chen saw these people retreating, he also stood up. After 3 breaths, the people on the opposite side gasped a lot, and rushed up again after drinking heavily. At this time, Luo Chen also sharpened his eyes and stepped out. Boom boom boom. A series of dull crashing sounds came out, and Luo Chen strode forward. Every time he took a step, 2 people fell beside him. After walking all the way, only the people who couldn't stop crying were left. Some have nosebleeds, some have dislocated arms, and some have distorted thighs. Luo Chen didn't show mercy. His force was enough for these people to lie in bed for more than the first half of the year. You are not Luo Chen, who are you?" The people lying on the ground looked at Luo Chen in horror. The Luo Chen in their memory had never been so powerful. Wing Chun, Ye Wen. After a faint glance at the questioning person, Luo Chen turned around and grabbed Jinx and left here quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into everyone's eyes. On the way, Jinx kept looking at Luo Chen, his eyes full of confusion. "What's the matter with you?" Luo Chen asked, unable to bear Jinx's eyes. What spring are you really, Ye Wen?" Jinx asked blankly. Luo Chen was speechless. "I'm Luo Chen. I scared them. Are you really stupid or fake?" "But, I feel that you are different from before," Jinx said in a puzzled way. Indeed, in her perception, Luo Chen in the past did not have the aura of the present. "You treat me like a ghost." Turning the Byakugan, Luo Chen walked quickly. At this time, Marines were patrolling everywhere in Logue Town, so it was naturally impossible to leave openly. Therefore, they all find some roadways that are not easy to be found, and then walk around the road. Although this wastes some time, it is very safe. After 15 minutes of circling around, the two of them had just walked out of the lane, facing a Marine wearing a hat. After the two sides looked at each other, they both were a little dazed. Afterwards, his complexion changed drastically. "Luo-Chen, he is here." Marine immediately let out a loud shout. Luo-Chen's expression changed, and he screamed unlucky in his mouth. He lied to him, and he crossed the distance of 10 meters almost instantly. After a beautiful boxing, Marine couldn't even get a gun, so he was dropped directly to the ground. At this time, there were footsteps at the entrance of the lane on the other side. The next moment, Marine of a team of more than 10 people appeared and saw him clearly. "It's Luo-Chen, shoot." The leader Marine, without hesitation, gave the order directly. Before he could turn his head, Luo-Chen hugged lowly and rushed towards the lane where they had just come. Boom boom boom. The gunshot sounded, almost scouring Luo-Chen's feet, splashing the gravel from the wall outside the tunnel. "Go. I know the other way." Jinx said quickly, although his eyes were nervous, there was not much fear. Luo-Chen nodded, "Yeah." Suihu and Luo-Chen directly hugged Jinx and ran quickly in this lane. When Marine of the 10-member team quickly ran to the entrance of the lane, they could no longer see Luo-Chen. "Notify the other teams, pay attention to patrolling this area, they must not run far." The leader took a deep look into the lane and ordered loudly. Chapter 3 Parting. The buildings in Logtown are very dense, irregular, and chaotic. Therefore, there are many lanes that turn around. In some roadways, even the owners of these houses don't even know. Here. Little lowly Jinx skillfully showed Luo-Chen the way, and the two squeezed in sideways, then pressed their backs against the wall. Because of his young age, Jinx has been drilling these lanes with his friends for a long time, and he is very familiar with it. Unexpectedly, it came in handy here. The two quickly walked through the lane, and they could hear the sound of footsteps in their ears. Marine has increased his forces here, and Luo-Chen's heart is also tense. After a full half an hour, Luo-Chen felt that Marine's voice in his ears gradually diminished. "Well, Luo-Chen, we are about to arrive at the port." Little lowly Jinx sighed in relief, but there was obvious dismay in his eyes. "Arrived?" Luo-Chen was taken aback, "So fast?" As far as he knows, his place is far away from the port. It is impossible to arrive in half an hour unless they are not going to the normal port of Logtown. It's impossible to escape when you go to that port. As early as 5 days ago, there was already martial law by Marine. Sure enough, Jinx said the sentence in the next sentence, "Me and that guy, for you what is being prepared is a very remote place, suitable for boats to leave." The two talked, and quickly walked out of the alleyway, facing a small forest. The sun is shining warmly here, the leaves Madara bark, and the light sheds the entire forest, bringing beautiful graphics to the ground. "You must protect yourself, Luo-Chen." Jinx's face was full of worry and dismay. She, Luo-Chen, and a group of small partners, who have been playing since childhood, are now facing separation and are very reluctant to give up. "Thank you." Soon, the two had walked out of the woods. After walking out of the woods, he directly saw the beach and the sea. A small wooden boat was docked on the shore, and there was a boy who was about the same age as Luo-Chen in a commoner and looked at him with worry. "Isa!" Jinx yelled to the boy. Eyes immediately turned his eyes and looked at the two of them. When he saw that there was nothing wrong with the two of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, you have nothing to do, worry about me." The three quickly converged and looked at each other. Both Jinx had a sad face, and Luo-Chen had a calm smile on his face. "It's nothing, I will come back to see you when I have time. You must take care of yourself, Luo-Chen." He shouted loudly. When Roger was executed yesterday, Luo Chen's two friends had already prepared an escape route for him. Today, it really came in handy. Okay, let's go. He's looked around, urged, and handed a package into his arms. This is 10,000 Baileys, I secretly brought it from my parents, you are sure can come in handy. Luo Chen's expression changed, and he quickly refused, you can't ask for it, Ease. His friend took the risk to help him, and he was very grateful. And he knows that Ease's family is actually very ordinary, not a wealthy person. Come on, if you can come back, you must see us. Don't forget our friends who grew up, Luo Chen. He said seriously, for the 10,000 Bailey, but said that he would not take it back. Little lowly Jinx was wiping tears silently at this time, and the little girl was full of reluctance. Finally, he threw himself into Luo Chen's arms and cried sadly. Luo Chen, I don't want you to leave. I can't bear you either, or am I not leaving? Luo Chen pretended to smile, jokingly. I don't want it, I don't want it. Jinx pushed Luo Chen away immediately, you go, go. Luo Chen glanced at Eyes, who nodded deeply. I'm leaving, take care. Woohoo. Jinx couldn't help but cried, and Izawa slapped little Loli on the shoulder to comfort her. Luo Chen jumped onto the small wooden boat, and Eyes helped him release the anchor below. Suddenly, the canvas swelled when the sea breeze blew, and the small boat began to crunch. The sea water was pushed out by layers of ripples, and the boat gradually sailed away from the port. Take care of yourself, Luo Chen, you must come back to see us. Little lowly Jinx cried and screamed, and Ease also waved at Luo Chen vigorously. I will definitely come back again. Luo Chen's face was full of seriousness, and he also waved to the two of them. Soon, the wooden boat sailed far away from the coast following the sea breeze. The two had also turned into smaller ones and disappeared in Luo Chen's eyes. Ugh! Sighing, Luo Chen turned to the rudder, and Luo Chen began to steer the small wooden boat. He didn't have a chart, and didn't know where to go, so he could only let the boat travel at will. On the coast, Jinx and Eyes stayed there until dusk when they returned to the house with a sad face. Jinx, do you know? I always feel Luo Chen, he will be very good in the future. After all, his brother, but Roger. Jinx sobbed, and said as he walked, I just hope that he can do a good job and not be bullied by others. Izawa trembled, and then said, yes, I also hope he is well. Reminiscent of Luo Chen's performance in the past 16 years, I really have to worry the two of them. At this moment, Luo Chen on the boat was in trouble. He was entangled not as to where to head, but how to choose. Just now, the time to possess for an hour finally arrived, and the cold electronic sound of the system came in my mind. When the possession time arrives, host defeats 26 enemies and obtains 320 possession coins. You can choose whether to retain the Red Ghost Ipman's ability or accumulate possession coins for next use. After hearing this sentence, Luo Chen looked at the system interface. He checked the balance column, and first showed the possession currency 320. After checking Xia Yewen's abilities, he immediately became greedy. Red Level Ghost, Yewen, Ability, Martial Arts, Wing Chun, Grandmaster Level, ... The realm of martial arts is Calm, a generation of masters. The main abilities are these two, but if each one is to be kept and exchanged, the price exceeds 300. Especially the realm, it happened to reach the limit value of 320 pieces that Luo Chen had at the moment. Which one to choose? Or, none of them? Luo Chen hesitated. According to his current martial arts talent, there is absolutely no problem in choosing Wing Chun. However, the calm martial arts realm is more attractive to Luo Chen. In the face of battle, Luo Chen naturally understood how important his psychological quality was. Forget it, keep it for now. Chapter 4. For a while, Luo Chen couldn't make a decision either, so he gave up this choice. After a half circle around the island of Logue Town, the ship began to drive in an unknown direction. After about half an hour, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, and there was a touch of solemnity and helplessness. Marine, 2 warships appeared behind the ships at some point, biting his tail quickly, and chasing him closely. Involuntarily, Luo Chen felt a little panic and nervous in his heart. After all, he was only a 16-year-old boy. In his previous life, he was just a college student who had never seen a war and even rarely argued with other people. At this moment, seeing this scene, watching the 2 huge warships in the distance rushing towards the wind and waves, for a while, his head was a little blank. What to do? Luo Chen was a little nervous, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The wooden ship that is prepared for him is the most common ship used by people to ship cargo. In terms of performance, wanting to compete with warships can be said to be a dream. The opponent only needs 1 round of fire to end the battle. Seeing getting closer and closer to here, Luo Chen bit his lip and said inwardly, the mental quality is still too bad. The exchange is calm, Grandmaster's state of mind. With a soft click, Luo Chen heard such a voice in his ears. His eyes flashed. The flustered eyes had disappeared. Instead, he faced the pressure of Mount Tai without changing his face. After calming down, Luo Chen looked at the warship that was already less than 3 kilometers away from here, with a smile on his mouth. Why should I be nervous? There are still 35,000 Baileys left in the pocket at the moment. He has a possessive system. He only needs to consume a few gold coins, and he can possess a powerful soul once more, and gain the chance to survive this crisis. In the distance, on the 2 warships, at the forefront of the 2 warships were standing strong men with a calm complexion, Major Marine. Major Monak, thank you for your cooperation in this headquarters mission. Major Reiner, don't say anything polite, I just hope you leave my sight as soon as possible after completing the task. A young major named Monak said coldly. Don't be so tough. One Piece's brother is not trivial. I just took some gentle measures. Major Lena smiled very relaxedly. If you kidnap civilian family members and threaten others to get the information you need, it's also called mildness, then I think, Marine's justice will sooner or later be corrupted by your scum. Monak sneered, and then stopped. Paying attention to Lena, just looked at the small wooden boat ahead. Logue Town is not very big. It is not difficult to find friends who are related to the suspect's target. For the powerful Marine, threats are one of their common methods of extorting a confession. Rainer came from the headquarters and was responsible for arresting Luo Chen. He took very drastic measures. Kidnapped Jinx's and Isa's family, and got everything he wanted to know. It's very convenient and fast, isn't it? However, for Monak, it is very despicable, and therefore quite disdainful of the former's character. 5 minutes later, 2 warships, one left and the other right, surrounded the small wooden boat Luo Chen was riding in. Boy, stop the boat, everything is over. Major Rainer smiled, but his eyes were cold. Monak was silent, watching all this calmly. Everything that caught the eye was beyond his surprise. He actually found a young man called the target on the simple wooden boat with a calm face, even with a faint smile on his face. This kind of mental quality is much higher than the tasks he performed in the past and even the pirates arrested. You must know the value of being the brother of One Piece, and even his end. If he is arrested by Marine, it will never be good. Marine has just dealt with the pirate King Roger, who is in the most powerful moment, and the attack against the pirate is also the highest. At this moment, Luo Chen calmly sat on a tattered chair on the wooden bed, with his legs tilted up. Facing hundreds of Marines, 2 Marine majors, and 2 giant ships, their expressions were unimaginable calm. As expected of One Piece's younger brother. At a glance, Monak admired the young man a little. He heard that this boy had a bad talent since he was a child, and he has not inherited the strength of his brother, and he can't even beat some gangsters in small towns. But at this moment, I have witnessed its momentum with my own eyes, but it is quite popular with everyone, the momentum of a generation of masters. The wooden boat did not listen to Rainer's words, and was still moving forward. His eyes flashed slightly, his face became cold, and Rainer's cold words came out. "Luo-chan," I said, "let you stop the boat, otherwise, in the next second, I will sink you." "Ha ha." Luo-chan on the wooden boat on the opposite side finally spoke. He smiled. "Marine, Major. 2 majors. It seems that Marine really pays attention to me. The 2 Marine majors are enough to deal with the pirates who are offering a reward of 30 million Baileys, but they came to personally catch me, a boy who has no power to bind the chicken." Rainer didn't talk nonsense anymore and waved his hand directly. "Sink him." At the same moment, Monak's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "No." He saw something unusual in Luo-chan's calm face. This guy is too calm, completely surpassing all his usual performance. However, Marine on the Rainer boat did not follow his advice. With a bang, the pitch-black cannonball came out of the chamber and flew towards the opposite wooden boat. "Call out." The cannonball quickly traversed an arc and hit the wooden boat where Luo-chan was. In just an instant, there was a huge explosion. After that, a shocking scene entered the eyes of everyone present. Possess an orange soul. If you can listen carefully, you can still hear Luo-chan's voice just now. At the same time, the orange light in the system bloomed greatly, and under an orange uzumaki, a cold, white figure leaped out and merged with Luo-chan. Orange soul, Baifeng, consume gold coins, 23,000 Baileys. The call this time is a random call. Possessing souls is random, and the consumption of gold coins is random, which is very risky. Luo-chan calmly took possession of it. Then the next moment, he felt that he had merged Baifeng's everything with himself, and the two seemed to be one person at this moment. He gained everything Baifeng had, including the skills, and even the internal strength of the Danshin in his body. Even Baifeng's weapon appeared in his hand. This is the power of the system. At this moment, he is Baifeng. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for reward, ask for recommendation ticket. New book needs all support. Chapter 5, Too Slow. Baifeng, Qin Shiming's top master of counter-current sand. He is unparalleled in the world, and his speed is incredible. Legend has it that he can control the wind and fly in the air with force. In general, with his light work, his martial arts are still very powerful. Luo-chan didn't expect that the orange soul could possess such a master, but there is no doubt that such a master is the most suitable for the situation at this moment. The moment the wooden ship was hit by the pitch-black cannonballs, the artillery fire flew, and the high-heat burning flames immediately rose into the sky. The wooden boat was too fragile, and it was completely paralyzed with just one blow. And in the scene of the flames soaring to the sky, a bird cry rang out, and Luo-chan's body seemed to have become a bird, dexterous but light. His hands were just stretched out, and he rose quickly, as if he was taking advantage of his strength. Row. The soaring flame did not touch him at all. After 2 breaths, he actually stood on a big white bird that was flying. Huh! The white bird spread its wings in the wind, staring sharply at the 2 huge warships below. "You said it's over." Standing on the big white bird, Luo-chan suddenly stared at Lena below, and his tone became sharp and low. "No, I said this is not the end, but the beginning. Everything has just begun. Luo-chan, do you think you ran away? Where can a broken bird take you?" Rainer yelled, and the next moment, he ran quickly, his figure suddenly turned into a phantom. Shave. Almost disappeared, Lena's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in the air. Moonwalk. In the air, Under Lena's footsteps, there were circles of cyclones, and then Lena rose up abruptly. It was just 3 breaths of effort that had already arrived in front of Ludo Chen. With a squint, Ludo Chen's eyes were solemn and cautious. People in the pirate world are different from the martial arts world. Their physical fitness and incredible abilities are far beyond the scope of martial arts. This is a very strange world, even if the opponent is only a major, but already has a very powerful force. What's more, on the ship below, there was another major standing. With the fist wind screaming, Lena stood in the air and punched his fist directly. Ludo Chen smiled in his eyes and didn't feel nervous at all. His figure suddenly stretched forward, and the next moment he was in front of Lena's fist, and then in the next second, under the shocked eyes of the other party, his head suddenly disappeared. No, when I looked at it again, that handsome young face had already reached him and showed him a big smile. Major Marine, you are too slow. As soon as the two passed by, Rainer hit Ludo Chen's phantom with a punch, but the former was already standing behind him, holding his chest with both hands, and staying firmly in the void. The big white bird screamed, fluttered away, spinning around in the sky. Boom boom boom. Rainer's footsteps kept touching the void, and his eyes turned around with a little shock, looking at Ludo Chen, who was 5 meters away. Devil fruit ability? You can fly in the air. Then, he secretly said in his heart, his speed is too fast. Yes, if it is on the ground, it is fine, but in the air, it can't catch the corner of the opponent's clothes at all. Ludo Chen showed a smile after hearing these words, then he shook slightly, and his figure disappeared again. I said, you are too slow. When Lena couldn't even react in time, Ludo Chen had already grabbed his right hand with both hands, and then swiped vigorously. The huge power immediately caused the latter to fall from a height. Shave. With a loud shout, Rainer appeared on the deck of the warship, with a solemn look at Ludo Chen who was staying high in the sky. Huh! The white bird screamed and stopped at Ludo Chen's feet again. At this moment, Ludo Chen was standing on Bai Feng Huang with his arms around him, his face was smiling, there was actually a slight and unrestrained aura. This is handsome and shocking. At the very least, the Marines on the 2 warships below were shocked. Standing in the air, Ludo Chen formed a confrontation with the 2 warships below. Monak quietly watched the battle just now, but in an instant, he judged that Ludo Chen was a man with incredible speed. The opponent's speed is very fast, so fast that he is in action for an instant, and it can even be compared with the 6-style shave. However, his attack power is very weak. This is Ludo Chen's weakness. Ludo Chen is not Bai Feng, he is just possessed by Bai Feng, who possesses Bai Feng's power and skills, but he will never be Bai Feng, and it is difficult for him to exert all Bai Feng's power. Huh! Suddenly, the big white bird under Ludo Chen's feet screamed and swooped down quickly. Shoot! Rainer called out loudly. Monak waved his hand and ordered the Marines beside him to shoot. He wants to look at Ludo Chen's speed limit, the speed of bullets. In this world, it is still very fast. Boom 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 boom. A series of gunfire sounded, countless bullets pierced the air and headed towards Ludo Chen who swooped down in the sky. The sound of breaking through the air was very loud. Ludo Chen's complexion was calm, his figure seemed to turn into countless phantoms at this moment, swinging from side to side, bullets dense enough to form a barrage. He escaped easily. This proves once again that Bai Feng's effort is truly unparalleled in the world. Only in an instant, Ludo Chen had already arrived on the deck of the Rainer warship. Then, his brow moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't have the time to play with you, don't chase me anymore. His figure suddenly turned into a gust of wind, passing the dense marine crowd. After a short while, people turned their backs on their horses, and the large piece of marine seemed to be hit by an invisible force, and then fell towards the sea outside the warship. Oops! What? It hurts. Suddenly, there was chaos in Marine. Luo Chen's figure is like wind, phantom, lightning, and incredibly fast. In less than 5 seconds, all Marines were still thrown into the sea after Raynor chased several times. Damn it! Raynor was extremely angry, until the most meeting, he was the only one left on the warship, and he rushed in front of Luo Chen. However, the opponent's speed is faster than him. You are too slow. The words like a nightmare resounded in Raynor's ears again. The strong wind passed by, and Luo Chen passed him directly. Drops of blood fell on the deck, falling into petals. Lena's whole body was shocked. He stroked his cheek blankly, and saw the blood in his hand. Can't help it, Lena's heart twitched. If it weren't for this blow, he lowered his head at the last moment and used the iron body with responsiveness. It will be his neck if it is broken. Fast, too fast. P.S. Continue to ask for everything, and hope that the brothers who like this book will actively support it. Chapter 6 Everything is safe. Embracing his fists, Luo Chen had a faint smile on his face, confident and disdainful. At this moment, his temperament is infinitely close to Bai Feng. Behind him, there was a touch of fear in Lena's eyes. The two were back to back and fell into peace. I don't want to have too much entanglement with you, don't follow me anymore. Luo Chen spit out this faintly. Lena trembled all over, and clenched his fist. After all, he still did not have the courage to rush towards Luo Chen again. Boy, you don't put marine in your eyes too much. Suddenly, a loud shout came from above the head. The sturdy figure descended from the sky, rushing towards Luo Chen with strong wind. His eyes flashed, and Luo Chen's figure moved away. Tempest kick. With a bang, the deck of Luo Chen's location was torn apart, and a figure fell heavily here. Shave. At the moment of landing, Monak shouted again, and his figure suddenly disappeared. His speed is obviously much faster than that of Lena, and he has arrived in front of Luo Chen almost instantly. Finger pistol. The finger was like a gun, pierced fiercely. Luo Chen's eyes shrank violently, and his head twisted slightly. PK. The blood on his cheeks dripped out, and Luo Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. His right hand shrank like an eagle, his figure suddenly accelerated, and then he slashed fiercely toward Monak in front of him. Iron body. When? In the next moment, the electric flower actually collided. Luo Chen's heart trembled, and his figure immediately retreated. At the moment he retreated, Monak raised his right leg, and a blue slash pierced fiercely. Stab it! The mast on the ship was directly cut off, and the force of this blow was incredible. Immediately afterwards, Monak's figure flashed again, and he once again arrived in front of Luo Chen. His fists were like wind, dense and fast, and his feet were constantly raised, attacking Luo Chen. Repressive, Luo Chen kept backing away at this moment, and he felt a strong repressiveness. Facing Monak, there was actually tremendous pressure. Compared with Raynor, Monak's strength knowledge is much higher. Like the wind, the two quickly fought on the deck at an extremely fast speed, retreating, moving, and transferring. The more Luo Chen fought, the more his eyes flickered. There is no doubt that Monak's strength is far above him. He can barely fight the opponent at this moment, only relying on Bai Feng's light skills and extremely fast body skills, as well as Ye Wen's master's state of mind. If it takes a long time, he will run out of strength and will undoubtedly lose. Finger pistol. With a loud shout again, Monak pricked his finger out. Puff. Luo Chen's expression changed, and a blood hole appeared on his right shoulder. He was injured. Under Monak's continuous attacks and suppression, he, who was inexperienced, was finally injured. You can't escape, Luo Chen. Monak stood up, his muscles tensed, ready to attack, his eyes fixed on Luo Chen. Ha ha. With a laugh, Luo Chen's eyes flashed in the next moment and rose to the sky. Behind him, there were 2 more wings, and the speed suddenly tripled. At the moment when he rushed to the sky again, Luo Chen's eyes glared, and he dived down again, and his speed increased again with the help of the falling gravity. Feather blade. Only in an instant, Luo Chen had already reached Monarch's eyes and waved his hand fiercely. With this wave, it was as if a fierce bird had waved his sharp claws. In the void, an icy stream of light flashed in an instant. Monarch stared, and roared, "Iron body!" When the sound of the collision of gold and iron came out, and dazzling sparks burst out, Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. On the opposite side, after Monarch Iron Body, his right foot was like a big turntable again, coming towards the sky, and then slashing against Luo Chen fiercely. Tempest Kick. The light blue slash was formed in an instant, and the sharp aura seemed to split the air. With a shoo, it slashed towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen leaped like a bird, and to avoid the slash, he had to bend his legs, step on the air, and rush forward again. But suddenly, his face changed drastically. On his right side, a figure lurked quietly and attacked him. Finger pistol. Between the sparks and flints, Luo Chen avoided important parts. With a poof, a hole appeared in his stomach, and bright red blood flowed out immediately. 2 seconds later, Luo Chen fell heavily on the deck and rolled a full 10 meters before squatting down. After raising his head, Luo Chen's eyes became cold. In front of him, Lena stood there with a cold face. Monarch frowned and looked at Lena, his face full of discomfort. "Major Lena, don't you think this is mean? What is despicable in the face of criminals?" Rainer said with disdain. "Monarch's face is even more ugly. According to him, Luo Chen has not done anything heinous. In fact, he was very rebellious in his heart against the Marine headquarters' order to arrest Luo Chen. For him who advocates justice, one commits a crime while the others are implicated. It is indeed against justice." Standing up with a bit of pain on the face, Luo Chen took a deep look at the 2 people opposite, and then his right hand turned to his mouth and blew fiercely. "Call out!" The big white bird hovering high in the sky immediately called and swooped down. "Quickly, don't let him run away!" Liner, who saw the scene, shouted loudly, speeding up and rushing towards Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen showed his figure, rose up, and soared. His speed was the same at this moment, but in an instant, he was already 20 meters tall. When Rainer came under Luo Chen, he could only watch the opponent lift off. "Monarch!" Rainer shouted at the people behind, "Quickly catch him!" Monarch looked up at Luo Chen, then turned his head in disgust. "I'm sorry, my moonwalk hasn't cultivated home yet." Lena clenched his fists in anger, looking at Luo Chen, who had already stepped on the white giant bird in the sky, feeling very annoyed in his heart. In the air, Luo Chen glanced down below. With a little tiptoe, the white giant bird screamed, and flew away quickly in one direction, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. On the warship below, the Marines had just climbed up from the sea one by one, or lay on the deck, or sat down, gasping for breath. "Damn it!" Rainer was angry, but helpless. At the same moment, on the sea about 5 kilometers from here, a civilian ship stopped there quietly. On the boat, there were a few faint figures, watching everything here. "How is it? Deputy Captain? Is the captain's brother okay? Do we want to take action?" Standing in the forefront, the white-haired middle-aged man with glasses and a long sword slung around his waist, his eyes were deep and he gave a chuckle. "He has left, everything is safe. In addition, I am no longer your deputy captain. P.S. Don't forget to collect and recommend when you read the book. Without your support, where would the author get the motivation?" Chapter 7: The Future. Deputy Captain. There was a trace of sadness on the face of the young man who spoke. The red-nosed young man behind him pulled his hand and shook his head. Well, now that Roger's brother has left safely, we should also go. The middle-aged man with glasses said with a smile, his eyes full of all the vicissitudes of life. Let's go, you all have your own affairs, and I should also go and see the person who has never had the opportunity to visit. The others looked at each other, but they all became silent. The establishment of a pirate group is full of pursuit and expectation for the future, but the end means separation from each other. They will no longer be comrades in arms and partners fighting side by side on the same boat. Perhaps, there will still be the kind of friendship between each other, but it will never be as close as it used to be. The small wooden boat docked slowly. Afterwards, 5 or 6 people covered in black robes walked down from above. The robes on their bodies were very wide, covering all their faces. Take care of yourself. I hope your future will be smooth sailing. Shanks, Buggy, work hard, the future is yours. The 2 shorter young men nodded solemnly. At this moment of separation, everyone seemed extremely solemn and serious. Shanks and Buggy, the youngest ones, have glittering light in their eyes. About 5 minutes later, the rest of the others embraced each other, with complex expressions in their eyes. Afterwards, they nodded, and each turned and left. They are walking in different directions, which means that their paths are no longer the same. Separated from today, the people on the same boat have moved towards their own different futures. Let's go, you two, what are you doing here? Rayleigh's voice was a bit heavy, and he yelled at the 2 young boys. Deputy Captain! Shanks and Buggy cried. They couldn't forget the days when they laughed and cried together. Shaking his head, Rayleigh turned and walked straight ahead, before disappearing before the 2 Shanks. Buggy, let's be together, be my partner, and we will form a well-known pirate group. Shanks wiped his tears and said to Buggy seriously and solemnly. At this moment, he made a decision. He still wants to be a pirate, taking the glory of Roger's pirate group, to the top again. Who wants to go with you, Guy? Buggy threw away Shanks' hand. Don't forget, you still owe me a treasure map. Humph. After speaking, Buggy turned and ran away. Shanks looked at Buggy, who was leaving last, and shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes wandered towards the sea in front of him. The surface of the sea is like a huge and fierce beast. This beast-like sea must be conquered by someone. In the era of rampage, who can stop him from going forward? Muttering these words, Shanks turned his head and disappeared here. At the same time, above the distant sea level, a bird crowed hard. Huh! The sharp bird calls spread throughout the air, and Luo Chen bent over and squatted on top of the white phoenix, covering his shoulder with his right hand. Bright red blood oozes from between his fingers, but it can't be stopped at all. The sweat on his forehead dripped silently, fell into the sea water, and was diluted into sea water in a blink of an eye. Time is coming, I must find a place to rest as soon as possible. Luo Chen thought in his heart with his face full of sternness. He patted the white phoenix under him, and the latter screamed again, spreading his wings quickly, speeding up again, and heading forward. The time for possessing the system was only about an hour, and now it is only 30 minutes. But Luo Chen felt that he could no longer control Bai Feng's power, and because of his current state, he understood. With this system of possession, the time of possession is related to the individual's physical fitness. Sweat seeped more and more densely, Bai Feng's strength, he already felt a little loose, and it seemed that he had begun to slowly leave his body. Quick, must be fast. On the vast sea, it is very calm at the moment, and the warm sun is rising up. Everything seemed peaceful, but Luo Chen seemed to see his fate in the near future. In this endless sea, if he can't find a place to stay, no matter how powerful he is, he can't escape death. The wooden boat had been destroyed by the 2 majors and sank to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, he was carrying only eyes and his own gold coins. If I haven't found a place to stay before Baifeng's power disappears, I will definitely die. The crisis of life and death thickly enveloped Luo Chen's head, causing his heart to beat faster. Hurry up! He vigorously urged the internal force in his body, and the white phoenix let out a sharp cry, spread its wings and flew high, and flew towards the sea ahead. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen already felt sore and soft throughout his body, and Baifeng's strength was only less than 50%. Tiredness and pain made his energy almost exhausted. Go on, I can't die here. After gritting his teeth, Luo Chen ordered the Bai Phoenix under him to move on. 5 minutes later, the undulating sea was still in front of me. A few fish happily jumped out of sleep, playing and jumping. Seagulls on the horizon fly in flocks. The scenery is beautiful, but Luo Chen's heart has sunk to the bottom. He still didn't see any landing place, and the time for possession was about to come. In no more than 5 minutes at most, Baifeng's power will disappear and leave him. The wound on his shoulder has not been treated and has been paralyzed, which means that his right arm has lost consciousness. Keep flying. It's not the last moment. Luo Chen's face was already covered with sweat, but he still didn't give up. The white phoenix was advancing quickly on the surface of the sea, but its speed was getting slower and slower, and it was getting closer and closer to the surface of the sea. This big bird that has been flying is already close to the limit at this moment, and will not be able to support it at any time. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. At the horizon, a small black spot appeared in his eyes. Ship. It's a ship. Baifeng Huang also uttered a cheerful name, speeding up and flying towards the horizon. A minute later, the white phoenix wailed, and slumped toward the slowly moving ship below. Luo Chen had already reached the limit at this moment. Baifeng's power quietly dissipated, and his eyes plunged into darkness. Chapter 8 Shifia. This is a small cargo ship with sailors and migrant workers on it. The most fresh thing is that the captain of this ship is a woman, about 16 or 17 years old, with a pink hair cape, beautiful and pure. At this moment, she was standing at the bow of the ship, quietly looking at the calm sea ahead. Her face was very light, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Suddenly, there was a tweet in the sky. The woman turned her head, then her small mouth suddenly widened, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. That is. She could see that a huge white bird fell from the sky. What shocked her even more was that a teenager was lying on the bird's back at this moment. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air sounded crisply, and when the man approached the deck 1 meter, the huge white bird suddenly dissipated like a phantom. With a bang, the man slammed into the deck and cracked the wooden deck. On the deck, a pool of bright red bloodline appeared. What? I saw a bird fell, and in a blink of an eye, it became this man. He seems to be injured. Luo Chen's fall attracted the attention of the sailors on the ship, and soon people came around curiously. The woman with long pink hair took a closer look at Luo Chen, her face changed, and she immediately shouted, "Where is the ship doctor? Call the ship doctor! Someone is injured." Soon, the boat screamed, and an elderly man was pulled over by a teenager. "Sifia, what's the matter? My old man is not in good health and can't bear your brother's death and dragging him," the old man complained as he squeezed through the crowd. Hefia ignored the old man's complaint, and a clear voice came out, "Fred, look at him, he seems to be seriously injured." Fred also squeezed into the crowd at this time and saw Luo Chen, who was in a coma. He couldn't help but wonder, where did this kid come from? Seeing that his clothes are clean, he doesn't seem to be salvaged from the sea. Heaven, he fell from the sky. Someone nearby pointed to the sky and shouted cheerfully. For them, the boy who fell from the sky, the beautiful woman who rescued him, is undoubtedly an 8 trigrams event, enough for them to discuss the events of a month with gusto. Heaven. Fred glanced at the sky strangely, then shook his head, knelt down and carefully observed Luo Chen's injury. After a while, Fred shook his head and frowned. His injury is not very serious, but he has lost too much blood. Fortunately, you met him earlier. If it were a little later, no one would be able to save him. The blood of the human body has a minimum limit. If it exceeds this limit, then God cannot save it. I will stop the bleeding first. His wound seems to have been pierced through the shoulder by a sharp blunt tool, just touching the position of the artery. This kid also has a good fate, and he will die a little later. Fred smacked his lips and quickly cleaned up the wound for Luo Chen. After tossing for a full hour, Luo Chen's wound was bandaged layer by layer, and then he wiped off his sweat and asked the people around him to carry him into the room. Seeing that everyone was about to carry Luo Chen to the basement, Fred frowned again. He has suffered such a serious injury. The dark and damp basement is not good for his wound recovery. You must find a place with plenty of ventilation and sunshine. Everyone looked at each other, but Fan Kinkan came. The only place on the ship where the bedroom is facing the light is Zephia's, but she is a woman. Just put it in my room. Shifia said simply, it's important to save people. After a while, Luo Chen was placed in Zephia's room. When everyone left, Zephia looked at the sleeping teenager on the bed with curious eyes, with interest in her eyes. The man standing on the bird, and how did that bird disappear? Shifia thought about it. For the next 3 days, Zephia was taking care of Luo Chen. The people on the ship saw the scene in their eyes, and they all discussed it in private. I think Miss Captain has taken a fancy to that kid and took care of it so carefully. Don't talk about that kid, he is still handsome. Girl Sishun, isn't this normal? In the crowd's discussion, the old ship doctor Fred coughed twice and expressed his thoughts. That kid looks very good, but he also has a faint temperament in him, which is very peculiar. It should be this temperament that caused Zephia to fall. And at Zephia's age, it's the time to have a good love, isn't it normal? After another 2 days, Luo Chen opened his eyes and looked at the strange ceiling with a splitting headache. Are you awake? Zephia walked forward in surprise. Me, where is this? Luo Chen asked in confusion, did he cross again? You are on my boat. You fell from the sky and fell into a coma. I saved you. Shifia said quickly, passing a glass of cold water over. Luo Chen took the water, and after drinking it, he felt an indescribable sense of weakness in his body. He closed his eyes and soon thought of everything before he passed out. Marine. His eyes opened suddenly, and a sharp light flashed, followed by a quick return to calm. You saved me, thank you so much. Luo Chen looked at Zephia at this time, and was startled. The woman in front of her has a long pink shawl, her skin is like ice and snow, her face is exquisite, and she has a cold temperament on her body, just like a snow lotus in the cold wind, outstanding and pleasant. It's fine if you wake up. Shifia smiled. I've been worried about you for a long time. Can you tell me your name? Luo Chen. Time passed quickly, a week passed in a blink of an eye. During this week, Luo Chen and the people on board quickly became acquainted. The sailors and others who spend the whole day in the ocean are very hardy. They have a mind as spacious as the ocean, and their personalities are very optimistic. Luo Chen, didn't you date the captain today? Ha ha ha. Although the old ship Dr. Fred is old, he has no righteousness, and he has to molested Luo Chen every day. Brother Luo Chen, I can see that my elder sister likes you very much, so you have to seize the opportunity. It was Shifia's younger brother Duo Long, who was only about 10 years old, milky, as soon as he spoke. The people on the boat burst into laughter immediately. Luo Chen's face was flushed, and his headache started. Haifia is pretty good, but you don't need to make fun of me all day. How can I say it in a natural way? The atmosphere on the boat was very warm, and Luo Chen also enjoyed this kind of life. It was the first time he went to sea, but for the first time, he liked the feeling. He likes the feeling of the sea. P.S. The book has been signed and the cover is ready. Don't worry about it, brothers. Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for rewards, all support, Xingyi wants. Chapter 9 Reward Order. In the next few days, Luo Chen learned that the goal of the ship was to go to a small island named Nancy in East Blue. The Zafie family is doing business. She is also the eldest daughter of the family. She is not very old, but she is already in charge of a flight of the family. The people on this ship are also very convinced of Zafie's ability, and his status is noble, so he respects him very much. The ship moved forward on the sea for a month, stopped in the middle, and replenished it 3 times. Luo Chen's relationship with everyone on the ship is getting better and better, especially Zafie. 2 young boys and girls, handsome male, beautiful female, and they met by chance, and they were both at the age of the beginning of love, and their relationship developed naturally without knowing when. On this day, the ship's replenishment had just been completed, and then it slowly left the port. Everyone on the boat is basking in the sun boredly and is taking a lunch break. Suddenly, a few seagulls in the sky flew through the air croaking, carrying a strange package on their necks, and a stack of papers inside. When passing the ship, color pages floated by in the sky. A piece of paper fell on a person's face. This person was sleeping and was disturbed. When he opened his eyes, he took the paper off. What is this? Questions flashed in his eyes, then glanced at the paper in his hand. Brother D, Luo Chen, is offering a reward of 110 million. Attention, this person is extremely dangerous. If you find out, report to Marine immediately, or take off his head, it doesn't matter whether you live or die. After muttering the words on the paper, the man looked at the printed head. But the next second, when he noticed the person on the paper, his pupils immediately contracted. Luo Chen. That kid, unexpectedly. An inexplicable look of horror appeared on his face. At the same time, several people on the boat were holding this new reward order in their hands, and their eyes were shocked and horrified. For ordinary people, characters who can offer such an exaggerated amount of money are only available to the legendary pirates in the Grand Line. And Luo Chen, who lives with them day and night, is docile and cheerful, is such a dangerous person? The first reaction was to disbelieve, but after careful consideration, I couldn't help but feel fear in my heart. After all, if a terrifying character like a bounty wanted to destroy them, it would be a breeze. What to do? Luo Chen turned out to be such a terrible murderer. We must tell the captain as soon as possible that we must expose Luo Chen's true face. But Luo Chen's performance in this period of time doesn't seem like a bad person at all. Some people hesitated and said that they didn't believe that Luo Chen, who had been with them for so long, turned out to be a bad person. Knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart, do you know him? Do you know his life experience? Also, when he landed on the boat, everyone knew that he was like that. He must have been injured and fled to our boat after the battle with Marine. The crew discussed in a low voice, and half an hour later, they finally decided to secretly tell Captain Zafie about the matter. Zafie. When she heard the crew calling, Zafie was staying in the house checking the bills of the goods. There were many details about the family business. Every time she passed, she had to check carefully to be able to feel relieved. What's the matter? Putting down the ledger, Zafie looked at the visitor suspiciously. Hunt, is there something big with your expression? She keenly noticed that Hanti's face was very nervous, and the tension would eventually contain a word and stop, seeming to hesitate. Captain Zafie, I must tell you an important thing. Hanti took a deep breath, came to Zafie's side, and said in a deep voice. Zafie glanced at Hunt's face, and said seriously, say it, I'll listen. You saved Luo Chen, he is a reward criminal. Hanti put out a reward order, and then lined up in front of Sifia. He has been deceiving us all the time. His bounty is as much as 110 million. He is a very scary guy. After Hefia heard Hunt's words, she didn't have any expressions, because she knew that many rumors were not worth believing, and when her eyes swept the reward order, her face changed. This is the latest reward order issued by Marine. There is a Marine mark on it. There is nothing wrong with it. Luo Chen, he is that vicious criminal, he is a total villain, BD. He deceived you and deceived us. Sifia, you were deceived. Safia's delicate hand clenched sharply, her face changing, and listening to Hunter still talking, she couldn't help but slap the table angrily. Get out. Sifia, don't be deceived by him, we must tell Marine this matter quickly, otherwise, Luo Chen, this fellow, I don't know what to do to us. Hanti said anxiously. I said. Safia's eyes condensed suddenly, staring at Hanti coldly, let you go out. Hanti's complexion was stagnant, and he wanted to say something. After hesitating, he sighed and walked out. It wasn't until Hant walked out that Safia's complexion became more complicated. After staring at Luo Chen, who was offering a reward and making her smile, she sighed heavily. Hey, Luo Chen, are you really such a vicious guy? At this moment, Sifia had a very hesitant inner struggle. She knows that at this moment, any of her decisions will not only affect the relationship that the two have just established, but will even have a decisive effect on the lives of the crew. What kind of person is Luo Chen? During this time of getting along, Safia felt that this guy is a very cheerful, optimistic, humorous, and sunny boy. He would show a clear smile because he saw her, and he would fight with the guys on the boat because of a little bit of trouble. But no matter from which point of view, Luo Chen is definitely not a bad person. As for the fierce guy with a bounty of 110 million, that guy can't even beat himself, where is it like a big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million? I don't believe it. I don't believe you are such a guy. Finally, Safia slapped the table fiercely, walked out of the room, and walked towards Luo Chen. When Safia was in action, Hunter gathered the crew around him. I just went to Safia, and the captain didn't agree with us. She is still too young, facing her lover, she was deceived by that guy's rhetoric. We must act by ourselves. There is a phone bug in Loans, we need to tell Marine to let them deal with Luo Chen. The crew members nodded in agreement. Indeed, if such a dangerous guy stayed on the ship, they would have trouble sleeping and eating. It's also worth mentioning that his bounty is. A hint of greed appeared on Hanti's face. 110 million. The eyes of the people around were lit up. P.S. Continue to ask for collections, recommendations, and rewards. In addition, thank you brothers who rewarded me, I will add a chapter for you tomorrow and 3 more tomorrow. Chapter 10. For ordinary people, 10 million is a big number. What's more, it is 110 million. Money is tempting. Such a huge amount of wealth is enough to make these people who are not rich in ordinary days take risks. What's more, they have a good reason. In the name of justice, help Marine and arrest the world's criminals, brother D. Luo Chen. Everyone's eyes shone with light, looking at each other, they saw the same meaning. Immediately afterwards, Hunt followed the steps on the ship to the basement, where Loans was busy. Ravens, I think there is one thing that you must be very interested in. Loans is a middle-aged man, not tall, with loose blonde hair. Seeing Hunter coming, he raised his head and frowned, what are you doing? On weekdays, he is a taciturn person and the person who respects Haifia the most. This guy Hunter has a perverted personality and is very careful, which Loans is very disliked. Luo Chen, do you know? Hanti said directly and simply. Naturally know that you have something to say directly. I have no time to chat with you. Lowenzi said impatiently, he has a lot of work at hand, how can he be idle with others to talk nonsense? That guy is a criminal of the world, offering a bounty of 110 million. Hunt through a blockbuster. Oh? What then? Lowenzi stopped the work at hand, a trace of interest appeared on her face. What do you want to do? Go arrest him? Be a bounty hunter? That's not the case. Although the kid looks white and doesn't have the slightest strength on weekdays, but being able to be rewarded with so many bounties by Marine, it is probably not something we can deal with. Hunter shrugged his shoulders, very self-aware. Does Sifia know about this? Lowenz asked. Hanti's face changed, and then pretended to smile and said, naturally know that I have already looked for her before I came to see you. The reason why I came to you is precisely because of this matter. Lowenzi glanced at Hunter, with a smile on his face, and said with some disdain, put away your stupid methods. If Shifia has something, he will come to me directly. You want to find me? What the hell is going on? Don't be circumspect. There was a trace of anger on Hanti's face, and then he was forcibly suppressed, and then said, I will discuss with other people, report Luo Chen to Marine, and let Marine take action against him. In this way, even if it is impossible for us to get all the bounty, but if the report is meritorious, the bounty we can get, I am afraid there will be no less. Ha ha. Lowenzi laughed after listening quietly. Very good plan, Luo Chen, that kid is good. But money is more attractive. With a flick of his hand, the phone worm was thrown into Hanti's arms from Lovenz's hands. After the latter was taken aback, a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Lowenz, we won't miss you. Hunter took the call and didn't hesitate. He just dialed the nearest Marine branch. Moses, Marine Division 73102 Station, please speak. A clear male voice came across. After coughing twice, Hunter said solemnly, hello, Master Marine, I'm Hunter of the West Asia Chamber of Commerce. I have clues about Luo Chen, who you recently offered a reward. Luo Chen? What Luo Chen? Marine's voice was a little confused. Hanti was taken aback for a moment, and then said, Brother D. Luo Chen, a reward of 110 million yuan. Brother D. The name was only spoken for a while, then stopped, and then the phone worm rang the other person's voice. Hey, I am the highest officer of the branch resident, Captain Oak. Please report your location quickly. And, don't disturb him, always pay attention to his actions. There is a strong majesty in the voice. Across the phone worm, Hunter was also shocked by the other's aura, but only agreed. In half an hour, Marine will arrive. Until then, keep in touch at all times. Finally, Ozaki quickly said, and then hung up the phone. Hunter could clearly hear the dense footsteps on the other side. It was obvious that Marine had moved quickly. Can't help but a smile appeared on Hunter's face. When Marine arrives, the high return will come. The bounty of 110 million yuan, even if it is only a fraction of a fraction, is enough for him to live a life freely, no matter where he needs it. He wanders on the sea in the wind and rain all day long. In this world, there are three kinds of people walking on the sea. One is the civilians who survive by betraying their coolies, the other is extremely vicious, killing and looting pirates everywhere, and finally Marine. Among the three, they are the weakest and the least risky. Living the hardest life, but enjoying the lowest life. I have to say that the world is really unfair. When Hanti hung up the phone, there was a person beside Luo Chen. Luo Chen, I have something to tell you, you must be prepared. It was Fred, the ship doctor, who was talking, the old guy who usually laughed, and his face was rare at the moment. Fred, what's the matter with you, old guy? His face is so ugly. Luo Chen smiled, his eyes flashed strangely. Your identity has been exposed, you must leave here quickly. The guys on the boat have already negotiated and told Marine about your news. As long as Marine comes, you will be finished. Fred whispered. My identity. Luo-Chen was startled, and then his eyes became sharp. You all know. Your reward has been spread, and everyone knows it. Fred nodded. Where is Zafie? Luo-Chen bit his mouth and asked aloud. At this moment, there was a strange feeling in his heart suddenly. On weekdays, when we get along, we are happy and the relationship is very close. However, when his identity was exposed, everything turned out to be changed. He could imagine the psychology of those people at the moment: greed, hesitation, or fear. Hefia asked me to come. Fred took a deep look at Luo-Chen. She asked me to tell you, take care of yourself. Luo-Chen's original heavy chest, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if he felt his whole body relaxed, and his original heavy expression was also much more relaxed. Some people will harm him and don't believe him, but some people will choose to believe and help him. She said, she will always believe in you. Fred sighed and patted Luo-Chen on the shoulder. The latter's shoulders trembled, but he felt heavier in his heart. It is the most difficult to accept the grace of a beautiful woman. Luo-Chen has complicated eyes, he is hesitant to speak, and he doesn't know how to speak. Let's go. You can't go anymore if you keep going. P.S. I'm busy signing the contract today. 3 shifts are put until tomorrow. I am embarrassed. Continue to ask for everything. Chapter 11. Luo-Chen didn't know what he felt at the moment. Zafie's understanding made him breathe a sigh of relief. But after that, he was a little confused. After leaving here, where did he go? The sea is so big that I can walk anywhere, but it seems that I can't go anywhere. Fred pushed Tiro-Chen. Come on, there is a spare escape boat on board, you take that to leave. Pursing his lips, Luo-Chen had to be dragged away by Fred. At this moment, Luo-Chen suddenly felt how helpless life is sometimes. Zafie did not choose to tell him personally, he naturally understood what it meant. No matter how good the relationship was once, no matter how close it was, the two have already had a gap at this moment. This diaphragm seems very thin, but it means that the two people may be separated by the end of the world in the future. She did not choose to meet Luo-Chen unreservedly, to ask her personally, and she did not let Luo-Chen explain. Because this woman is very smart, she clearly knows that two people cannot be together. So Fred came, which meant that the relationship between the two had come to an end. A criminal with a bounty of 110 million, first of all, does not discuss whether he has the power to destroy everything. Just by looking at his degree of danger, you can also know that such a person cannot live with ordinary people at all. And Zafie is in business, maybe she really can contribute to love, but before this step, she chose to shrink. Unable to tell in detail how Luo-Chen felt at the moment, he just sighed with a complex expression, and then Fred walked forward. Just as the two quietly walked out, came to the deck, and walked around in a detour, there were horrified screams from one side. At the same time, several sharp screams came over. Fred and Luo-Chen looked up quickly, and immediately saw 3 pitch-black cannonballs passing overhead, and then slammed into the other side of the ship. Boom! Large areas of sea water exploded, and the ship creaked and began to shake violently. Captain! Pirate, my goodness, it's a pirate! How come there are pirates here? What should we do? What should we do? The people on the ship were panicked at this moment, unable to imagine that a pirate group would appear in the sea area. Fred heard the roar of the boat. At this time, among the black and white hair mixed with water, it was splashed and looked very embarrassed. But at this moment, he completely ignored these things, strode forward, and then looked towards the sea. Luo-Chen quickly followed, looking towards the sea. There, a ship was breaking through the wind and heading at the fastest speed, and there was a roaring sound from the ship. The canvas bulged high, and at the top of the mast was a hideous skeleton. Zafia was in the office, was alarmed, and then ran out quickly. When she saw the pirate ship on the sea, her expression changed. "Captain, this is the Soders Pirates Group, offering a reward of 15 million. It is the most vicious group in the sea area. It is rumored that they had already gone to the Grand Line a year ago. How could they appear here?" Behind Zafia, a middle-aged man with a knife on his waist said with serious eyes, "No matter what is going on, we can't catch it all with one's hands. Summon the combatants on board, and prepare to fight." She stared dignifiedly into the distance, and said quickly. The middle-aged man nodded, quickly turned around, and began to summon the combat personnel on board. As a merchant fleet, it is natural to hire or carry some combatants to protect the safety of those accompanying them. "Luo-chan, it seems that you can't leave for the time being." Fred looked at the sea, shook his head and said, "Yeah." Luo-chan nodded. "The pirate is here, so naturally he can't go." 3 minutes later, another round of shelling landed from the air, falling heavily around the ship, splashing large swaths of sea water. This is a deterrent gun, and it didn't really attack the ships, but just forced them to stop. But the people on the merchant ship were so scared that they held their heads and dared not move. Soders Pirates Ship. The middle-aged man wearing a captain's cap and a long scar on his face, his eyes were fierce. "Blam me," another wave, this time aiming at their rear wing. As soon as he said this, the man next to him immediately added a trace of doubt on his face. "Captain, if they get their tail fins right, this ship will be over. Before sinking, take away their belongings and kill them all. Don't you have this certainty?" Soders didn't look back, but gave a cold voice. The speaker was startled, then without hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Fire!" Boom! The piercing sound of cannons came out, and just for an instant, the stern of the merchant ship was severely hit. The ship began to shake violently, many people fell to the ground, and a dozen people at the tail were blasted into a piece of flesh. The bloody breath was uploaded on the ship in an instant, and the faces of everyone who saw the scene changed greatly. At this moment, they finally remembered the horror of the pirates. The tail is on fire, the keel is broken, and the ship is about to sink. In the crowd, an old man had an ugly face and shouted out in horror. This sound made the entire ship panic. "Fred, do you know this group of pirates?" Luo-chan asked suddenly. "Yes, they are the Soders Pirates. Captain Soders is a 15 million pirate with a bounty. It seems that he has already entered the Grand Line last year. How can he be here at this time?" Fred is also a little confused. 11 million. Luo-chan's face was loose, but with this value, he would still be able to cope with it if he had a ghost. "I just remembered the attitude of the people on the boat towards him, but his desire to help immediately diminished the blockbuster. He is not a bad guy. If others want to harm him, he will naturally not help him badly. It's just that I can't live without it for the time being. I can only look at the next situation." The two of them walked along the boat lane and saw a dozen men with rifles around their waists, quickly arranging everyone to gather together to stabilize the public's mood. And Zafia, with a serious face and nervousness, said something to the other person. Soon, the panic of the crowd finally settled down. A dozen burly men with weapons stood in front of the crowd. All of them took out their weapons and looked at the pirate ship that was sailing with serious faces. At this time, the distance between the Sodexo pirates and here was only 200 to 300 meters. "Take out the sword, open the bolt, and use your blood to vent all the dissatisfaction you have experienced in the Grand Line. This battle, I do not need. Alive." Chapter 12. Roar. There are not many pirates on this ship, only 20 or 30, but they have fierce aura, and their exposed skin is full of knife scars and gun marks. Obviously, this is a fierce bandit who has experienced countless battles. Such a team is not afraid of death, and even a trained swordsman is not necessarily their opponent. Only in an instant, the distance between the two ships was getting closer and closer. The people on the merchant ships became more and more nervous. Even if they were facing these fierce pirates, they were frustrated. "Captain." The man with a long knife slung on his waist approached, his expression dignified with a trace of despair. "We leave as an escape boat as early as possible, this boat will sink soon." "Jack, I'm leaving, where are they?" Shifia flashed her eyes and looked at the people gathered on the deck. These sailors and laborers have panic expressions on their faces. The attack of the pirates made them immediately frightened. "I think their lives should be less important than yours." Jack's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "My men will delay the group of pirates for a while, and I am responsible for protecting you from leaving." Hesitating in his eyes, at this moment, Zephyr didn't know how to choose. Give up the entire life on the ship to delay time for their limited number of people? Or accompany these crew members to die here? How to choose? She does not know. "Let's go." Jack started, his eyes full of encouragement. "It's too dangerous to stay here. If you don't leave, there is only a dead end." After pursing her lips, Zephyr glanced behind her back and turned her head to leave here. The lifeboat had already been prepared by Jack's men. Zephyr took the important money and belongings and boarded the boat with Jack and 4 or 5 other people. Then the boat slid, quickly left, and drove away quietly. They sailed out from behind the ship, so no one noticed it for a while. "Captain, someone ran away." On the Soders pirate ship, someone with sharp eyes saw Zephyr and others, and immediately said to Soders, "Shatter him." Soders said casually with a cold look. Boom. In an instant, the sound of artillery fire sounded, and the pitch-black cannonball pierced the air and headed towards the ship where Shifia was. "Call out." In just a moment, the cannonball had reached the top of Zephyr and the others. "Jack!" Shifia yelled. Jack stood up abruptly, his eyes became sharp and solemn, and he tightly grasped the long knife at his waist. The moment the cannonball landed on the boat, he drew his sword sharply and let out a loud roar. "What? Huh!" The long knife slashed across, a stream of light bloomed, and the pitch-black cannonball was a meal, then split in 2 halves and headed towards the sides of the boat. Boom! The explosion sounded after a second, water splashed everywhere, and everyone on the boat was wetted by the sea water. Jack swung out his sword and started to gasp. Contending with cannonballs is already his limit. "Jack." Sophia helped Jack up and looked at him worriedly. "I'm fine, hurry up and sail." Jack said quickly. The boat continued to sail and soon disappeared here. On the Soders ship, the crew on the side glanced at the ladder. "Chasing it? Don't worry about them, it's still some strength to withstand this shell, so there's no need to waste time. Board me directly on that ship. Before sinking, kill everyone and then snatch all the treasures." Soders' voice was cold and cruel, but it excited the people on the pirate ship. A minute later, the people of the Soders pirate ship roared and rushed onto the merchant ship through the bridge plank. The crowd panicked instantly, screams and horrified shouts continued to resound. The remaining fighters fought desperately to fight the pirates, but after only a dozen breaths, they were completely beheaded. These civilian escorts can't be compared with the pirates who fight in the sea all day long. "Help!" The people on the boat ran, but there was nowhere to escape. Under the chaos, some people even jumped off the boat and were instantly swallowed by the sea. In this vast ocean, jumping into the sea, I don't know if there is still a chance of survival. On Luo Chen's side, Fred ran around with the ladder anxiously on his face. "It's over, this group of pirates has attacked, what can we do? Where is the captain? Where did the captain go?" The two kept going back and forth in the road on the ship, and Fred kept asking the crew members who evaded hastily, but no one knew where Hyphia had gone. In the rear, the call for killing continued to sound, and a faint smell of blood came, causing the two's faces to change. "The pirates are starting to kill," Fred said with a trembling corner of his mouth. "Don't look for it, the captain and the captain of the guard jack have already left in the lifeboat." At this moment, Hunt strode over and said mockingly, "What are you talking about?" The old man Fred yelled in disbelief, and grabbed Hunt. "Don't talk nonsense, how could the captain leave us and run away alone? And that lifeboat, it's her for. Is it prepared for Luo-chan?" The corner of Hanti's mouth was even more mocking and disdainful. Of course she did not leave alone, but also her younger brother and people close to her. And she left behind the cannon fodder to delay those guys. After hearing these words, even Luo-chan's face changed. He didn't believe that Sci-fi was such a person, but on the entire ship, indeed, he could not see the other side just now. If you really are a 110 million big pirate, then, I think, these guys in front of you shouldn't be a problem, right? Hanti didn't take care of Fred's pain, but he said directly to Luo-chan with fear in his eyes. The reward was genuine, and no matter what secret the person in front of him had, Marine's fear of him was obvious. Such a person should be able to deal with the current scene very well. "I am not a pirate." But after 3 breaths, the silent Luo-chan spoke directly. "As for why Marine offered a reward of 110 million, there are other reasons." A hint of surprise appeared on Hanti's face, and then he asked inconceivably, "I don't believe it, you didn't have the power to clean up the pirates on the ship. Aren't you helping us? Many people have been injured and died." Luo-chan was startled, and then felt a little amused in his heart. He raised his head and looked directly at the latter. "It's funny, I have the power or not, so what do I do with you? And, even if I can clean them up, then Why do you want to help you again? Because you leaked my information to Marine, do you add a piece of danger to me?" Hunt's face changed. "I haven't beaten you, it's already a lot of face for Sci-fi. Do you understand?" Chapter 13. Luo-chan's tone was very rude, and Jeter was extremely embarrassed when he said a few words. Indeed, as he said, they wanted to harm others before, but now they are trying to use his power to ensure their own safety. Isn't this ridiculous? After a few words put Jeter here, Luo-chan took Fred and left here quickly. He glanced at the whole ship again, but he still didn't see Sci-fi. It was only then that he was sure that the other party had indeed left. Jeter cleverly followed them closely behind them, and Luo-chan and the others ignored it. "Some people also choose to believe in you, Luo-chan." When the 3 of them came to a hidden place, Fred looked at Jeter and said to Luo-chan, "Even if you don't want to save everyone on this ship, there are some people who are innocent. For the sake of saving you one, if you really have the power, then you can do it once." Fry's German language is very heavy, and there is expectation in his eyes. "If you can live, who would choose to die?" Luo-chan's eyes flashed, and he also glanced at Jeter. Fred stared tightly into his eyes full of expectation. "I don't have the kind of power you imagine." He spoke slowly, the expectant light in their eyes dissipated. "Well, then it looks like we are all going to die here." Fred sighed. They were hiding here and could hear outside. The pirates had basically controlled all the situation and gathered the crew in one place. At this moment, other people hiding in the boat are being arrested. "Hurry up, get Laozi out of the mouse hiding in the boat and put it to death without hesitation." The voices of the pirates came over, and the 3 of them couldn't help but tighten. The voice was so close to them, the 3 of them immediately held their breath. Luo-chan watched Fred and Jet up close and found that the 2 men's cheeks were full of sweat, and they were obviously nervous to the extreme. The 3 of them hid here, motionless, the sound of footsteps outside quickly passed. At this time, they just breathed a sigh of relief and began to move their positions. 3 minutes later, they changed their hiding place. But just after entering the house, there was a chaotic knock on the door. Open the door. Damn it, Lao Zi sees you. A rough roar came in violently, and the wooden door was banged, followed by the sound of dense footsteps. I was found. With a sigh, Jet and Fred's faces changed. Luo Chen felt tight in his heart, and clenched his right hand. Do you still have to use the power of the system? There are not many gold coins on his body, only about 30,000 left, and he can only perform an orange summoning once. After the last time Bai Feng's possession power disappeared, because he did not really defeat any of the 2 school-level officers, he only obtained more than 50 possession coins, and he could not learn any of Bai Feng's skills. Boom! The wooden door was finally smashed open, and the burly and tall, fierce-looking pirates immediately rushed in. Jeter exclaimed in surprise, and kept retreating backwards. Damn it, BD, dare to hide and hack them to death. A brawny man who took the lead, with anger on his face, roared loudly. The pirates behind immediately rushed in with their machete, and the situation entered a critical point in an instant. Luo Chen scanned the people in front of him, clearly saw the panic and despair in Fred's eyes, and sighed in his heart. Fine. Originally, I only intended to save some foundation to cope with the future. It seems that I have to do my best. Seeing these pirates in person, let Luo Chen save some money before, and the idea of only sneaking out was completely dissipated. 30,000 gold coins, should you be able to summon a good ghost? Laughing at himself, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time 30,000 gold coins were consumed. If these pirates were not given a good look, then it would undoubtedly be a great waste. Summon the orange ghost. Grade, 30,000 gold coins. He spoke to the system silently in his heart. The moment after the words came out, an orange Uzumaki suddenly appeared on the system interface, and a burly tall man with a cold face stepped out of it. With a long sword slung around his waist, his face is full of chivalry, and his eyes are full of justice and worrying about the country and the people, but in the deepest part, there is a heavy burden of experiencing the vicissitudes of the world. Summon the soul, Sword Saint gain, consume gold coins, 30,000. In just a moment, the swordsman with the long sword stepped forward and merged with Luo Chen. Luo Chen's whole body shook, and the qi in his dantian was full of energy, an invisible force merged into his body, and his eyes became sharp. At the same time, he did not know when a long scabbard appeared on his waist. Sword. At this moment, Luo Chen exuded sharp sword intent all over his body. He suddenly became a vicissitudes of swordsman. Gai Nai, one of the male characters in Qin Shimingyu, learned from Gi Gutsi, and is a master of swordsmanship. He is known as the strongest swordsman in Qin. At this moment, the souls of Luo Chen and Gai Nai were merged into one, his eyes were shining, and all the scenes of Gai Nai appeared. And his waist was also wearing the famous sword named Yuan Hong at the moment. The right hand seemed to know how to hold the sword by nature, and Luo Chen's right hand touched the hilt the next moment. At the same moment, 4 or 5 pirates also split into 3 groups and rushed in front of the 3 of them. Ah, help! Jeter shouted out loud, full of panic. The faces of the pirates were full of disdain and cold smiles. They acted very calmly. Killing is really normal in their lives. Die. Without being unbearable, the pirates waved their machete towards their target. At this moment, Luo Chen's right thumb swept the scabbard suddenly. Choke. The loud and crisp sword roar suddenly resounded in this small room. A breeze suddenly rose, and the pirates standing here saw only a glimmer of light flashing in front of their eyes, and then the light in front of their eyes suddenly disappeared, and the body of the strong man fell softly on the ground. Yin. The sword roar still remained. Luo Chen slowly put Yuan Hong in his hand like a scabbard, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. What a good sword! The killing on the blade did not stain a drop of blood, and the sword in his hand quickly lost sight of light and shadow. It's a good sword, and swordsmanship is also seconds. Walking towards the door step by step, Luo Chen didn't stop until he stood behind the door, and then spoke softly. I'm gone, what are you still doing there? His faint voice awakened two people who were holding their heads waiting for death. Until this time, Fred and Jet looked up blankly and saw the scene inside. Blood was flowing on the wooden floor, and the corpse was sloppy, without a trace of movement. Both, dead. Chapter 14 Fabulous Swordsmanship. At the door, the thin figure was not so tall, but at this moment, Fred and Hunt's eyes shrank. He did all these. They didn't even hear any screams just now, so they killed 4 or 5 fierce pirates silently. You must know that these pirates are not ordinary East Blue pirates. They know very well that they have followed Sodus to the Grand Line. The pirates who have returned alive are not at all that ordinary people or even Marine can fight against. When Sodus left East Blue, the number of pirates with him reached a staggering 1,000. But at this moment, on the entire ship, they had only seen more than 50 people. What does this indicate? The other pirates, I'm afraid they all died there, only these elites are left. Because of this, these pirates on the ship are even more terrifying. They have a strong fighting force and a vicious character. They are the most difficult guys. But in an instant, these guys actually died in Luo Chen's hands. Luo Chen, you. Fred stuttered a bit, shocked in his heart. Let's go, avoiding seems to be no way. Luo Chen's voice was a little cold, which was influenced by Gai Nai's character. Jeter swallowed, not daring to say more. He could see that the guy in front of him did indeed have a strong power, but he didn't know how strong he was. What do you want? There are so many pirates outside. Fred approached Luo Chen and took the former's arm. Luo Chen paused and said with a smile, naturally it is to solve them. There was a pause in his tone, and his eyes narrowed. It is estimated that this ship will not last long. We must act quickly. Fred and Jet looked at each other, with doubts in their eyes. What does it mean to take action? But Luo Chen didn't pay any attention to them anymore. Perhaps because of the fusion of Luo Chen and Gai Nai at this moment, his temperament revealed the coldness and solemnity of a swordsman. Walking on the deck, Luo Chen at this moment is completely different from before. He walks upright, his complexion is calm, without fear, his eyes are shining, and he is particularly enlightened. There are people here. They walked unscrupulously, and immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. The intensive footsteps sounded quickly, and only 3 seconds later, the pirates were seen. Luo Chen expressionlessly, before striding forward, his right hand was pressed on the hilt of the sword around his waist. The pirate on the opposite side raised the machete and rushed in cursingly. Fred and Jet trembled and trembled, with fear in their eyes. Facing the ferocious pirates, the two were shocked. Only in a moment, Luo Chen had already faced the pirates. Choke. There was a clear sound of unsheathing, and the streamer flashed, and Luo Chen and the pirates passed by. In just a moment, the faces of the 6 pirates who approached had a look of horror, and then fell heavily to the ground without a trace of sound. Beneath them, bright red blood flowed out and wet the deck. Luo Chen jumped step by step, and soon he came to the front of the ship. Here, at this moment, a large number of sailors and pirates are gathering. There are more than 100 people on the merchant ship, including sailors, crews, and laborers. At this moment, they were firmly controlled by more than 30 pirates with weapons in their hands. All the pirates formed a circle and surrounded the crew. And on the wooden boards of the 2 ships, wearing a captain's hat, Sodus was standing there with a cold expression, staring at everything here coldly. He had a revolver pinned to his left waist, and a western longsword on his right waist, revealing a cruel and bloody breath. Captain, everyone is under control, and the place of belongings has also been knocked out of their mouths. The tall and thin pirate smiled and said to Saunders. After he said that, he glanced at Lawrence, whose nose was bleeding and his nose was swollen. Lawrence was responsible for everything in the warehouse. Everyone caught it? Saunders showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and then his gaze moved, but he looked directly at the direction where Luo Chen and the three were. So, what's the matter with those three people? I'm quite suspicious of your ability to do things. If this is still the case, I don't mind changing to another batch. After a pause, Saunders' tone suddenly became cold. Do you get me? The master pirate's face changed, and the sweat on his forehead rolled out immediately, bending over and bowing. Understood, Captain. Then, he quickly turned around, waved his hand, followed the 7 or 8 pirates behind him, and swiftly moved towards the Luo Chen trio. Luo Chen, I'm in the pirate lair. Isn't it okay? Fred shivered, a little scared. It's definitely okay. Luo Chen's bounty is nearly 10 times higher than that guy. Jeter was flattering at the moment. Although his heart was still up and down, he appeared to be very calm on the surface. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled as he listened to the two of them, and then looked at the pirate who rushed over, his eyes cold. At the front end of the ship lay many crew members, all corpses. They were placed there in all directions, obviously they had been dead for a long time. There is no doubt that these are all done by the pirates. With a pinch of his right hand, the Yuanhong sword was unsheathed with a clear sound, and then with a flick, it pointed directly at the pirates coming forward. Swordsman. We have guns in our hands. Luo Chen didn't understand what the force of Qin Shimingyu was, but at this moment, when he saw the other party's pirate raising his gun, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a dangerous icy cold light bloomed. Huh! His waist came down, his knees snapped, and the next moment his body disappeared in front of the pirates. The distance between the two sides was only about 10 meters, and the moment Luo Chen moved, he was already in front of the rushing pirate. Gaine's flying sword with 100 steps, within 100 steps, the long sword is flying, enough to see that his speed has reached the point of extraordinary. Moreover, his control of swordsmanship has reached the highest level. The vicissitudes of life and the swordsmanship he has been immersed in for many years are his strongest places. At this moment, Luo Chen, possessed by Gainai, demonstrated incomparable sword skills. Take a step on the left side and cut horizontally with the right hand. With a puff, blood bloomed, and a pirate yelled and fell to the ground with a puff. Just a breath, cut off one person. In the next second, Luo Chen moved forward again and stepped to the pirate holding the spear. The sharp eyes seemed to burst out with a bright light, which was extremely shocking. The pirate saw Luo Chen at the moment, and the fingers that had been placed on the trigger trembled, and he couldn't hold it down anyway. Die! With a murmur, Luo Chen's long sword cut through the void. Puff! Blood was tossed, and another person fell to the ground. P.S. Thanks for the Trojan horse, gentleman's dress, confused Ziahe for the reward. Ask for some recommended tickets. I have been busy lately and updated a little bit. After the busy schedule, I have 2 stable updates a day. Brothers, a lot of support. Chapter 1500 Step Flying Sword. Simply clean, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Luo Chen's figure was incredibly fast. He just rushed to the pirate, and then jumped vertically and horizontally, seeing the light. Just a few minutes, blood sprayed, and the pirates fell softly to the ground. This fierce method attracted the attention of everyone present in an instant. Saunders shrank even more, and he had found a difference in Luo Chen's body a long distance away. This swordsmanship. That clean swordsmanship is definitely not something ordinary people can possess. This kid, who the hell is? Saunders became cautious, stepped forward and landed directly on the merchant ship, then he waved his hand, "You guys, go kill him." The pirates guarding the people on the merchant ship looked at each other and rushed forward with their weapons. They have seen the scene just now. This kid is absolutely extraordinary in swordsmanship. Shoot first. Aim at him. Several people whispered to each other, nodding their heads. Crack. With the sound of the bolt hanging up, Luo Chen's long sword turned, his eyes sharpened at this moment. His figure is slightly curved and he is ready to sprint. Emission. At this moment, the pirates shouted, their right fingers suddenly pressed down, and the trigger made a dull sound. Boom. The low gunfire sounded, and Luo Chen's slightly bent body suddenly exploded at this moment, like a leopard and tiger predating. The storm fell sharply, and his figure leaped left and right. Ding! A bullet was flashed by him directly, flew by wiping his cheeks, and hit the metal behind him, making a crisp sound. At this moment, his keen perception and reaction ability gave him terrifying action and conditioning ability. In the dark, he seemed to be able to see the trajectory of the bullet fired at extreme speed, but the real naked eye could not see it at all. All this is done entirely by intuition. With a left jump, Luo Chen jumped directly onto the railing. The pirate moved quickly, turned the barrel at him, and fired again. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, his feet leaped up, and flew into the sky. He avoided the shot again. Immediately afterwards, he landed on the deck. At this time, he was only about 20 meters away from the pirates. Die! In a low voice, Luo Chen's figure flashed before rushing forward again. Shoot! Shoot! The pirates were horrified. This person escaped their bullets easily. How could this be possible? Boom boom boom. A series of bullets were fired. Luo Chen's forward stature was undiminished and fast, and the sword in his right hand flashed with a cold light. The dazzling sword flower bloomed suddenly, and everything looked so beautiful. All the bullets hit Luo Chen's hilt, and then bounced to the other side, making a dull gunshot sound. After 3 successive waves of attacks, within 5 seconds before and after, Luo Chen had already jumped nearly 50 meters and came to the pirates. This terrifying speed and keen ability to react shocked everyone present. Kill him. The pirates opened their mouths and shouted. But as soon as the words were uttered, Yuan Hong in Luo Chen's hand turned, and the sword flower bloomed again. At the same time, his figure rushed forward, passing the body of the pirate present in a flash. Puff 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 puff. A series of sounds came out, and the pirates unbelievably covered their necks or chests and other deadly parts, and then fell softly to the ground. What a fast sword! Soder's eyes shrank, a little shocked in his heart. He didn't delay any more. From these 2 brief battles, he had already seen that Luo Chen's strength was absolutely extraordinary, and it was not something these miscellaneous soldiers under his hand could deal with. Who are you? After a few strides to the opposite of Luo Chen, Soder asked condensedly. Brother D. Luo Chen. Luo Chen raised his sword and pointed straight at Soder. Leave the pirate ship and leave here. I will let you make a living. Luo Chen's words were heavy, serious, and serious. He was indeed saying this very seriously. Just how powerful is Gainai's power? What is the strength of Dakin's first swordsman? Luo Chen, who was possessed at this time, knew best that with such a full capacity and his comprehension of Kendo, he definitely had a bounty level of 50 million compared to the 2 marine majors he had encountered before. And the 50 million pirates, cleaning up the guys of Soder's this level, is completely effortless. Luo Chen. Soder was stunned, and then his pupils contracted suddenly. He remembered that it was this name. The next moment, he carefully observed Luo Chen's face, and he was even more sure in his heart, this face is indeed it's the guy on the reward order. Brother D. Luo Chen, who is offering a reward of 150 million. It is said that he is the younger brother of One Piece. But he doesn't have a trace of strength. Not long after the death of One Piece, his legend will naturally not be missing in the Grand Line or even in the world, and all the secrets about One Piece, the previous history, have also been inquired by everyone. You are Luo Chen, who is offering a reward of 110 million yuan. A smile appeared on Sada's face. If he can kill Luo Chen, then, whether it is notorious or good, he is the pirate. The prestige and status in Daxia will be greatly improved. It seems that I am really lucky. While talking, he pulled out the western sword from his waist, and then pointed the western sword at Luo Chen. I'm going to kill you, Luo Chen. Your attraction is far greater than the treasure of this ship. Luo Chen's expression was even more indifferent. The Yuanhong sword in his right hand turned, and the tip of the sword aimed at Sada's. Then you can only die. Sada's blinked, and the western sword trembled. The next moment, his whole body rushed over. His speed is equally terrifying, and Sada's strength is undoubtedly much higher than those of ordinary pirates. The reputation of this pirate ship can be said to be supported by Sada's alone. His own bounty of 11 million is also a bounty for the entire ship. After going to the Grand Line, although he returned from failure, his strength has improved. At this time, his strength should be close to 20 million. However, all this is in vain. Facing Luo Chen, who possessed Gania, Sada's was useless even if he was twice as powerful. Dakin's first swordsman, sword saint, and the world's #1 sword, all these powerful and exaggerated titles are all concentrated on Gai Nai. His swordsmanship, fame, and martial arts have reached the point where Deng Feng made the most. How can such a person lose to an unknown pirate? The long sword flashed, Luo Chen's right hand flashed, and his figure suddenly moved. He moved, but it was not just him. He moved, and so did the sword. The icy and ruthless Yuanhong sword, at this moment, seemed to burst out with a bright light, turning into a flying dragon that rose into the sky, roaring, and rushing towards its enemy. Vertical and horizontal swordsmanship is the supreme nirvana stunt. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Chapter 16 Rear Admiral. In a trance, everyone seemed to see a rainstorm, dark clouds covering the clear sky. A flying dragon descended from the sky, opening its mouth and roaring. Raindrops were scattered by the dragon's body, falling, and the long body wandering and moving. In an instant it descended from the sky and landed on the ground, and then the dragon's mouth opened wide, and the fierce aura stunned everyone. This was an unimaginable scene. On the deck, the Yuanhong sword in Luo Chen's hand seemed to have been released at this moment, whizzing in the air, and the shock had already reached Sada's eyes. The latter didn't even react at all. The slender western sword only had time to poke and stab, and it was wiped off by the touch of Changhong. Puff. The blood was thrown, and a great head rose into the sky, and his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Sada's couldn't imagine that the other party had the power to kill himself with a single blow. In the rumors, isn't it that this guy has no strength? Even if he began to see the other party killing his own crew, he subconsciously thought that Luo Chen was not as powerful as him. But in any case, Sada's couldn't think that the other party could kill him so simply and neatly. With a puff, Sada's fell heavily to the ground. The bright red blood instantly dyed the deck red. The pirates opened their mouths and stared, watching the scene here, a little bit too slow. Luo Chen slowly put the long sword into its sheath, and turned his eyes to the other pirates coldly. All the pirates shuddered, with obvious fear in their eyes. In their eyes, Sada's, who was already very powerful, was killed by a single sword. 100-step flying sword, it is a waste to use your body. With a cold spit, Luo Chen stepped over Sada's body and walked towards everyone. Looking at the man on the merchant ship who was still holding his head, Luo Chen frowned. He has been killed by me, and you are safe. Fred, Hunt, let them go to the pirate ship. Fred and Hunt were taken aback for a moment, and then immediately reacted and began to loudly direct the crowd to run towards the pirate ship. The merchant ship was obviously unable to support it and was about to sink into the sea. Luo Chen came alone in front of the remaining 20-odd pirates, with a cold expression on his face. When these pirates saw Luo Chen coming, they all shuddered, a little frightened. "I plan to kill you, but you still have some use. Now, roll me onto that ship and don't act rashly. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately." Luo Chen's voice was very cold, making the pirates more afraid. "But it's always good not to die," they quickly agreed, and then arrived on the pirate ship. In only about half an hour, the merchant ship had completed the transfer, and even the cargo on it had been completed. The merchant ship has already begun to enter the water at this time, and the water level continues to rise, and soon it will sink into the sea completely. Standing on the deck and quietly watching the sinking of the merchant ship, Luo Chen opened his mouth to the feared pirates, "Start the ship and drive towards the nearest port." The pirates moved quickly with fear, and immediately, the pirate ship roared and started driving. About 10 minutes later, the pirates panicked. "Captain, Captain, Marine. It's Marine." A tall and thin pirate pointed at the two black spots on the sea, with obvious panic on his face. Luo Chen's eyes condensed and he walked quickly over, and then he saw the two warships advancing through the wind. Because it was still far away, he couldn't see clearly, but the outline of the ship made him recognize it. This was Marine. Faintly, Luo Chen saw a burly figure standing at the forefront of the ship, with a white cloak of justice behind his back. "It is definitely Marine. What should we do?" the pirate said nervously. "Avoid them, and drive towards the course far away from them. As for the port, we will look for it elsewhere." Luo Chen meditated for a while and said quickly. "In addition." His eyes flashed, and he said hard to the pirate, "Control everyone on the boat and let them not speak loudly. If anyone refuses to obey orders, they will be executed on the spot." Luo Chen still hasn't forgotten his identity at the moment. He is a pirate recognized by the world. It is also a big pirate with a bounty of 110 million. For your own safety, it is necessary to control the entire ship. The pirate was startled, and then retreated with his orders. The pirate ship changed course and headed in the opposite direction to Marine. The two ships that were about to approach, at this moment slowly moved apart. When the Soldier's pirate ship left here, on the warships to the right of the two distant Marine warships. "Master Durag Rear Admiral, this time you are shocked, and it really surprised your subordinates." Captain Oakwood's tone was obviously respectful. The rank of Rear Admiral, not to mention how many ranks higher than him, may be a rank he can't cross in his entire life. Just the strength and status of the person in front of him is enough to make him all kinds of flattering. He also didn't expect that when he went to arrest Luo Chen, the world criminal, he would come across this headquarter Rear Admiral and come to his side. This is really a coincidence. "The prisoner arrested by Naval Headquarters will not let it go if I meet him," Doriach said with a smile. "After all, I am also a Marine." While talking, Durag's eyes looked at the pirate ship far away at sea level. Because of the distance, he couldn't see clearly. He could only see the pirate sign on the canvas. That is the Soldier's pirate ship. It just retreated from the Grand Line some time ago. It was just a failed little pirate group, Master Rear Admiral. Oakwood quickly explained, seeing Durag's expression. Do you want to clean them up?" When Durag heard this, he turned his gaze back and shook his head. "There is no need to waste time for them. Since I saw it, I will arrest them in the future. Speed up, brother D. Luo Chen, you can't let him escape." Oakwood's eyes became serious, his legs were brought together, and he saluted immediately. "Yes, Lord Rear Admiral." He has already decided that he must follow the Lord Rear Admiral in front of him anyway. A headquarter Rear Admiral suddenly came to the East Blue waters. Obviously, this represents a higher level signal. Although East Blue is currently the most powerful sea area, it is still far behind the pirates of Grand Line and even New World. However, at this moment, Durag came over. Once again, he glanced at the pirate ship that was getting farther and farther away, and Durag retracted his gaze. The headquarters sent him to East Blue, this time as the leader of the cleanup activities in the East Blue waters. One Piece Rogers Waters, we must focus on attacking. This is the toughest sentence of Marshal Kong on the Naval Headquarters Round Table. Codenamed East Blue Cleanup Plan, Leader Monkey D. Durag. P.S. Please collect, recommend, fan readers don't seem to be many. I hope you can support me. Chapter 17 Becoming Stronger. Gradually, the distance between the two groups of people became farther and farther, and finally turned into a black spot and disappeared on the sea. On the pirate boat, Luo Chen and the pirates were relieved. In this stall, one less trouble is naturally the best. Next, the pirate boat was calm. After driving for about 3 hours, he saw an island ahead. Luo Chen let the pirates dock quickly, and the ship approached the port in 15 minutes. Fred, when you get here, you are safe. Luo Chen walked into Fred and said with a smile on his face. Luo Chen, thank you, you saved our lives. Fred said with gratitude. Behind him, most people were excited, and some people bowed their heads in shame. They wanted to report that Luo Chen was caught by Marine, but they didn't expect Luo Chen to rescue them by mistake. Ordinary civilians, most of whom still have goodness in their hearts, naturally feel very guilty. When we get here, let's separate temporarily. If there is a chance in the future, I will see you again at that time. Luo Chen said in a condensed voice, a sense of urgency suddenly felt in his heart. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he was urging him to leave here quickly. Moreover, this pirate ship can no longer be used. Such intuition is brought about by Ye Wen's master's state of mind, combined with Gai Nai. Where does it give me such a feeling? Luo Chen was puzzled, but he dared not ignore this feeling. Those who practice martial arts pay attention to whim, and this feeling inevitably carries some kind of foretelling. It was just that he was busy breaking up with Fred and the others at this time. Luo Chen suppressed this feeling abruptly. In about an hour, all the caravan crews on the ship had completed the transfer, and Luo Chen returned all the goods to them. Later, after parting with Fred and other people who were close to him before, the pirate ship trembled, splattering layers of water in the sea, and drove out quickly. Captain, where are we going now? The only 24 pirates left on the ship were all trembling at the moment, with fear in their eyes. At this moment, Luo Chen, Gai Nai's possession disappeared, but the temperament has not dissipated, the appearance of a hermit, so that the pirates can't see through the reality. Just drive towards the place opposite to Logue Town. Luo Chen flashed his eyes and said softly. Then, he stopped paying attention to the pirates behind him, and looked up at the calm sea in front of him. The sea was shimmering under the sun's rays, but Luo Chen seemed to see the hidden surging wind and clouds and the torrents surging in the dark under the calm sea. It seems a little uneasy. Luo Chen's whole body suddenly shook with the muttering spit. Wrong. The marine warship that had passed by them suddenly flashed in his mind, and his eyes flashed in an instant. It's those 2 warships. There must be terrible people on the warship. Because of this, the sensitive intuitions of Gai Nai and Ye Wen gave me dangerous enlightenment. Luo Chen finally figured it out, and when he figured it out, he was relieved in his heart. Knowing where the problem is, then he can deal with it properly. Captain, there is an island in front of us, should we replenish it? After 3 hours of sailing, the pirates walked over with a sad expression. Basically, I haven't eaten for a day, and staying with this killer star again. The pirates are really under great pressure all the time. Under such circumstances, their physical energy and energy are naturally consumed faster, and they are more hungry. Quick. Continue driving. Luo Chen just spit out this sentence coldly, and then ignored the pirates. The pirates looked even more bitter. Someone wanted to say something, but when they were pulled by their companions, they flinched and retreated. Ignoring any actions of these pirates at all, Luo Chen is now checking on his own gains after the time of gainee's possession. Possession coins, 5,600. After Luo Chen saw such a large number of possession coins, his eyes glared, and a great surprise appeared in his heart. After Ye Wen possessed and hit those little ones, there were only a few hundred possession coins, but this time he solved those guys from the Sawdust Pirates group, and he got 5,600 in one go. Gainai is Gainai. This made Luo Chen exclaimed, and then he began to observe the skills of Gainai himself. Ghost Valley vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, 100-step flying sword. Yuanhong sword. Changhong Guanri. Gani had only 3 skills, but the price of each item was heaven-defying, far surpassing Ye Wen's worth. Of course, this is also because of the different dimensions of force the two are in. Qin Shimingyu's dimensional force was much higher than that of Ye Wen. After reading these 3 skills, I found out that there are 5,600 possession coins, which is not a lot. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen smiled bitterly. These skills are undoubtedly very powerful. At the very least, they can be equivalent to 20 to 30 million pirates in the pirate world. And this kind of strength, in East Blue, is actually already at the midstream level, and already has the strength to enter the Grand Line. 100-step flying sword, 3005. Yuanhong sword, 2000. Changhong Guanri, 3000. Luo Chen licked his dry lips, a little painful. He wanted to learn all 3 skills, but the possession coin was a big gap. With swordsmanship without swords, it's not possible at all. In other words, Babafijian and Changhong Guanri, I can only choose one of the 2. This is too difficult to choose. The 100-step flying sword is the supreme skill in the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, while the Changhong Guanri is the sword sage Gani developed by himself in combination with his own sword skills, which are extremely powerful. After hesitating for a while, Luo Chen still chose the 100-step flying sword and Yuanhong sword. After deducting 5,500 possession coins, congratulations to the host for learning the 100-step flying sword, Yuanhong sword. The icy mechanical electronic audio sounded. Luo Chen rushed to his head immediately, a huge stream of information came out of the void, entered his mind, and instantly merged with him. After a short period of 3 or 4 breaths, Luo Chen opened his eyes, and there was an extra long sword in his right hand. The sword body was crystal clear, it was the famous Jian Yuanhong 100-step flying sword. It's a master in an instant. Luo Chen muttered, his eyes shot out a bright sword intent. This is the first time he has learned the skills given by the possessive system, and he has truly discovered the power of the system's capabilities. The state of mind was always good to say before, and he learned it in an instant. But swordsmanship must be practiced thousands of times before he can be trained, but by this time, he is already the master. It's a pity, I don't have inner strength mentality. With my physical condition at this time, with this swordsmanship, I can only exert the strength of about 15 million pirates. Chapter 18. This is only Luo Chen's general judgment. As for the specific strength that can be exerted in the battle, it is not necessarily. After all, he has not experienced many battles from birth to now. Lack of sufficient combat experience, and the previous battles were all possessed by other people. The battles carried out, the strength of others borrowed from them, and their own shots must be hugely different. Slowly pulling out the Yuanhong sword, looking at the crystal clear, shimmering sword blade, Luo Chen's eyes burst with a sharp light. After 2 breaths, he slowly closed the sword blade, and the breath on his body was also gradually returned to calm. Walking towards the warehouse of this ship, Luo Chen wanted to find some treasures. The property on his body has been exhausted because of these 2 battles, and now it can be said that he has no possessions. The pirate's warehouse is in the basement under the deck. Luo Chen walked into the warehouse, lit the candle light, and immediately saw the scene in the warehouse. However, the scene in front of his eyes made him frown. So little. He thought that Saunders was a pirate who burned, killed, looted, and did all in one, and he must have a lot of inventory. However, in this warehouse, there are only 2 or 3 piles of shining golden treasures. Together, I am afraid it is only 5 or 600,000. Price. Lifting up on the deck, he summoned a pirate. Why are there so few treasures on the ship? Where are the other things hidden? He pressed the hilt with his right hand, his eyes were full of cold light, and the pirate on the opposite side almost softened. When the treasure first entered the Grand Line, we were robbed by other pirate groups. Now the ones in the warehouse are the ones we returned to East Blue and grabbed those small pirate groups. The pirate was so scared that he didn't dare to hide at all. Luo Chen let go of the hilt, feeling a little speechless. He didn't expect to be so unlucky. He returned to the warehouse again, slammed all the treasures into a dark package, and then carried them on his back. The package is not big, but because most of it is made of metal, it is a bit heavy. After returning to the deck again, he put down the package and sat down cross-legged. Keep sailing, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that the pirate next to him wanted to speak and stopped, Luo Chen directly swallowed the other party's words into his throat. The pirate ship had been traveling for 3 days, and it almost came to the most remote sea area of East Blue, and Luo Chen just stood up. Close to that island. He pointed to the small island not far in front, and said. The pirates are overjoyed. It's been 3 days, and they haven't eaten for 3 days. For 3 full days, this killing star made them keep sailing. Half an hour later, the ship approached the island pointed by Luo Chen. When the pirates were about to disembark, Luo Chen cast his cold eyes on these people again. You guys get out of here right away and get out of here. Also, don't reveal my whereabouts to anyone. The hungry and dizzy pirate was startled, and then someone was furious and was about to roar out, but was pulled by his companion and covered his mouth. Shhh, don't talk, I just saw an island not far from here, let's go there. Offended this guy, now he's dead. The man was startled and reacted. When he saw that the sword in Luo Chen's hand was half an inch out of its sheath, he immediately shrank his eyes and swallowed the angry words into his mouth. Don't worry, Captain, we won't say anything. We will leave now. The pirates joked and flattered, and then the navigator who was driving the ship, turned the rudder, and immediately drove the pirate ship away from here. Luo Chen stood by the coast and watched the pirate ship leave quietly. He turned and walked towards the island until there was no shadow. At this point, the feeling of danger has mostly disappeared, but there is still it. 3 days ago, when I learned the 100-step flying sword, the feeling of danger dropped by 30%. After 3 days of sailing, the feeling of danger dropped by 40%. Now that I have arrived here, this dangerous intuition is only 30% left. With a flash of eyes, Luo Chen stepped towards the village on the island. The island is not big, there is only one street. In front of him is the endless sea, and behind him are tracts of villages and undulating mountains. The first thing Luo Chen did when he came to this village was to find someone to exchange part of the treasure and obtain 100,000 Bailey notes. The system does not recognize treasures, only Pele, which makes Luo Chen very helpless. And, walking around in the sea may require currency. Fortunately, people in the village feel that hard currency is more valuable than paper money. The second thing is to find a bar and start eating. Those pirates didn't eat for 3 days, in fact he did. After a big meal in the bar, Luo Chen found another hotel and slept beautifully. When he opened his eyes the next day, it was already afternoon. Now, it's time to find a boat. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, and Luo Chen began to ask the villagers which one could sail. A sailing ship? Do you want to travel far? If you want to travel far, ordinary fishing boats will definitely not work, at least you have to sail. The village chief thought for a while and said slowly. Yes, I need a ship that can sail. Luo Chen nodded. Then, only the Luoside family has it. I remember that he happened to have a sailing boat, but it seems that it hasn't been used for many years. The village chief thought about it and said to Luo Chen. Thank you, village chief. Finally, Luo Chen walked towards Rashid's house. Rashid is obviously the richest person in the village. His house is surrounded by walls. The courtyard is 400 to 500 square meters. It is a beautiful garden. The path is paved with bluestone, but the house is a 3-story small villa. Luo Chen directly found Rashid and explained his intentions. Do you want my sailing boat? There was a strange look in Rashid's eyes, and he took a look at Luo Chen. Yes, my ship broke down, and I only wandered here yesterday. Luo Chen nodded. Look at you with a sword? Wandering on the sea again, not like a pirate, let alone a marine. Are you a pirate hunter? Rashid asked curiously. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, I am a pirate hunter. Last time I ran into a powerful pirate, and my ship broke down. I finally escaped. Pirate hunters are not safe. Rashid sighed, and then said, well, I'll sell this ship to you, and I won't ask you for more money, 200,000. At the beginning, my father spent 700,000 to build this ship. His keel was very strong and its durability was absolutely reliable. It's just that after the death of my father, there is no one in our family who can sail anymore, and this has become idle. Luo Chen nodded. 200,000 one boat is indeed very cheap. Yes, where is the boat? It's in the small port just behind the island. Although I don't use it, I often send someone to repair it. After all, my father gave me something. P.S. Seek collection, recommend. Chapter 19. After so many years, he is actually no different from when he was just pulled back. With that, Rashid led Luo Chen towards the small port that he said. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the port behind. It is said that it is a port, but it is actually only one side of the island. It is only caused by the shape of the island. There is an inner bay on the shore close to the sea. That ship was docked quietly in the inner bay at this moment. Luo Chen looked at the ship carefully across a long distance, and his eyes showed satisfaction. From the outside, Rashid did not lie to him. The canvas and outline of this ship are intact, and there is no accumulation of dust that has not been used for a long time. On the contrary, it looks neat and clean, like a new ship that has never been used. The shape of his structure is retro, and the front and rear ends of the boat are slightly retracted toward the middle, which looks very interesting. At the front of the bow, a sculpture of a giant dragon leap is inlaid. This dragon was added by my father. The name of this ship is also called the Flying Dragon Logan. Rashid said slowly, then he took out a whistle and blew it fiercely. Shhh. The sharp whistle sounded, and the Logan in the distance trembled, then cut through the water, brought out ripples, and drove toward the two of them. It's here, go up and have a look. Luo Chen nodded, and when the Logan approached, he realized that the ship was not big, and the total length was only 20 meters. However, the draft is very heavy, it appears thick and stable when floating on the water, and it is difficult to feel tremor after boarding the boat. Logan's material is made of cylindrica from all over the world. The cylindrica is produced deep in the seabed. It is very strong. Being in the sea for a long time also makes him tougher. Rashid briefly introduced. While nodding, Luo Chen followed Rashid and looked around. I picked a few easy-to-damage places and knocked, but there was a solid voice, which made Luo Chen nod. He is not ignorant of boats. His brother Roger is actually a very good guy. He has a very clear understanding of world history and all walks of life. And this also affected him, in addition to martial arts. In fact, in other aspects, he has to surpass Roger. After half an hour, the two discussed the price. This ship was finally sold at a price of 200,000 Baileys, and Luo Chen had no cash, and finally exchanged it with a treasure of equal value. Both of them have achieved their expected goals in their transactions, so they are both satisfied. Rashid also happily invited Luo Chen to dinner, and the latter readily agreed. In the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Luo Chen left here. After purchasing some daily necessities and food for 5 people for half a year, he only arrived on the Logan. Luo Chen smiled as he looked at the ship in front of him graciously. This ship is not big, but in the future, it may be his home. He was offered a reward by Marine, and it was impossible for him to stay in one place for a long time. From then on, I can only live a life of wandering around. At the second Tenton, Luo Chen drove the Logan slowly away from the island. Just 2 days before he left the island, the Sodexo pirate ship also arrived on a small island at the same time. The only 24 pirates left were going crazy. They rushed to the restaurant on the island fiercely, and then threatened the store to ask for a sufficient amount of food. "Bring out your food, otherwise, I will kill you all." She yelled frantically at the people in front of her, and the fierce breath immediately frightened the waiter and shopkeeper. Immediately afterwards, the food came up quickly, and they gobbled it down. When they were full, the pirates let out a long sigh of relief, and a satisfied look appeared on their faces. "Oh, that's so cool. That BD, we didn't eat for 3 full days, and Laozi starved to death. Next time you see him, you must kill him." The pirates complained, but there was still a look of horror in their eyes, so they were just for venting. If they really asked them to find that kid, I'm afraid there are 10,000 people unwilling in their hearts. Just after they complained, and arrived in the restaurant halfway through their meal, a young man who had been sitting quietly suddenly spoke. "Where is that BD in your mouth?" The pirates woke up suddenly and suddenly turned their heads to look at the difficult young man. "I saw that man was shrouded in a dark robe, covering his figure and face, his voice was low and serious, and he had a mysterious aura." "Who is your kid?" they shouted. He even dared to ask the news about the killing star. I wonder if they would be killed if they said nonsense. "Who am I?" The young man enveloped in the black robe suddenly laughed. He did not answer the pirate's questions, but said to himself, "I haven't been with you. He seems to be a very cautious person. This kid is different and unusual. He seems to be a very brainy guy." Immediately afterwards, he slowly stood up, and when he stood up, the pirates discovered that the opponent's height was more than 2 meters, burly and extremely oppressive. Afterwards, the man took off the robe from his head, revealing a face covered with fine runes. "I am, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Darag." It's polite. The polite words caused the pirates' complexions to change in an instant, and the long sword weapon that they had just grabbed in their hands fell to the ground with a bang. After a breath, Marine, who had been ambushing outside, rushed in, and countless spears pointed at them. In fact, Duolag and Luo Chen passed by that day. When he came to the location of the merchant ship and saw the sinking merchant ship, Duolag had already reacted. Recalling the previous scenes, their eyes immediately locked on the Sodders pirates. For Marine, locking a pirate ship and making up his mind to destroy them is still a bit difficult for East Blue School level officers, but for Rear Admiral level Darag, it seems easy. In just 5 hours, the movement of the Sodexo pirate ship had been clearly felt by them, and then they followed closely. After a brief questioning, Darag's eyes flashed and he laughed. "In other words, that guy is on that island now, very close to here." "Yes, Master Marine," the pirates said flatly. "Darag Rear Admiral, shall we go to that island immediately to arrest people?" Captain Oak asked respectfully. "Ha ha." Darag laughed, with a wise light in his eyes. "No, that guy, I'm afraid he's already gone. I really underestimated you, Luo-chan." Chapter 20 The Last Sound. When Dorage captured the Soders pirates, Luo-chan had already driven the Logan away from the island. At this time, if the marine guys are not stupid, they should have caught the pirates. Feeling that the warning in his heart finally disappeared, Luo-chan finally showed a smile on his face. "I have been using the Soders to sail, docking on the island, and then letting the pirates get out, in fact, all to make marines' eyes be attracted by the Soders. Under such circumstances, it gave him a chance to cushion. Luo-chan is not that stupid, Marine has already known his whereabouts, and naturally he can't escape the opponent's gaze. Under such circumstances, if you have been using the Soders to sail, you will be caught sooner or later. If the opponent comes to a powerful guy, then you must definitely explain here." Moreover, the warning in that heart never disappeared, which proved that his guess was correct. It wasn't until this time that intuition dissipated, and Luo-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing at the front end of the Logan and looking at the calm sea, Luo-chan's eyes flickered. Next, what should I do? There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He fled from Logue Town, and then he was injured by Marine and rescued by Hefia, to the destruction of the Soders pirates, and to what he is now. In a short period of time, everything he experienced far surpassed everything he had experienced in 16 years of life. Such a life was too rich and exciting, and Luo-chan didn't know whether it was excitement or fear in his heart. For half an hour, Luo-chan was immersed in this kind of stimulating and frightening thinking. After a long time, he looked up, and at this time, there was already a smile in his eyes. "However, I have to admit that this feeling is really fun." He laughed, and then Luo-chan began to think about his future life. "If I remember correctly, Roger, he has a son. And now I also have the strength to protect myself. Although the possession system is a big money-consuming player, I have to say that the power he can give me is also very powerful." The ship was heading slowly, and an hour later, Luo-chan's front became noisy. A pirate again. Frowning and looking at the chaotic sea ahead, he saw two ships in front of him were fighting fiercely. One of them was a pirate ship with a skull banner. In the era caused by Roger, before it stabilized, the so-called pirates were really greedy, shameless, and cruel guys. These guys are real scum. Because of this, Luo-chan hated being a pirate. The pirates he had seen so far, except Roger, were all scumbags who burned, killed, looted, and were extremely cruel. There is no moral bottom line at all, and he is the worst guy. Become a pirate hunter, then, destroy these disgusting guys, and then go all the way to South Blue. Roger's son and wife must be saved. Faintly, Roger's hearty smile appeared in front of Luo-chan's eyes, and his face couldn't help but smile. "My elder brother treats himself very well. Because of the age difference, Roger is more doting on himself. The two have the same blood and are real brothers." Soon, Luo-chan's ship approached the chaotic situation ahead. With a grip of his right hand, he grasped the Yuanhong sword tightly. Luo-chan's eyes showed a murderous intent, and then immediately after, he put on a mask. This was when Luo-chan asked the master on the island to do it when he was on that island. The image was exactly the face of the Monkey King of the Heavenly Palace of the Brain in the previous life. The mask of the Monkey King and a black robe are exactly the image of Luo-chan at this moment. "Seeing pirates like you really disgusts me." The rise of ship killings on both sides, blood flowed. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came. The pirates were immediately shocked, and then turned their heads, especially the woman led by the pirate, holding a machete, and immediately looking at the place where the sound was coming from. A small boat with a black robe and a monkey mask standing at the front of the boat. "FK off, my old lady has no time to talk to you." Starly shouted fiercely. "Stay alive, who is offering a reward of 3 million yuan, You have no time to talk to me, but I have time to talk to you. Luo Chen took out a reward order in his right hand and said with a light smile. Are you a bounty hunter? Starly's expression changed. You got it right, but it's a pity that the reward is your head. His face suddenly became cold. Luo Chen bent his knees, and his whole body had already jumped from the Logan, but in an instant, he entered the crowd of the two sides fighting. Starly became fierce and waved his hand, knock him to death. Immediately, a dozen pirates shifted their targets and ran towards Luo Chen holding their weapons. With his eyes narrowed, Luo Chen leaned forward slightly, muttering in his mouth. Vertical, indomitable, invincible ahead. You stand in front of me, then, all have to die. Suddenly, his voice was filthy, his speed suddenly increased, leaving a stream of light in place. There was a wave of electricity between his hands, and there was electricity in the void, and Luo Chen suddenly shuttled past the bodies of a dozen pirates. Call. A gust of wind appeared, and the forward stature of a dozen pirates was forbidden, and shock and inconceivability appeared in their eyes, mixed with a touch of fear. Puff. Large swaths of blood spilled out, staining the red deck, and a dozen figures all fell to the ground, without any movement. Wow! This simple, fierce swordsmanship stunned everyone present. People turned their eyes to Luo Chen. Unlike the horrified eyes of the pirates, it was the expressions of relief from the combatants who participated in the fight on the civilian transport ship. You, who the hell are you? Starly yelled, with trepidation in his eyes. That kind of swordsmanship has surpassed her too much. If you ask for the name, I can tell you. Luo Chen spit out softly, moved forward slowly, and flicked his long sword, pointing diagonally to the ground. Please remember the last sound you heard in your life. My name. As soon as his body moved, Luo Chen had already faced Starly, and the latter had no time to react, and his expression became extremely frightened. Call it. As the long sword turned, the bright and beautiful sword flowers bloomed, and there were bursts of crisp sword chants in the air. Call out. Cut through the air, the tip of the sword turned, and moved towards Starly's neck. Juggernaut, gain. Puff. Blood spurted out, and a big head shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen stepped out and came to the remaining pirates. The sword swept across, and a series of poo-poo came out. Within 2 minutes, a group of pirates was easily crushed by him. P.S. Seeking collection, seeking recommendation. Chapter 21 I want to save money. This was the first pirate Luo Chen solved, but it would definitely not be the last. His monkey face mask and terrible swordsmanship left a deep impression on the rescued. After beheading all the pirates, Luo Chen quietly left, hiding his merit and fame deeply. Only the name of the sword sage Gani was left. 3 days later, he came to the branch marine station. Looking at the marine barracks ahead, Luo Chen's eyes darkened under Luo Chen's mask. The safest place is to stand under their noses. No one would have thought that I would become a pirate hunter. Striding towards the marine branch, when Luo Chen came to the door, the 2 marines standing guard blocked him with serious expressions. Who? Juggernaut, gain. Luo Chen coldly spit out these 4 words, like the clanging words of the Jintia's haming, causing the 2 marines to tremble suddenly and look at him solemnly. Pirate hunter. In the past few days, they also heard that there was a pirate hunter named Sword Saint Gani wandering in the sea area. Up to now, there have been 4 or 5 pirate groups who were guilty of misfortune and have been wiped out by him. Therefore, when they heard these 4 words, the marines all looked respectful. This is the real powerhouse, and defends the justice of marine. It is their natural ally with the pirates as opponents. Yes. This is Starly's head. Luo Chen took out a package in a cold voice, raised his foot, revealing Starly's face, and surprised the 2 marines again. According to the rumors, this Starly is a female pirate, but she is cruel by nature and has killed countless people. Some even say that she cannibalizes raw human flesh and is extremely cruel, and her strong strength also makes this pirate branch not fundamental to her. No way. However, this thin guy with a monkey face mask in front of him could solve such a terrible guy with a single sword. Strength wins respect, and the two Marines are already in awe of Luo Chen. Where do the heads go and where can I get the bounty? Keeping the cold words, Luo Chen's voice does not contain the slightest emotion. Please follow me. The two Marines respectfully introduced Luo Chen into it. The latter was wearing a mask. No one could see the expression underneath him clearly. After leaning slightly, Marine led Luo Chen to the branch sergeant's office. Your Excellency, is the sword Saint Gain? In the small office, the scholar asked aloud on the face of Kuazi, carefully observing Luo Chen. From Luo Chen's figure, the sergeant saw the terrifying sword energy in the body of the person in front of him, as if he was about to rush out of his body, which was frightening. Sure enough, a master. Secretly said in his heart, the importance of the sergeant to Luo Chen's heart has increased a lot. You two step back first. Waved to let the two Marines leave, the sergeant told Luo Chen to sit down. This is Starly's head. Where can I get the money? Luo Chen simply put the parcel on the table, just exposing Starly's face, facing the sergeant. The latter's pupils shrank, confirming his identity, and his heart trembled. It's Starly, no doubt, 3 million Baileys, a lot of points will be given to you in a while. The sergeant nodded. Then as soon as possible. Luo Chen said coldly, ready to get up. Wait a minute, Lord Gani. The sergeant suddenly said, with a smile on his face, I wonder if you are interested in being a Marine. With your ability, if you join Marine, I guarantee you, once you enter Marine, you will be directly at the rank of sergeant, and your military exploits may be easier in terms of your skill. As long as you kill a few pirates, you will immediately upgrade, and the future is boundless. Luo Chen's eyes under the mask flashed, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of interest, but his voice under the mask was still cold. Not interested in. I only do it for money. After speaking, he turned and left here, accompanied by the sergeant, to the place to withdraw the money. Marine's financial division is not far away. It only took a while to get all 3 million Baileys. At this time, the sergeant was still persuading him, enlightening Luo Chen, and the various benefits of being Marine. Now Marine is preparing to carry out a major cleanup activity on East Blue, and it needs to be joined by capable powerhouses. It is a good time for you to come in at this time. You must cherish this opportunity. I can guarantee you, in 3 years, no, in 2 years, you must be at the major level. Even in the entire East Blue, the major level is very high. Trust me, Guy Nai, you will have a lot of promise. However, in the face of the sergeant's expectations and persuasion, Luo Chen just said coldly, I am only interested in money. Money can make ghosts grind, and he only needs money. As long as he has a lot of money, he will be able to gain powerful power and hope to survive in this chaotic world. Because of the sergeant's blending, Luo Chen delayed for a quarter of an hour before going out to Marine Base. Seeing the sergeant's unwilling look in his eyes, Luo Chen trembled in his heart. Shook his head, took a step, and left here. Too much is too late. I use a mask to cover my identity, and I am shocked by my strength. They will not be interested in the face under my mask. However, if they really join Marine, there will be more restrictions. Suspect. For Marine, don't get close, don't leave, keep your distance. This is the best way. This was the first pirate deal. In the next 3 months, Luo Chen drove all the way in the direction of Logue Town. He killed dozens of pirates in total, all offering rewards of more than 1 million. Such a record has made his name spread among the people and Marine. The senior officials of the branch have also begun to look at him. After all, it may be luck to kill 1,000,000 pirates once, but after so many times, the latter will not hurt at all, that is, the strength is really strong. Such talents are exactly what Marine needs at this time. At the same time, the pirates began to pay attention to this cold guy with a monkey face mask and a long sword on his back. A powerful pirate hunter poses a great threat to pirates. In East Blue, Luo Chen was sitting on the deck alone at this time, holding the top-grade wine in his hand, drinking slowly one bite at a time. After several killings, his money has accumulated to as much as 35 million. Suddenly from the poor to the well-off standard. I don't have the strength. To be a pirate hunter is just looking for death, but I have strength. This is the way to get rich. Standing on the deck, Luo Chen looked very energetic, pointing the country, encouraging words, very generous. In his previous life, he was just a poor boy who had never made a four-figure deposit. How could he have experienced this process of a local tyrant with tens of millions of deposits suddenly? I want to save money. Save money fiercely. If you have money, you will have a sense of happiness. There was a blush on his face, and Luo Chen called out. P.S. Ahem, it's changed, the book is very flavorful, it's okay, I won't be an eunuch. Chapter 22 The Colonel wants to see you. The gaffe under drunkenness made Luo Chen wantonly mad, face the wide sea loudly and constantly vent. In these days, too many things have happened, the death of his brother, the chase of Marine, the separation of friends, the sudden arrival of the possessive system. Without a trace of strength, he suddenly turned into a strong man, able to gallop in the sea. Be a pirate hunter above. All of this, when he was 16 years old, he couldn't even imagine. Everything is too weird, too incredible. Luo Chen's heart has always been under pressure, confused about the future, doubting about his own strength. He didn't know what to do. Only recently has there been a trace of enlightenment. That day, he went to claim the bounty in front of Marine. This was an experiment and an adventure for him. He wanted to know whether he could show up in front of these people who chased him upright, no longer avoiding and fleeing, and whether he had the courage to face difficulties. As he approached Marine Base, his heart remained calm. Therefore, he finally determined that the strength of the possessive system has changed himself, and the master's state of mind has made him calm and able to face any danger and predicament. So, he was happy, he was crazy. Not only because of that objective bounty, but also because of his own strength. He is very happy, very happy. Alone drank the wine presumptuously, but after a while, Luo Chen fell asleep in a drowsy manner. The Logan slowly followed the sea breeze towards the front, not knowing where it would go. On the second day, when the morning sun was rising, the warm sun's rays shone on Luo Chen's eye, causing him to wake up dimly in the dazzling light. Headache. Rubbing his temples, slowly turning back in his mind, remembering all the previous things. After getting up, Luo Chen drank a few big sips of water and washed his face before he woke up. The money is still not enough, I still need to save a lot. The ghosts I summoned before were only 10,000 grades of ghosts at most, but they are already very powerful. Then, if I use tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Baileys, how powerful will the ghosts be summoned? I really want to know their style. Luo Chen had some expectations in his heart. Only from the price, he could distinguish the difference between the two. If he can be summoned and then fight a battle, will he be able to obtain the abilities of those powerful ghosts? For this, Luo Chen was full of eagerness. Afterwards, he set sail and drove the Logan in the east blue waters. Time was very fast, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the past few months, Luo Chen's reputation has become even more famous. His powerful strength allowed him to once again win 3 pirate groups with a bounty of around 5 million. This amounted to 15 million in total, and most of the other pirate groups were not strong enough, they all saw him from a distance, and then left quickly. The weak pirate group didn't dare to meet with me at all. In the past 3 months, there has been no business. Shaking his head helplessly, Luo Chen felt for the first time that his reputation is not a good thing. This means that it has become difficult for him to save money. On this day, he went to the nearest marine base. The pirates killed by Hiruzen recently need to be exchanged for bounty. It took 3 days to reach the nearest marine base. In fact, after such a long voyage, Luo Chen has already traveled almost every sea area in East Blue. Carrying a dark package, Luo Chen walked into the marine base with his monkey face mask. The people at the East Blue marine bases are already familiar with him. There are rumors within Marine that this pirate hunter with a monkey face mask has superb swordsmanship and unfathomable strength. It is terrifying. All the way down to the finance department, Luo Chen is also familiar with the layout of Marine base, and his layout is actually the same for most bases. Only special bases will be distributed according to terrain. Sluhu is offering a reward of $5.5 million. With an indifferent tone, Luo Chen put the dark package in his hand on the table. The black cloth scattered, revealing a hideous face. The inspector on the opposite side took a few careful glances and nodded to confirm. When Slu died, his pirate group had already disbanded, and such a major event of the pirate group's dissolution naturally spread quickly among Marine. Therefore, no one doubts the authenticity of the news, and this face with the same head and bounty is naturally not fake. It's him, the inspector said, and then took out 5.5 million Bailey to Luo Chen. Thanks for your hard work, pirate hunter, Gain. With a smile, the inspector said again. Luo Chen nodded, didn't say a word, and was about to turn around and leave. Please wait a minute, our colonel is interested in you. Could you please go to him for a cup of tea and chat? At this moment, the inspector spoke again, his words full of smiles. Luo Chen frowned, he didn't intend to have too much contact with Marine. Not interested in. Shaking his head, Luo Chen turned to leave. However, when he walked to the door, 2 soldiers suddenly blocked his progress. Putting his right hand on the barrel of the gun, this threatening movement immediately caused Luo Chen's pupils to shrink. What do you mean? Don't get me wrong, Colonel Xiu Ross, really just met you. He really wants to see the sword sage Gani, who is known as East Blue. The inspector still has a smiled face, but Luo Chen's heart but there was an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the crowd of footsteps came to mind outside the financial room, and with a loud shout, Marine, who was on patrol, stood in front of the financial room. This is a deterrent and a threat. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and he could see it naturally. Seeing Luo Chen standing still, he said no more, the inspector smiled and led the way. His right hand was slowly placed behind his back, but after halfway, it was Panasonic again. It's okay to see the colonel, but I hope there will be no surprises. Luo Chen said in the indifferent words. Of course, please rest assured, Master Shuros is the most hospitable. The prosecutors smiled very intimately, and quickly waved their hands to make the 2 people at the door retreat, and then led Luo Chen to the place where Shuros was. 5 minutes later, Luo Chen arrived in front of a room on the 3rd floor of the base center. Boom boom boom. Knocking on the door, a dull sound came from the door. Please come in. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, then pushed the door in. As soon as he entered the door, Luo Chen saw the simple furnishings in the room, wooden tables, chairs, bookcases, a few pots of vegetation, nothing else. Juggernaut, Guy. At this time, the middle-aged man in the room also raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Chen. Chapter 23. My colonel. The face under Luo Chen's mask was a little cold, and he nodded indifferently. In Marine's impression, the mysterious pirate hunter sword sage Gani is such an indifferent swordsman. So Xiu Luosi didn't care, just smiled and motioned Luo Chen to sit opposite him. I have always been very curious about your excellency, so I want to meet you this time, and I hope I don't mind. Nodding slightly, Luo Chen unceremoniously sat on the opposite side of Shuro's, and then said nothing. After waiting for a long time, before the other party could speak, Shuro's was a little embarrassed, and said after a laugh. Your Excellency Gain, don't you say something. Say what? Luo Chen asked back. For example, your life experience, place of birth, master, etc. Xiu Ra's eyes flashed and asked softly. In fact, for Marine, these powerful hunters' pirate information would be searched for on weekdays. Recently, Marine's deployment of East Blue requires a lot of combat power. These pirate hunters who are floating between Marine and pirates are naturally the best recruits. In fact, Marine has recruited a large number of pirate hunters to become Marine, either by position, money, or by seduce by beauty. In the meantime, many branches are very curious about this mysterious and powerful sword sage Gani, and often collect information and inquire about his source. But what is surprising is that this sword sage Gani seems to have appeared suddenly. Before that, there was no news of him. This person is astonishing as if he had fallen from the sky. Life experience. Birthplace. There was a slight smile in Luo Chen's tone, and a hint of anger was mixed in it. My colonel left me just to find out where I came from, right? Shuro's was taken aback, and then smiled. It's really curious. Then, he stared deeply at Luo Chen's mask. After all, you are our excellent partner, and we don't want to be such a trustworthy person with unclear origins. What kind of person are you under the mask? In case it's a pirate, that would be interesting. Isn't it? Finally, Xiaolus looked at Luo Chen with playful eyes and raised his voice. Pirate? Hee, you can really make a joke. Everyone knows that I, Gain, never show mercy to pirates. Luo Chen said coldly, as for you want to know who I am, I can also tell you. My hometown is not in East Blue, and I came to East Blue by coincidence recently. Swordsmanship in one suit was also learned in my hometown of South Blue. My master is called Gigutsi. What I learned is naturally his vertical and horizontal swordsmanship. These, you can check them out. Luo Chen's voice appeared cold, showing strong dissatisfaction with others asking about his identity. Hee, Your Excellency, don't be too angry. Marine has always been cautious. I hope you can understand. After hearing Luo Chen clearly explain his identity and memorizing a few words in his sentence, Xiu Luo's eyes flashed and he laughed loudly. Not in East Blue, no wonder we can't find his roots and feet. South Blue, Gigutsi, vertical and horizontal swordsmanship. Secretly remembering these key words in his heart, Shuro's prepared to report to his superiors later. Marine has branches in all areas. It is actually very easy to find out whether the news is true or not. Is there anything else? It has been delayed for a long time here. Luo Chen's unceremonious voice came over, reminding Xiu Ras to come back to his senses. Speaking a little bit embarrassed, maybe there is something inconvenient for you, Gai, but... Shuro's tone suddenly became serious. Please, take off the mask on your face. Its deep, solemn, and serious tone, as well as the aura that gradually rose from his body, made Luo Chen's eyes suddenly narrow. Sure enough, these guys are already suspicious of me. Luo Chen felt a little in his heart, and his whole body was already on guard. This is impossible. Colonel Shuro's, I am not Marine, please don't go too far. His tone also became tough, and his right hand was placed on the hilt behind his back. A sharp sword aura came from his body, making Xiu Rose's eyes solemn. It's worthy of being the legendary sword Saint Gani. This kind of sword intent is what I admire. But, today, I must see your excellency. Shuro's tone was very determined, and his figure stood up abruptly. Suddenly, The western sword leaning against Xiaola's chair was already held in his hand, and then suddenly stabbed towards the front. Luo Chen felt the violent flow of the air current, and a sharp air current broke through the heavy barriers in the air, thinking about him hitting it fiercely. "Do you want to do it?" "Yin!" The Yuanhong sword screamed, and it suddenly came out of its sheath. As the long sword was unsheathed, Luo Chen stepped back 3 steps and turned his right hand. The brilliant sword flower appeared in the air, and the crystal clear sword tip suddenly stopped in the air in front of him. When there was a crisp sound of swords, and a dazzling spark came out. 2 completely different swords hit each other with their sword tips. Shuro's pupils contracted, and the right hand holding the sword trembled, shocked in his heart. He made the sword first, but the opponent sent it first, and appeared on the only way to his western sword, as if waiting for him there. At the moment when the tip of his sword hit, Pei Ran's power came directly along the sword, making him seem to be unable to hold a long sword at that moment. Such a powerful force and superb swordsmanship made Shuro's judge that he was inferior to the opponent in just an instant. Superb master of swordsmanship. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave. Luo Chen looked at Xiaolas in a daze, slowly retracted the long sword, turned and left here. Shuros looked at Luo Chen's leaving back, and the western sword he was holding was slowly retracted. With one right arm, Count Lascelles began to tremble and hum at this moment, and the wooden chair under him was also after 3 breaths. With a buzzing sound, it became shattered. Perfect control of strength, superb swordsmanship, where did this guy come from? After hesitatingly glanced at the golden phone worm beside him, he still did not order Luo Chen to be intercepted. He is not sure whether the strength that the other party has just shown is all. If so, even if he turns his face, he will definitely arrest the other party, but at the last moment, the other party's confident and indifferent look makes him suspicious. It seems that even in the face of the entire Marine Division, the opponent is confident that they can leave safely. South Blue? Let them check first. But it's 80% possible, it's fake. This guy, there must be a problem with his identity. Shuros judged, his eyes flickering. You must keep an eye on him. Chapter 24, Identity. When Luo Chen left Shuro's marine base, there was no marine chasing him, which also made him feel relieved. All in all, one less trouble is indeed a good thing. Otherwise, if all these marines besieged him, it would take a lot of effort to get out of this marine base today, and pay a great price. Although Bailey had accumulated a lot at the moment, he still had to plan carefully and save money. There are too many masters in the pirate world. When you arrive at the Grand Line, you may encounter enemies, but Bailey, who started with millions, may have to summon ghosts before he can barely resist. In a sense, the ghost value of the possessive system is equivalent to the amount of bounty offered by the pirates. Of course, this is not absolute. For example, the swordsmanship of this guy Nai is placed in Qin Shimingyu, which is the price he summons. However, in this world, his exquisite swordsmanship has been upgraded for unknown reasons, and its value is discussed. No less inferior to tens of millions of pirate powerhouses. On board the Logan, Luo Chen's heart was already vigilant. You must leave East Blue as soon as possible. You can't stay here anymore. Marine, who was suspicious, was not so easy to dismiss. In the next 3 months, Luo Chen killed 5 pirate groups, exchanged marine base for bounty money, and pushed the amount of Pele he saved to 75 million, which is already won. The pen is quite a huge sum of money, and his heart that has been hanging up all the time is finally let go. 75 million, if you exchange for a ghost, your strength will probably not be lower than that of a general. And what does the general level marine represent? At least, in this East Blue, it is already invincible. Luo Chen gave himself 3 days off. During these 3 days, he moored the boat on a small island, played around, found a quiet light bar, listened to the violin, watched the beautiful women dance, and cultivated himself. Sentiment. 3 days later, he left here and continued towards the Grand Line. As far as he knows, if you want to go to South Blue, you must walk from Upside Down Mountain, where there is an upstream current that leads to the whole world. Of course, these news are only what he heard, and he doesn't know how it is. To go to Upside Down Mountain, you must pass through his hometown, Logue Town. With a squint, Luo Chen's face became serious. Looking at the unusually familiar town in front of him, Luo Chen was in a complicated mood at the moment. At the beginning, he was forced to leave here helplessly, and he didn't even have the power to protect himself. Unexpectedly, after the entire East Blue made a full circle, there was enough power. In the end, he returned here. When the ship approached the shore quietly, Luo Chen silently took out the mask and put it on his face. Then, jumping off the boat, Luo Chen headed towards Logue Town. Just as Luo Chen boarded Logue Town, inside the Marine branch office in this town. So, you suspect that this guy named Guy Nai is actually a pirate. Dressing up a pirate hunter, just to hide his identity. Middle-aged Colonel Small frowned and looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes full of questions. It's not a doubt, it's affirmation. The young man smiled, with a very affirmative tone. Durag, you have to know that if you make a mistake in judgment, we Marine will take a lot of risk. Small said in a deep voice. I can't be wrong, Dorag said softly. Then, his eyes became deep and distant, and he looked out the window. Not only am I sure that he is a pirate, I also know who this guy is. Since passing by with Luo Chen that time, Durag hasn't let go of any clues, and several nearby islands have also been to, including of course the one where Luo Chen bought the ship. Slowly, Durag pulled out a drawing from his hand. What is this? Small wondered. Ship. Durag said. What do you mean? Small still didn't figure it out. This ship belongs to that guy, the sword sage Gani, and at the same time, it is also brother D. Luo Chen, bought from a little noble named Rosh. From the day he bought the ship, Luo Chen disappeared, and at the same time, a pirate hunter named Gani was born. He is very smart, and almost hides all traces, but he is not cruel enough. Durag said softly, his eyes full of interest. You mean? The famous pirate hunter sword sage Gani is actually brother D. Luo Chen. Small said in shock. Durag didn't respond this time, his eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. Funny guy. Muttering, he stretched his hand into his arms and took out a small telephone bug. Report his position. Afterwards, he asked gently to the phone bug. Small curiously looked at the behavior of the young man in front of him, completely unable to understand what the other party was doing. Logue Town. A deep voice came from the phone worm, and Dorag smiled like an eyebrow. Then, without taking Lismo, he waved to the latter and stepped out of the office. Luo Chen stared at him for a long time, but there was no news from the other party. The guy was too smart, and after that, it seemed to have really disappeared. However, some time ago, a guy named Sword Saint Gani came into his sight. This was a pirate hunter seeking evidence. He accidentally saw that day, when the identity of the other party was proved to be wrong, he happened to be beside him. South Blue, there is no swordsman named Gi Gutsi, let alone a guy like Guy Nai. The affirmative tone of the South Blue division, Dorag still remembers clearly now. Yes, the identity of that guy is fake. This made him curious, why does a pirate hunter wear a mask and hide his identity? There must be a secret behind this, and it must be interesting. He first checked the opponent's swordsmanship, but he didn't have any clues. After that, he checked the boat. It was this ship that made Durag's previous stalemate problem clear through. It turns out that this is a story of one person turning into another. Immediately afterwards, he ran through all the clues, contacted the bystanders in the Chamber of Commerce that day, and obtained evidence to prove that the swordsmanship used by the so-called sword sage Gani was exactly the same as Luo Chen. This is a person at all. To this day, Durag has finally determined. Because, the other party is on Logue Town at the moment, and, Fang, is his original home. Interesting, interesting. Such a funny guy, I really don't want to catch you back to Marine. However, because you are funny, you are more dangerous. Compared to Roger, you are accustomed to hiding behind the methods, which is even more difficult to guard against. Brother D. Luo Chen. Chapter 25 The Strongest Soul. Standing on the street, Luo Chen's expression was a bit complicated. The time to leave the home where I grew up for 16 years is actually not long. However, what happened between these days seemed like a world away, fighting against Marine, fighting wits and courage, and saving the Chamber of Commerce. All of this, in the original boy, he couldn't imagine at all. During this time, not only his strength has changed, but his own heart has also become stronger. The Grand Master's mood influences him imperceptibly, and he is developing in a mature and perfect direction. The attic in front of me has 2 floors. The first floor is the living room and the second floor is the bedroom where he lives. The house is small and made of wood, but it is very warm. Luo Chen raised his steps and walked slowly into the room. The door was not locked. He was walking in a hurry at the time, and there was no time to do anything for the room. After entering the room, Luo Chen glanced around and found that the furnishings in it hadn't changed much. It was no different from before he left, but what made him strange was how clean the house was. Houses that have not been inhabited for a long time, especially wooden houses, are easy to accumulate dust and become insects. However, it is not here. Obviously, this room has been cleaned. Who is it? When Luo Chen thought about it in a blink of an eye, he understood. The heart couldn't help but warm, even if they left, Jinx and Ease would still not forget themselves. Luo Chen also knew the purpose of their help to clean the house. This is a kind of blessing and sustenance to wait for the partner to return home. Silently up the stairs, walked up to the second floor, Luo Chen entered his room. The furnishings of the rooms on the second floor are still simple, with a single bed, a small table and stool, and a wardrobe. On the table, there is a photo frame. Luo Chen's eyes turned to the frame, and his expression became silent. There are 2 people in the frame, one looks young, the other looks only 3 or 4 years old, which is very ignorant. A young man with a mustache, smiling very cheerfully, while a 3 or 4-year-old child is riding on his neck with a very awkward expression. Elder brother. Luo Chen muttered in his mouth, his eyes could not help but moist. The man in this frame is his brother, D. Roger. This was taken with his brother when he was 3 or 4 years old. Since then, the 2 have not taken any photos together. After Roger died, it can be said that this photo was the only medium he used to remember his brother. Go over, put this photo in the package and put it next to you. Luo Chen looked around again, and after seeing that there was nothing to take away, he turned around and left here resolutely. After leaving again, I am afraid it will take a long time to come back. This time, Luo Chen went down to the first floor, walked out of the door, and locked the door carefully. He locked it very carefully and very slowly. When he was locked on the street with his back to the street, a figure suddenly appeared here. The figure was very burly, with some runes on the face, and the cloak of justice on the back was fluttering in the wind. The marine system and clothes seemed very spiritual. Full of justice. Behind the people, marines also appeared, not many, only 5 or 6 people. But the marine team, which does not exceed 10 people in total, is full of shock. As soon as he appeared, the whole street began to quiet up. That is, Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters. There are many incognito pirates hidden in the crowd, and they are naturally very clear about Marine's military rank. This young Marine standing in front of him is actually a Rear Admiral. Why did Rear Admiral come here? The faint whisper was very light, but it was very clearly transmitted to Luo Chen's ears, making him startled. Afterwards, Luo Chen made a click sound from the lock, and the lock was firm. He slowly turned around, showing a trace of helplessness on his face. Did you still find it? Luo Chen was really helpless. He was already careful enough, and confirmed that any link he did was perfect. However, it was still found. Is it locked? You locked it very seriously. Durag asked with a chuckle. Between words, there is no atmosphere of facing the enemy at all. For the young man in front of him, Durag was very curious and admired. It is such a boy who is only 16 years old, but he hides the whole East Blue Marine, and even if it is not a coincidence, it is impossible for him to catch his true identity. Your own home must always be taken seriously. Luo Chen replied seriously. Is there any chance to come back? Durag asked casually. Some people who go out will always come back. Luo Chen is still very serious, as if every word he said, he would be responsible for it. Oh? You are very confident. Durag raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said with a smile, Roger's brother, really is extraordinary. In the past few years, Marine has only paid attention to your brother, but has ignored your existence. Even, many people don't know that he has a younger brother. I am Roger's younger brother, but I am just Luo Chen. The glory and fame of my brother belong to him and have nothing to do with me. Luo Chen suddenly said blankly. I am extraordinary, you will see, but in the future, not now. Luo Chen said these two sentences categorically and absolutely. In the words, it is full of extremely strong self-confidence. During these few words, Durag's eyes narrowed tightly. You are also very dangerous, boy. Today, I am afraid that you must never be allowed to leave here. Come back to Naval Headquarters with me. Luo Chen condensed his eyes, looked at Durag, and suddenly smiled. Rear Admiral, I belong to the sea, to land, but not to marine. In my entire life, maybe, I will go anywhere, but the only thing I won't go is marine. Durag was startled and then smiled. Interesting young man, but I can't help you. Afterwards, Durag waved his hand, and the 5-6 paths figures behind him all moved quickly. Seeing the enemy's hands, Luo Chen's eyes were also tightly squinted. The strength comparison between the enemy and ours is not obvious. Under such circumstances, only by raising one's strength to the limit can it be possible to escape. The opponent only brought such a team of people, obviously very confident, and the reason for supporting such confidence is undoubtedly a strong strength. The soldiers who have rushed over are not terrible, but the Rear Admiral is terrifying. With a confident attitude and a cold expression, there are no flaws in his body, and they all show their intractable strength. Therefore, Luo Chen began to possess without hesitation at this moment. Summon, 75 million, nothing left. Summon the strongest soul for me so far. P.S. Who should call the strongest soul? Chapter 26. As soon as the voice in Luo Chen's mind fell, the system responded. It costs 75 million Bailey to summon a green soul. Faintly, a group of rotating rays of light bloomed, and a burly figure stepped out of the sky, and merged with Luo Chen in an instant. This figure has a cold face and scarlet eyes, which seems to be shining with endless bright light. The speed at which he merged with Luo Chen was incredibly fast, and it was only a moment of effort that he had been integrated into Luo Chen's body. The whole person was shocked, and Luo Chen, who opened his eyes again, showed a touch of scarlet, 3 Guyu, spinning quickly. This time, is it Uchiha Itaku? A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luo Chen didn't know how the system would arrange the soul's combat power, but the 75 million Pele actually summoned the high-end combat power in this Hokage. Fortunately, Green Pinnacle Soul, Uchiha Itachi. Bloodline, Sharingan, good at, illusion, ninjutsu. The relevant information given by the system quickly flowed in his mind, and Luo Chen himself was quickly fusing with Uchiha Itachi. Gradually, he could feel a swelling force in his body, and the flow turned to the limbs, washing his whole body and becoming stronger. This is a kind of invisible rapid training. The time is very fast, and in almost an instant, Luo Chen's physical strength has entered the next stage. Luo Chen, who temporarily possessed Sharingan, had the three-gold jade in his eyes spinning rapidly, and the speed of Marine, who was flying towards him, slowed down under his sight. Suddenly, Luo Chen also moved. At this moment of movement, the Yuanhong sword behind him was also unsheathed. Yin. A crisp sword chant sounded, and a brilliant sight burst out suddenly, and Luo Chen strode forward, and in just a few steps, he had reached the front of Marine. His speed is like teleporting, spanning a distance of only 10 meters. The strange speed made the Marine startled. Immediately afterwards, a more terrifying sword light appeared. A sword out of the blue soul, glorious Kyushu cold. The blue light is reflected in everyone's eyes. This kind of brilliance is extremely beautiful, but it drew people's minds. Luo Chen's expression was calm, and he in the Sharingan state, combined with Uchiha Itachi's lifelong combat experience, demonstrated an extremely terrifying actual combat ability at this moment. The two sides passed by, Luo Chen didn't pause, and passed the attacking Marine. Puff. The blood erupted, and the Marines let out a cry of pain and fell directly to the ground. In the face of this magical swordsmanship, they didn't even support a move. Seeing this scene, Durag's pupils shrank. According to the information he got, the kid in front of him was only at the level of 40 to 50 million, so he had to calculate too much. However, the opponent dropped a powerful school-level officer directly on the ground with one blow. This kid still hides his strength. Beat 5 school-level officers in one blow. This kid, it's terrible. With such terrifying power at this age, it can be said that Luo Chen's potential is no less than that of his brother One Piece Roger. This also proves that the other party obviously has the value of hundreds of millions of bounty. I underestimated you. Durag took a step forward, his cloak of justice swayed, his expression dignified and full of attention. Marine, report your name. Luo Chen stepped past the school-level officer who had fallen to the ground and screamed, and pointed the long sword straight at Durag. Although he is familiar with the characters in the anime, it is difficult to distinguish them when he meets them with his own eyes. Monkey D. Durag. Marine Rear Admiral. Durag said in a deep voice, Luo Chen, in the name of Marshal Naval Headquarters, I will arrest you here today. You'd better catch it with your hands. Luo Chen couldn't help being stunned when he heard that Marine reported his name in front of him. Durag. He really didn't expect that this very powerful guy in front of him was actually Durag, the leader of the revolutionary army who set off the world in the anime in the future. He was hailed as the most vicious criminal in the world. One Piece is on the same level. Interesting, I didn't expect that I could meet you here. A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth, and his heart became calmer. Suddenly encountering such a powerful enemy, I have to say that Luo Chen's heart was still excited. Isn't it interesting to be able to compete with powerful and famous young-age characters in anime? Do you know me? Durag raised his eyebrows. The famous Durag Rear Admiral, who doesn't know? Luo Chen said with a light smile. Durag is even more strange. This is the first time he has left the headquarters to perform a mission. As for his reputation, it is only in Marine. Anyone outside, who knows himself? Luo Chen didn't talk nonsense anymore, his eyes narrowed, and the three Guyu turned faster. Exercising all your strength, it is impossible to get in touch with each other just now, it must be a test of each other's true strength at the beginning. With a flick of Yuan Hong's sword, he let out a crisp sword groan, pulling out a beautiful sword flower in the air. At this moment, Luo Chen moved. His steps are brisk, but weird, seemingly slow, but he is advancing extremely fast. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Durag. A sword was suddenly drawn, and it went straight to the vital point of his neck. Call. Like a gust of wind, Durag escaped the blow. But shortly afterwards, a more violent sword shadow descended, and Durag was surprised. This kid's swordsmanship was airtight and extremely suppressive. For a time, he was forced to retreat. The two attacked one by one, and the other backed off to dodge. In just a short time, they had already fought for 100 meters. Ghost Valley's vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, one vertical and one horizontal, offensive and defensive, when attacking is like an angry thunder from the sky, violent and cruel, and the tip of the sword shakes, causing the enemy to fall into a violent storm and be bombarded by thousands of thunder, punctual, and like long snakes circled, turtles on the ground, airtight, no flaws. Under such circumstances, even if it is Durag, there is only one step back for a while. After more than 10 breaths of effort, Durag had been forced to the fountain on the street. At this moment, Luo Chen's right hand trembled, and a fiercer sword technique came out. In an instant, he pierced 36 sword flowers, distributed in the air in front of Durag. This means that at this moment, Luo Chen's swordsmanship attacked Durag's body in 36 directions. Horrible swordsmanship. Durag's eyes narrowed, but this time, he didn't evade anymore, but let the 36 sword flowers bloom all over him. In the moment when the 36 sword flowers were fully blooming, Luo Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Go through. The sword shadow actually passed through Durag's figure directly, and at the same time, a big hand fell toward him in the air. Chapter 27, Suppression. This big hand belonged to Durag, and it fell from the sky with strong wind. Luo Chen could feel that the surrounding space seemed to be closed by this palm, and it collapsed. Luo Chen squinted his eyes, only to see the strength of the opponent in an instant. At the same time, he suddenly raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and also made a palm print toward the other party. Boom! The two palms collided fiercely, and the stone slab under Luo Chen's feet suddenly shattered and exploded, splashing everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the Yuan Hong sword that had just been swung out, the hilt of the sword turned, towards Luo Chen's side, and stabbed it again. By this time, Durag's figure was already on the ground, and the point of this long sword was aimed at his back and stabbed fiercely. The keen Durag also felt the danger behind him, his face sank, and he let out a cold drink. Iron body. Stab it. The tip of the Yuan Hong sword stabbed Durag's back fiercely, causing sparks. Shock flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, and the opponent's body seemed to be turned into steel at this moment, extremely hard. This is the iron body, one of Marine 6 styles. As an outstanding young man of Marine, Durag has clearly practiced this trick to the realm of perfection. So strong sword intent. Durag felt the tingling in his back, and his eyes immediately became serious. After a quick confrontation, the two quickly made a leap towards the rear and stood at each other 5 feet apart. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The tone was a bit heavy, and Doriach's attention to Luo Chen increased a lot in an instant. Marine Rear Admiral, a well-deserved reputation. Luo Chen shook the Yuan Hong sword, pointed the long sword diagonally at the ground, his expression was cold and serious. The two stood facing each other, and after 3 breaths, their figures disappeared again. In Sheringan's eyes, the 3-hook jade turned quickly, perceiving every move of Durag. Luo Chen almost had the effect of predicting, and he was always able to swing the sword to the place where he needed it most accurately, and deeply suppress Dora. Grid. The latter, however, can also rely on observation haki to see Lugo-chan's every move in an insightful view, all in sight. In just a dozen breaths, the two figures staggered, quickly avoiding, attacking, and making moves to each other, but none of the attacks fell on each other. Da-da. Jumping back quickly, adjusting his breathing disorder due to the fierce attack, Durag's eyes became even more solemn. This kid's swordsmanship is so strong. Just playing against each other's physical skills, he didn't even take advantage of it. He has Marine's best teaching and observation haki. He can keenly perceive each other's actions, but what shocks him is the other party seems to be able to clearly see any of his actions. It's those eyes. Durag's eyes shrank, and he saw Lugo-chan's scarlet eyes, inside which 3 Guya jades slowly rotated, containing violence and blood. What kind of eyes are they? It seems that I have to use some strength. This kid, there is still a secret in his body. With his eyes narrowed, Durag began to take care of him. As a Marine elite, he was promoted to Marine Rear Admiral at a young age, and he rarely encountered enemies that made him fight with all his strength. But this time, he faintly felt that if he didn't exert his full power, he would fall down. How can an old driver roll over? So Durag decided to have a big one. With his eyes condensed, Durag's figure suddenly disappeared. Shave. The speed that surpassed the limit of the body appeared in front of Lugo-chan almost instantly, and then, Durag's index finger stretched out, condensing extremely sharp power, and burst out suddenly. Finger pistol. The speed of this movement caused Lugo-chan's heart to tremble. The speed was so fast that his Sharinan could see clearly, but his body was completely unable to make evasive movements. The 3 Guyas spun crazily in an instant, and in an instant they turned into a pitch-black shuriken windmill. Puff. Finger pistol deeply inserted Lugo-chan's body, and there was relief in Durag's eyes. Hit. But after a breath, Durag suddenly became vigilant. He actually saw Lugo-chan in front of him, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, and disappeared into a group of crows. This is devil fruit. Countless dark crows screamed, flying towards the rear, and then gathered together again to form Lugo-chan's figure. Devil fruit? If you think so, then so be it. Lugo-chan smiled. His eyes. Durag stared into Lugo-chan's eyes, and his heart shook again. It was a 3-diamond windmill like a dart, slowly spinning, surrounded by a boundless sea of blood, as if it were just eyes that could bring people to unknown and fearful. Who on earth are you? At this moment, Durag started to doubt Lugo-chan's identity. In his understanding, Lugo-chan is a guy with no talent in martial arts, and he is totally incomparable with his brother. However, what is the reason for this guy to become a strong person who can actually confront him in a short period of time? What? Haha, I'm brother D. Lugo-chan. Lugo-chan laughed, his laughter stopped suddenly, and then he inserted the Yuanhong sword in his hand into the scabbard behind him. Durag, you are strong. It's worth all my strength. Seeing Lugo-chan's expression suddenly became serious, Durag was even more vigilant in his heart. He doesn't even use a sword. What other trick? As everyone knows, Uchiha Itachi has been rough throughout his life, but his talent is extremely powerful. His power is not only in the magical illusion, but also in the terrible ninjutsu. In addition, Mangekyo Sharinan makes him extremely incomparable. Horrible. Da-da-da. With his hands hanging down, Lugo-chan began to erratic left and right, rushing forward, towards Durag. Shadow clone technique. The hands were quickly sealed, and behind the bang, 3 Lugo-chan appeared beside him, all with cold and serious expressions, and attacked Durag. What? Doriage was shocked. This guy. For the first time he saw someone who could separate 3 people to fight together, and he couldn't see the reality at all. In just an instant, the 3 shadow clones had already rushed in front of Durag. Kyu waved, cold light burst, forming a very oppressive attack. These attacks were fast and strong. Durag dodged quickly, and then leaped back towards the sky. But at this moment, the last figure hidden behind was cold, his hands quickly interlaced, and the seal came out. Cold and merciless words were spit out from Luo Chen's mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chapter 28 The Crow. Puff. In Luo Chen's mouth, there was actually a large group of flames. The flames were extremely hot, burning, and distorting the air. Moreover, it possesses a rather strong impact force, and Durag rushes arbitrarily towards the sky. The flames overwhelmed the sky, and instantly rushed towards Durag, only to cover up his figure in an instant. It can be clearly seen that the flames engulfed Durag's arms, body, and legs. Flames flew around, and after 3 breaths, everything dissipated. Clatter! Luo Chen dropped his feet on the ground, and the 3 shadow clones stood back to back with him, seeing everything around him clearly. Sherinan turned, and the figure of Durag in the air gradually appeared again. His clothes were clean and tidy, and he was not affected by the flames just now. Similarly, Durag fell to the ground from the air. Devil fruit. Flame. Can still distinguish 3 identical selves. At this moment, for Luo Chen's attention, Durag had already mentioned several grades in succession. Just fighting, in a short period of time, this young man gave himself one after another astonishment. The terrible melee swordsmanship can be divided into countless crows, without any harm to themselves, transforming into 3 exactly the same selves, and finally, they can send out a flame attack. These characteristics include both the characteristics of Paramecia devil fruit and the shadow of Logia fruit. For a while, even he couldn't find how to quickly arrest the kid in front of him. I admit, I underestimated you, your ability. After a pause, Durag's eyes became sharp. Too weird. Weird. Luo Chen smiled faintly. The bloodline and ninjutsu among these Hokage ninjas were indeed weird in the pirate world. But what he just showed was only 3 levels of Uchiha Itake's abilities. This powerful ninja in Hokage, one of the most powerful ninjutsu, is still his illusion, and the limit of blood given by heaven. So, what do you want? Durag, Rear Admiral. How? Durag's expression was serious, and he said every word. Naturally, I will arrest you. How can a dangerous person like you let you hang around like this? Boring. Luo Chen sneered. Do you think that with your own strength, you can also stop a man's heart from running to the sea? Durag was startled, and at this moment, Luo Chen's figure was already erratic. The 4 Luo Chen moved at the same time, twisting and swinging in the air, and the kiwu in his hands suddenly threw out. This suffering is not airtight, closely connected, and connected end to end. In a flash, he arrived in front of Durag. However, in the face of the attack that had reached him, Durag had no intention of avoiding it at all. His figure flashed, the whole body actually passed directly through Kunao, and then another flash, he had already crossed over. Luo Chen's expression changed, and he had no idea that Durag would choose such a strong breakthrough. With another flash of effort, Durag's blow came in front of Luo Chen. The right hand was stretched out unexpectedly, and then claws were formed, and he suddenly grabbed Luo Chen's head. Dragon Claw. Hook. Like a real dragon's claw, the air currents began to rush continuously. For a while, the ground time and space where Luo Chen was located started to slow down, as if blocked, with no chance to escape. Not good. Luo Chen's heart trembled, and the claw was suddenly grabbed. The fierce aura and fierce claws, like a real dragon volleying, launched an attack at him. The power is compelling, and it is completely irresistible. Quack quack. Countless crows were scattered again. The figure that Luo Chen was attacked was scattered into countless phantom crows, and after a breath, they once again gathered as him. As expected of Marine Rear Admiral, the attack is really fierce. Luo Chen faintly praised. But, as long as you can't see through my attack, you won't be able to cause any harm to me. Durag's eyes became more solemn, and he carefully observed Luo Chen. Yes. At this moment, Durag was thinking quickly in his heart. He was recalling every detail of the battle, replaying it from the beginning, and then to the present. What's wrong? He can't be invincible. Devil fruit? No, it's impossible. No devil fruit can have so many abilities. Durag is not a person without knowledge. Naturally, he understands that devil fruit's ability pervert will also have uniqueness, that is, if you eat a devil fruit, you can only possess one ability. Like Luo Chen's performance at this moment, it is simply impossible. In other words, the ability he displayed is not devil fruit at all. Suddenly, Durag's eyes opened, and his eyes became more solemn. His right hand became claws again, and he suddenly pulled and tugged toward the void ahead. The air flow surging again, Luo Chen's figure once again turned into countless crows. The other three shadow clones ran, jumped, and quickly approached Durag. Durag's eyes were sharp, and his paws kept waving. Boom boom boom. Shadow clone turned into a cloud of white mist. Seeing such a scene, his eyes flashed thoughtfully. It's not a real body. Once it is attacked strongly, it will disappear. In other words, is there only one deity? A smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Slowly, everything became clear, and the other side's figure was no longer mysterious. Call. A wisp of breeze blew up, and Doriach's figure suddenly disappeared, dissipating before Luo Chen's eyes. Horrible speed. Luo Chen Sherinan turned, and suddenly waved Qunao towards the rear. When the sound of Jintiazi came, and the collision between the hand and Qu made such a crisp sound. And the enormous power made Luo Chen step back more than a dozen steps toward the rear, and the hard Qu pop shattered. Horrible. Luo Chen looked at Durag in shock. Only when he could personally experience such power would he know how terrifying a force it was. Just when Luo Chen was in shock, Durag's figure disappeared again. The fierce vigor struck Luo Chen's body almost at the same time, keeping his shocked expression, and then turned into a sky full of crows and screamed and left. That's it again. Durag frowned. He discovered one thing: even though his strength was too strong, the other party must have set a trap somewhere, or it was hidden. If you can't find the secret, then this battle will be difficult to win. It's useless. The crows once again gathered to form Luo Chen, and Durag's figure moved. Then Luo Chen turned into a crow in the sky again. Chapter 29 Elementalization. The crows screaming all over the sky gradually gathered again to become Luo Chen's body. Durag's eyes were solemn, and he could even see the meaning of mockery in the eyes of the crows. This made him even more surprised. What kind of method the person in front of him was able to produce Logia Devil Fruit's general situation. With another forward charge, his dragon claws became hooks, and the void was constantly grabbing. The violent cold wind was like a knife, cutting towards Luo Chen at a very fast speed in an instant. But the latter, as if completely overreacted, was once again crushed into crows in the sky. In this way, the light in Durag's eyes became more and more bright. Gradually, his observation haki radiated out, seeming to feel a little abnormal. And Luo Chen, during this time, has been familiar with the numerous skills or talents of Uchiha Itachi. Mangekyo Sherinan, the powerful illusion, the terrifying pupil technique, and his magical fire-style ninjutsu, are all his magic weapons for defeating the enemy. In Hokage's world, this is definitely a very powerful character. Luo Chen can be said to be out of shit for being able to redeem such a character at a price of 75 million. Therefore, this time he cherishes this opportunity very much. If Uchiha Itachi can get one of the skills at will, that would be extremely lucky. But wanting to get these depends on whether this battle can be won. His eyes condensed, Luo Chen Sherinan turned, and the three windmills accelerated their rotation. The scarlet eyes stared at Durag, making the other party's heart startled. Durag, for some reason, I can't play with you here anymore. Luo Chen's words were a little low, and his expression was even more serious. Play. Durag raised his eyebrows, realizing that the other party looked down upon him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You seem to underestimate this generation of Marine Rear Admiral. Huh? There was a question on Luo Chen's face, and he saw that Durag seemed to understand something. If I guessed right, I was caught in hallucinations, right? Durag's eyes flashed with sharp light, and his whole body was shocked, and he broke free from Luo Chen's illusion. Luo Chen couldn't help but startled, and then he showed a funny smile. As expected of Durag. With a wave of his long sword, Yuan Hong's sword pulled out a series of sword flowers in the air, and then the other hand made a seal with one hand. After 3 breaths, 3 Luo Chen appeared, and no one was holding a long sword in his hand, showing a square shape. Surrounded by towards Durag. You are a little arrogant. It is a good thing to have strength, but you are not clear about yourself, which is difficult. Seeing Luo Chen rushing forward, Durag shook his head, actually not evading Luo Chen's attack. In a short period of 3 breaths, Luo Chen had already rushed over, and the 4 figures flashed suddenly, already holding a long sword and rushing past Durag's body. 4 fierce sword lights bloomed, and Durag's figure was completely cut apart. However, when Luo Chen's long sword stroked Durag's body, his Sherinan quickly turned, and a vigilance suddenly appeared in his heart. Do you know how fast the wind is? How fast is the wind? Luo Chen was stunned, and in the blink of an eye, all the 3 shadow clones he had just separated turned into white mist. Immediately afterwards, the alarm bell rang in his heart, goosebumps came up behind his back, and his cold hair stood up, and there was an unspeakable fear that enveloped his heart. Quietly, a burly figure has appeared behind him, the tall body enveloped him, and the righteous cloak behind him was hunting and shaking, and his face was strong and majestic. It was Durag. So fast. Luo Chen was shocked, and his right hand knotted the seal without hesitation. At the moment he set up the seal, the man behind him simply shot. Boom. The white mist drifted away, and there was a piece of rag in Durag's hand. Interesting, this is not an illusion. With his eyes narrowed, Durag began to look around, and Luo Chen's figure disappeared. At this time, Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a house, had his heart beating non-stop. As expected of Durag, it's terrible. Ninja's 3-body technique is really the most useful in battle. Afterwards, his eyes narrowed and his hands sealed again. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of him again. It was the shadow clone technique. The 2 of them were one body, and after staring at each other and nodding, shadow clone rushed out, and Luo Chen, with deep eyes, also stepped forward calmly after hesitating. Ninjas are never brutal, and there are too many factors involved in their battles. The judgment of the environment, the grasp of the timing, the test of IQ. The same ninjutsu, the effect displayed between the genius and the fool is absolutely different. After shadow clone Luo Chen appeared, Durag had already discovered that his physique was vague and distorted and disappeared, and almost at the same time, he had appeared in front of shadow clone and knocked down. Boom. Shadow clone exploded into white mist, and Durag frowned. His observation haki was only initially completed, and the coverage area was not large. Otherwise, he would be able to easily catch the kids hiding. The clone, the illusion technique, the substitute, and the strange pupil technique, it's really a troublesome guy. At this point in the battle, Durag had to admit that Luo Chen, in terms of potential, probably no longer belonged to Roger. Suddenly, Durag's eyes flashed and he turned around abruptly. The moment he turned around, Luo Chen had already jumped high in the air, his hands turned into phantoms, and a series of seals were formed in an instant. At the same time, his big mouth slammed in, bulged, and then blew out violently. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wow! Large swaths of flames are like running water, rushing to the surface of Durag. The speed of this flame is swift and violent, but in an instant, it has already submerged the opponent. Call. After landing heavily, Luo Chen exhaled, and Luo Chen looked forward with solemn eyes. If ordinary people were drowned in flames that reached more than 3 feet, they would have been turned into ashes long ago, but Durag, not necessarily. In fact, until he crossed, there was no mention of Durag's ability in the original work. He only knew that this man was extremely dangerous, and he was not much more dangerous than his dead ghost brother. The world's first criminal, this honor is not so easy to hang on to the top of his head. The flames crazily eroded Durag's body, but when everything passed, Luo Chen's pupils shrank and narrowed into a slit. He clearly saw that this man's body burned by flames appeared out of nothingness and finally turned into completeness. His whole person was not hurt at all. The great fireball technique is completely useless. Chapter 30 The Last Strike. The great fireball technique completely burns Durag without a single point. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen's danger came. The wind-like figure almost flashed in front of Luo Chen at the instant of a flutter. Its terrifying speed was like a teleportation. Luo Chen didn't even see it clearly. Too fast. No one can resist this terrible speed. Even at this moment, Luo Chen's heart beat violently. Under conditioned reflex, his Manjikyo Sherinan was shocked violently. Then, his eyes suddenly looked at each other. With eyes facing each other, the three windmills turned abruptly. Tsukuyomi. Luo Chen's icy voice came out of his mouth, his whole body was cold, cold sweat continued, and he quickly moved away from Dola Jela. Just that moment, it was a moment of life and death. He even believed that if he didn't defend himself and let Durag touch him, it would be the result of a direct serious injury. After all, he is not Uchiha Itachi, he does not have his strong body and can withstand the bursting output. Just like the mage's crispy skin, as long as he is touched by the opponent, he will probably die and not die again. And Durag, in the blink of an eye, realized that he had changed a place. After scanning around, he found that he was tied to the cross and could not struggle, and the sky, like a blood-red pupil, looked gloomy and bloody. He noticed that it was Luo Chen's pupil color. Is it illusion again? Really clever. For Luo Chen's illusion, Durag was amazed, he hadn't even found out where the opponent was released from until now. No, pupils. Suddenly, Durag saw the scarlet sky and reacted with a smile on his mouth. But because of this, he admired even more. As long as you see his eyes, will you be drawn into the space of this illusion? What a great guy. Later, Durag saw a figure walking toward him with a cold face. Puff. As if there was no emotion at all, this figure cruelly pierced Kyu into his body. In an instant, the body seemed to be torn apart, Durag's whole body was twitched, and his forehead was covered with sweat. It's a real feeling, my soul feels like it's about to split apart in pain. He thought it was all done, but the pain he suffered afterwards made the face of the most outstanding Marine Rear Admiral of the Marine young generation change drastically. Immediately afterwards, he suffered the most painful torture in his life. This also made him remember Luo Chen in his heart for almost his entire life. In the outside world, for almost a few seconds, Luo Chen had already watched Durag open his eyes vigilantly, only to deal with the sudden whiteness of his face and the messy expression in his eyes, which made him relieved. Tone. Tsukuyomi is effective. Luo Chen was overjoyed, his eyes stared, and he was about to show it again, but at this moment, his eyebrows twitched, and there was a sharp pain in his eyes, which made him groan. And because of this, Durag also had the time to ease his breath. For a while, the two of them didn't make any more moves, looking at each other quietly and confronting each other. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen breaths passed. Luo Chen put down the hand that was blocking his right eye, and clearly saw a trace of blood between his fingers, and his heart was horrified. Sharingan's backlash is really terrible. On the other hand, Durag still had a weak expression. You are too dangerous. It seems that you must be killed here today, otherwise, letting you go back, I am afraid it will cause an even more terrifying earthquake to the world. Kill me. Luo Chen laughed and shook the blood in his hands. Afterwards, the two stared again, and this time their eyes were full of fierce killing intent. Durag raised his right hand, his eyes were full of sorrow, and he shook his right hand abruptly. Boom! As the sky changed, dark clouds suddenly appeared over Logue Town, and golden lightning bolts crisscrossed, swimming like a dragon. The storm is about to come suddenly. This scene was so shocking that the billowing clouds covered the entire Logue Town almost instantly. Why suddenly, the sky has changed. Looking at the weather, I'm afraid the storm is coming soon. But the sea outside the island is still calm. The people on the island did not know what was going on, looking up at the sky in confusion. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and then he ran towards the coast. After possessing Uchiha Attack, his speed has already surpassed the limit. With his hands hanging slightly, he leaped and ran quickly on the roof of the building. The whole person was almost turned into a phantom, just a few verticals and horizontals. Luo Chen had already escaped from Durag's sight. You can't escape. Durag looked at Luo Chen's back, his eyes narrowed. His face was still pale, and Tsukuyomi's blow caused him a severe mental blow. After all, it was a direct attack on the spirit and soul. Even for Durag, it was difficult to defend. With a flicker, Durag had disappeared in place like a wind. The pictures flowed quickly, and Luo Chen stopped his figure after seeing the golden beach. His eyes swept away, and the light in his eyes flickered. The boat is on the beach at a distance of 2,320 meters from here. After solving Durag, I will leave here quickly. Seeing in the void, Durag's figure twisted and appeared. Luo Chen took a deep breath. I didn't intend to use his full strength, it seems that there is no way. Durag deserves to be Marine's outstanding rear admiral. He cracked Luo Chen's illusion, and ordinary attacks can be easily avoided by the opponent, but he can't meet the opponent's attack. This is a very embarrassing situation, if it is said that the start of the battle is beneficial to him, but by now, the balance has been slowly tilted. Time passed slowly. Uchiha attack his possession. I am afraid that the time it would stay on him would not be too long. The battle must be resolved as soon as possible. With his eyes narrowed, Luo Chen's momentum suddenly became stronger. Durag obviously noticed the change in Luo's aura, his eyes narrowed, and he stared at all the actions of the people below. Just a blink of an eye, Durag's figure trembled, and the confusion in his eyes flashed past. Before he knew it, he actually ate another illusion of the other party. It seems impossible to look into his eyes. Closing his eyes, Durag gave up his vision completely. However, this has no effect on his combat effectiveness. With the help of seeing, hearing, and keen senses, he can still clearly perceive all the actions of the opponent. At this moment, Luo Chen heard a word from below. Durag, this is my last blow. If I can catch it, I will lose. If you can't catch it, I'm sorry. Chapter 31 Amaterasu. Luo Chen's deep voice contained seriousness, and the expression on his face was so serious that no one could ignore it. After hearing these words, Durag narrowed his eyes. Do you want to decide the outcome with one move? You look down on me a little bit too much. As one of the strongest members of Marine's younger generation, Durag's arrogance is naturally very strong. He doesn't think he is weaker than anyone else. There was a slight shock on his body, and a slight wind sprung up around him, but it was nearly transparent and almost invisible. Luo Chen below did not pay attention to Doriage anymore, but closed his eyes, his spirit radiated, feeling everything around his body. Suddenly, it seemed that everything around the body was slow and stopped. In the sky, the roaring thunder, the undulating waves in the sea, are all reflected in his mind very clearly, everything is clearly visible. And at the same moment, everything Uchiha Itachi himself knew quickly extended in Lugo-chan's thoughts, and then merged with him more deeply. Suddenly, Lugo-chan opened his eyes. The three big windmills spun quickly, and the scarlet eyes turned redder at this moment, like dark blood. Amaterasu. With a whisper from his mouth, his eyes suddenly looked at the void where Durag was. Visible to the naked eye, a group of pitch-black flames were born out of nothing, burning, and in just an instant, they had enveloped Durag. "What is this?" Durag said in shock, and when he touched it, the flame had already burned his clothes. And the high temperature burned the folds of his skin, and the pain quickly spread from the body surface to his whole body, making him panic. In an instant, Durag's figure became nothingness. He began to move quickly in the void, trying to avoid the terrible flame, but something that shocked him even more happened. Below, Lugo-chan's gaze moved quickly, following the figure of Durag, who was running around almost into the wind. As far as he could see, a group of hot black flames quickly appeared, enveloping Durag. In just a few moments, the place where the two of them were was all surrounded by continuous black flames, and the hot flames they formed even burned the beach. The aftermath of the flame accidentally spread to the undulating waves, and what made Durag dumbfounded was that this terrifying flame could burn even sea water. What kind of ghost flame is this? Durag was shocked. At this time, he found that the burning flame on his arm clothes had not gone out anyway. Its burning speed was extremely fast, and it had spread to his arm in just 3 breaths. Superior. Too frightening. His eyes dazzled, his ability was activated, and the sleeves on his arm seemed to be directly cut off by an invisible blade. After falling, it was burned into nothingness in the void. Call. He turned his eyes and looked at Lugo-chan, only to see the other person. His eyes were scarlet, and as far as his eyes could be, the pitch-black flames rolled in, forming a terrible attack. This kid is terrible. The black flame can incinerate everything and burn everything to the point. He tried several times to rush towards Lugo-chan at his fastest speed, but the terrifying flame was like a wall, obstructing him abruptly. What made him even more horrified was that the black flames grew more and more, and they had covered all the surroundings of his body in just 10 breaths. Huh! Panting violently, bright red blood appeared in Lugo-chan's eyes, and his face was pale, staring at Durag, who was blocked by him 20 meters away, and did not dare to relax a bit. Durag's speed was amazing, and his terrifying attack power was able to grab himself or even kill himself in a blink of an eye behind him. Lugo-chan believed that the terrifying offensive power of Durag, who was forced to this level with full firepower, erupted in an instant, must be extremely terrifying. However, Lugo-chan, who has already planned everything from the beginning of the layout to the present, calculating the position, even the release speed and position of the flame, he also believes that at this last moment, the enemy in front of him will definitely be solved. Die to me! With a low growl, the blood in his eyes became deeper, and 2 tears of blood burst from his eyes, running down his cheeks. At this moment, Lugo-chan's face was extremely hideous and even distorted. Buzzing. In the void, the pitch-black flames trembled, and a larger mass suddenly exploded, and directly shrouded Durag, who was already surrounded by flames. Not good. Seeing a group of flames, and seeing the dense black flames around him, Durag's heart shook wildly, giving birth to a feeling of extreme danger. In the next moment, the dark flames enveloped Durag all in it. Hoo-hoo! Lugo-chan breathed wildly, the scarlet in his eyes quickly receded and turned into pitch black. Once again, he took a deep look at Durag, who was no more than 20 meters away from him, and was already wrapped in pitch black flames. He suddenly turned his head and ran towards the other side. After only shaking 3 times, Luo Chen's figure has disappeared here. After 15 breaths, Luo Chen was already a kilometer away from Darag. He covered chakra on his feet and ran wildly away from his feet. Run! Get out of here quickly! You must get out of here! Rear Admiral, the outstanding elite of the young generation of Marine, is absolutely extraordinary. Although she has launched Amaterasu, he does not think he can defeat Darag. 30 breaths later, Luo Chen's speed to ultimate has slowed down. The place where his ship was anchored was 3 floors inside and 3 outside. 3 Marines with school-level military ranks were stationed there with serious faces. After a rough ride, there were more than 1,000 Marines on and around the ship. This huge number of Marines surrounded, enough to prove the importance of Marine to him. While Darag was fighting with him, Marine, stationed in Logue Town and directly under Darag, had already interrupted his back. These Marines are careful and thoughtful, and the layout is airtight. They are indeed regular troops. The prisoner is here, get ready. Fight. The moment Luo Chen saw Marine, one of the Marines standing on the ship also let out a loud roar, which made the Marines present to raise their spirits. Crack, click, click. A series of gun bolts sounded. At this moment, countless spears pointed at Luo Chen, and a chill came out of Luo Chen's heart, causing him to shake his whole body. His eyes squinted, and a few flashes of cold light flashed. Not only did his speed no longer decrease at this moment, but instead he let out a low growl, raising his speed to the upper limit. Kill. Chapter 32 Fear. Since the path of life is blocked, then just fight it out abruptly. I didn't want to use this trick, you guys forced me. Before striding forward, with his stride, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly changed from pitch black to scarlet again, and then the 3 windmills quickly turned. In an instant, Luo Chen's footsteps became heavier and heavier. As he stepped heavily on it, an extremely tragic bloody aura surged from his body. This momentum, even surging around, made the void shudder. In an instant, this terrifying aura was even more powerful, causing the faces of the Marines who were stationed in front of his ship to change drastically. Susanoo. With a low growl, Luo Chen's originally small body gave people a feeling of swelling at this moment. Crack wipe. The sound of rapid rubbing and rubbing of bone joints rang, making the people who heard it horrified, and the heart was cold. Gosh, what is that? Monster, is that person a monster? Or a demon? What a gloomy breath, what a violent breath. Seeing the drastic changes in Luo Chen's body, Marine trembles at this moment. It is a naturally terrifying atmosphere. Just feeling it will make people lose their desire and hope to resist. Pieces of thick bones and joints suddenly appeared from Luo Chen's body and the void behind them, but within a short period of 3 breaths, they outlined a huge skeleton. Boom! As Luo Chen took the 5th step, the white skull behind him had become extremely plump, reaching 50 to 60 meters high, surrounded by a reddish aura, surging with the mighty high temperature, and the air was scorched and distorted. Stand up! Crack wipe! At this time, the revelation of the skeleton has been born. In its hollow pupils, 2 red flames appeared. When looking down at the Marine below, everyone's whole body was shaken, and there was a sense of fear of facing death. Clatter! The 6th step stepped out, and the skeleton behind Luo Chen shook, and a layer of armor had covered it. Within the time of 2 breaths, this thick armor had completely wrapped the white skeleton. At this time, the huge Susanoo was already a real figure. He was wrapped in armor with amazing defensive power. In his eyes, 2 flashes of crimson flashed endlessly, which was extremely gloomy and chilling. Boom! Susanoo man stretched out his right hand and stepped out, and the ground was shocked. Between this step, the 8-foot Kyan Guyu and the 10-fist sword were directly grasped by him from the void. Boom! 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 In the next moment, This huge Susanoo man strode forward, and with Luo Chen's advancement, he also moved forward. Every time he stepped on it, the ground shook unceasingly, and even its huge power caused countless small cracks to appear on the ground. The ground near the ship caused a small earthquake. "Get out of here!" In just a few big steps, Luo Chen had already stepped up to the ship and faced those Marines directly. Looking at the huge Susanoo, the Marines were horrified. Before the tall Susanoo, they were as small as ants, and they could be trampled to death by a single foot. "What the hell is this? How can we beat him?" Marine was unsure and was completely shocked by Susanoo. "Roll!" Luo Chen roared, and Susanoo stomped on him, stomping down like Marine. Boom! This feeling stepped directly on the center where Marine was. Dozens of Marines were shocked by the powerful counter-shock force, and flew directly into the sky, screaming and falling to the ground, and had lost their fighting ability. Susanoo picked up the long sword in his hand and swept forward again. Buzzing. Under the trembling of the long sword, the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship was displayed. This wave of terrifying attacks swept hundreds of Marines directly away, screaming and leaving the center of the battlefield. In less than 5 breaths, more than 1,000 Marines have been swept out of a large blank by Luo Chen. "Attack! Attack Laozi! What are you doing? What are you doing in a daze? Want to die? Attack!" Standing on the bow of the ship, Marine roared furiously. At this time, Marine only reacted, holding up the guns nervously one by one and attacking Susanoo. Boom boom. The gunpowder was full of smoke, and countless guns fired at this moment, hitting Susanoo. Countless small ripples rippled across Susanoo's body. Luo Chen just frowned slightly, and then he didn't care. However, the Marine below was completely stunned. "No, it doesn't work. I can't break his defense at all. How to attack on Earth?" Marine who saw the scene was a little confused. Boom. Susanoo stepped on it again, screaming screams, and countless Marines were lifted up into the sky again, and then fell to the ground fiercely. Luo Chen's face was cold, and he strode forward. Marine who was in front of him could hardly affect him at all. After only a dozen steps, he was already standing in front of the ship, 2 pairs of bloody eyes staring coldly at the Marines standing on the bow of the ship. Behind, hundreds of Marines looked at the huge Susanoo man with horror. For a while, they didn't have the courage to make a move. "Go away." With a cold drink, like a thunderstorm, the ship was shaking. The usual Marine on it even sat down on the deck with fear on his face. "What the hell is this?" Several Marine school-level officers also looked at Susanoo in fear. They had never seen such a terrible thing. It was a weapon of war. No matter how many Marines stand in front of him, I'm afraid he can't stop him from a step. In panic, the huge Susanoo man had already started to wave his right hand, and hit his head at the Marines on the ship. The huge fist was like a boulder, pressing down against them fiercely. The wind swept through, and the wooden boat was undulating. Marine changed and screamed in horror. At this moment, although their fists did not come, they had imagined that they were smashed into minced meat. "Ah! Help! It's terrible, who will save me? Monster, this is a monster!" Several school-level officers gritted their teeth, closed their eyes, and strenuously attacked the coming fists, trying to stop the terrifying blow. But their attacks only gave a fist. Afterwards, Susanoo shook his fist slightly, and the school-level officer was directly blown off and fell into the sea, spurting blood with his mouth, and lost his combat effectiveness. In the gap at this moment, the Marines on the deck seized the opportunity and plunged directly into the sea, simply and swiftly. The fist came, and when it landed on the deck, it suddenly stopped, forming a terrible air pressure, which actually pressed the ships into the sea. Luo Chen's eyes were indifferent, ignoring the pressure, and directly stepped onto the deck. P.S. The update rate of over 80% has stabilized. I was busy at work some time ago, sorry, brothers. Please collect, recommend, thank you. Chapter 33. Stepping onto the ship's deck, Luo Chen's awe-inspiring and cruel awe-inspiring frightened all marines present. From a distance, the huge Susanoo was even bigger than the wooden ship, standing steadily on the deck, like a majestic general garrisoning the frontier. At this moment, high Fei blows, Luo Chen's hair is fluttering messily, and his eyes are indifferent, staring at Marine with fear in his eyes. The Marine stopped attacking him, and had been directly frightened by Susanoo's terrifying fighting ability. With a move of his right hand, the wooden boat anchored away from the shore. Crunch! The huge Susanoo waved his arm and slammed it towards the shore. The terrifying force pressed down like a mountain, and with a crash, it shook on the beach. Its huge countershock force instantly caused the rest of Marine to scream and fly into the sky, and then fell to the ground severely. The wooden boat, with the help of the countershock of this fist, immediately swelled its sails, and under the strong wind, the boat quickly moved away from the coast. In just 5 breaths of effort, he was hundreds of meters away from the shore. Seeing the huge Susanoo quickly go away, the remaining Marines clearly showed a relaxed expression on their faces, and exhaled heavily. Standing on the Logan, Luo Chen's expression never slackened. With the help of that punch, Susanoo once again blasted into the sea a few times, and the reaction force produced even accelerated the speed of the ship. Let it go away quickly like a sharp arrow. A place on the coast, thousands of meters away from here. The pitch-black flame was still burning. This flame was extremely weird, even if it was sea water, it could not extinguish him. Amidst the tightly wrapped flames, there was a sudden groan and moan of pain, and then, a dark hand suddenly protruded out of it. Then, another hand quickly stretched out, and its arm was constantly changing between nothingness and reality. Although this pitch-black flame was powerful, it was difficult to cause damage to the arm. After 3 breaths, both hands severely split from it, and a figure stepped out. His body suddenly appeared above the void, and his clothes had been completely burned, naked, but the breath on his body was violent at this moment. On this body, there are still 2 or 3 dark flames around, lingering, never extinguished. But at this moment, Durag turned a blind eye to these terrible flames, enduring the pain of being burned. He stretched out one hand to the sky suddenly, and let out a low growl. Roar! Above the sea, dark clouds were covered in an instant, and the power of countless thunder and lightning shuttled endlessly in the dark clouds, bright and dark. Black clouds pressed the city to destroy it, and dense clouds of thunder and lightning suddenly descended over the Logan. Luo Chen's eyes were indifferent. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The huge Susanoo man was shocked. 2 red flames burned in his hollow pupils, looking at the lightning in the sky. Don't give up yet? Durag. In a low voice, Luo Chen didn't move, but the light in his eyes became sharper. Boom. The thunder and lightning in the dark clouds moved more vigorously. Put. On the coast, Durag's face was cold, and he roared. Boom. The thunder and lightning roared in the clouds, and the roar was extremely loud. After 2 breaths, these running thunder dragons finally couldn't restrain the anger in their bodies, and plunged towards the lower end. Cracking. Winding forward like a wandering dragon, thunder and lightning descended from the sky with attributes that can destroy everything, and slashed at Susanoo. Durag. After reading the 3 words, Luo Chen's eyes became even more awkward. The man Susanoo behind him waved his big hand, and the 10-fist sword split the void, fiercely slashing towards the power of thunder and lightning covering the sky. Boom. The next moment, the 2 attacks collided suddenly. A huge explosion occurred, and countless thunder and lightning spread over the 10-punch sword. Just a contact, countless thunder and lightning were directly split, but there were also scattered thunder and lightning that followed the Tenfist's sword and rushed towards Susanoo's huge body. When these lightning reached Susanoo's male wrist, his sturdy arm shuddered and shattered it completely. Afterwards, Susanoo let out a loud roar in anger. Roar! The sound shook the sky, and even the dark clouds above his head were about to shake away. Then, he swung his sword again and went straight to the clouds. Crack! The sky seemed to be shattered, and the dark clouds were directly split apart by the sword. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo was heading towards the beach at a very fast speed, and the flame-entangled figure slashed out with a sharp sword. Huh! The shock wave formed by the sword she waved into the void, and it had already reached Durag's eyes in an instant. Boom! The sand splashed, and Durag's figure flew out fiercely. On the deck of Logan, Luo Chen's face was suddenly pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Behind it, Susanoo's armor began to fall apart, and only a breath of time left only the white skeleton frame. Go! With a low drink, Luo Chen controlled the man Suseo to hit the sea, generating a huge reaction force. The Logan was driving fast on the sea like a sharp arrow, and within a few breaths, it had already left Logan town far away. On the shore, the Marines ran to the spot where Durag flew out in a panic. When he came to Durag and saw the dark flames burning on his body, he wanted to put it out, but was stopped by the weak Durag. Don't touch it, this flame can burn everything, it's dangerous. In an instant, the Marine's hands froze there. Ahem! Suddenly, Durag coughed violently, and a large mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth and dripped on the beach, which was shocking. Master Rear Admiral! Durag Rear Admiral! Marine cried nervously. This is Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters. If they encounter danger here, they also have an unshirkable responsibility. I'm fine, it's just a little hurt. Durag waved his hand, and then his eyes were complicated and he looked at the dark flames that were still burning on his body. What's hard to do is these flames on my body and the guy who escaped. Yes, the guy who left is more dangerous than the serious injury on his body. It is unimaginable how Luo Chen of this age possesses such terrifying strength. At this time, Luo Chen, who was already far away from Log Town, was slumped down, and the man Susanoo behind him also fell apart completely. Damn it, almost dead. Chapter 34. After 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood were spit out, Luo Chen's face had become pale. Possession time has not arrived yet. It is a long time to talk about it, but less than half an hour has passed since the encounter with Durag to the end of the battle. Chakra still has about 20% left, but Sharingan's load is too heavy, causing my mental and physical damage. Within this half an hour, Chakra must be used to repair the physical injury, otherwise, it will have a great impact on my next actions. The eyes flickered, and the Grand Master's state of mind played a role at this moment, allowing Luo Chen to carefully plan the next step. As for where the Logan will travel, Luo Chen can't care about it at this moment. After closing his eyes, Luo Chen has entered a deep level of concentration after 3 short breaths. He doesn't know how long it will be until he is possessed, and he must quickly recover. At the same moment, when Luo Chen was recuperating from his injuries, Naval Headquarters was awakened by a crisp telephone bug. Blue blue blue. The watchman Marine grabbed the phone worm, his voice calm and calm. Hello, Naval Headquarters. This is Durag. The voice in the phone worm was obviously weak. When the watchman Marine heard the other party's self-reported identity, he immediately mentioned God. Hello, Durag Rear Admiral. Let the headquarters send support. What? The watchman Marine didn't hear it clearly for a while, and was a little dazed. Let Naval Headquarters send support over, I was seriously injured. Durag suppressed his anger, lowered his voice, and looked at the large number of injured Marines behind him. He said coldly again. At the same time, a large number of Headquarters Marines have been hit hard. Speed. After a few words, Durag hung up the phone quickly. He didn't want to seek support from the headquarters, but he looked at his men and then at the strange black flame on his body, but he was very helpless. That's right, this terrible flame is still hanging on his body until now, and it has not been extinguished. During this process, he has been maintaining the fruit ability in the burning part of his body, preventing it from actually burning his body. However, faintly, several parts were already hot, and the skin wrinkled. This terrible flame seemed to be able to burn even invisible elemental abilities. This point caused a chill in Durag's heart. The people at Naval Headquarters must handle it, otherwise, he doesn't know when he will be able to recover from his injury. Naval Headquarters was completely boiling at this time. Marine's excellent Rear Admiral, one of the top fighters, Durag, was hit hard during the East Blue trip, and he has come to seek support from the headquarters. This is simply unimaginable. You know, Naval Headquarters sends these Rear Admiral out to perform tasks. To a certain extent, it is to give them merits, so that they can be promoted faster in the future. Any area can be easily solved with the strength of these outstanding Marines. On the other hand, whoever asks for help will be detrimental to face and will have a huge impact on future promotion. But this is Durag. The powerful Rear Admiral, whose combat effectiveness is at the top, turned out to ask for help. Inside the Marshal's office, Durag asked for help. The burly tough guy, Marine Marshal Kong Kong said faintly at this time. When he said this, his eyes were still on one of the middle-aged Vice Admiral. After Vice Admiral sensed it, he looked up indifferently and continued to eat the donuts at his table. Admiral Sengoku next to him slammed into Vice Admiral with a black line, and nodded in embarrassment to the air. In other places, there are also the strongest fighters of Naval Headquarters at this time, 3 Admiral and 10 Vice Admiral. With his strength, you may encounter strong enemies in East Blue, but you won't reach the point of asking for help. In other words, there are opponents in East Blue that even Durag finds troublesome. Sengoku said in a deep voice. When we received the Durag call worm, we already learned the cause of this incident through the intelligence system. The empty eyes flashed, and he pulled out a sheet from the information in front of him, and then threw it forward. Everyone looked at it one after another, only to see a reward order. If the reward order says that it is dazzling, it is the 110 million bounty, but the face is a 16 or 17-year-old boy. This is the boy who fought with Durag, 16 years old. What? After this sentence, all Admiral and Vice Admiral are rewards to the desktop. Look again. If anything can show a person's talent, then age is undoubtedly the most present evidence. Only 16 years old, bounty of 110 million, and, even more terrifying, was able to fight Durag. This 1 billion is not a bounty that has been replaced by hearing about his combat power today. It's because of his previous bounty. At that time, we didn't know that he had such a strong combat power. Kong squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. This kid can have such a bounty, partly because of his identity. Identity. A group of Vice Admiral all looked at the faces on the table. The boy has black hair, a thin body and a delicate appearance, and his eyes are full of gentle smiles. Just relying on the appearance of the brother next door, it is impossible to imagine such a terrible bounty. However, in the appearance of this young man, a group of generals watched for a long time, but they did not recognize who it was. Marshal, who is he? A Vice Admiral asked this question. Sengoku looked at the reward order on the desktop, his mouth moved, but he didn't say anything, just shocked. At this time, Garp also looked at this bounty, his eyes were full of complexity. Why, he is already dead. Speaking softly, he seemed to know something. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku snorted. Garp shook his head and said nothing more. Haha, it seems that you don't pay attention to these trivial criminals at all. Kong sneered softly, making the general officer present a little red. His name is, Brother Di Luo Chen. If the name doesn't make you think of anything, then you must know his brother. When all Marine heard the name, their expressions were startled, and when they heard the second half of the sentence, they even held their breath. Even some Marines' expressions are already full of weirdness. His brother, it's Roger. In a word, the whole office is quiet. A hint of ridicule and sarcasm appeared on Sarah's face, looking at the group of Marines present. Yes, it is the One Piece who was executed by us some time ago. Roger. Subsequently, the entire Naval Headquarters conference room was completely blown up. Chapter 35. Roger, One Piece. If we talk about the hottest topic during this period, then there is no doubt that it is the Marine government's punishment of the current One Piece. A generation of kings on the sea, executed by Marine, pushed Marine's momentum to its peak. This is an unprecedented momentum, and Marine's power has expanded to an unprecedented level. But at the same time, because of Roger's words before his death, the pirate power has reached a peak position that has never been seen before. Roger, this name, in this era, is so glorious. It can be said that this name is a symbol of an era. And this era is called the Roger era. Everyone in the world, when they say this name, will feel goosebumps all over their body, and a rush of blood rushes to the top of their heads, making people tremble with excitement. This name seems to have infinite magic power and can bring people from all over the world together. He pushed this era to the pinnacle, a pinnacle that he had never reached before, and also brought the contradiction between Marine and the pirate to the sharpest period. You know, this is not the time when Luffy will go to sea more than 2 decades later. At this moment, Roger, the One Piece, can be said to have an extremely significant impact on this era. After Roger's death, including the purge of his previous pirate group, the beheading of affiliated forces, and the purge of his relatives, Marine regarded them as the most important thing to do. It can be said that once Roger has a survivor, or relatives such as brothers, then, it is very likely that this era will once again be pushed to the highest wave. Roger is dead, but the pirates who belonged to and drank a cup of wine, the pirates of the Alliance of Interests, still existed. At this sharp moment, as long as a guy who has a close relationship with Roger is born, there is no doubt about the ownership of these powerful pirate groups. These pirate groups are all ranked on the Grand Line and New World, which will have a huge impact on the entire world. He is Roger's brother. I know Roger has a younger brother, but don't the previous intelligence say that he is a trash? He has not inherited Roger's strong strength at all, and even our headquarters has already sent Marine to hunt him down. How could he have the strength to fight Durag? This person is too dangerous, he must be killed. The Vice Admiral present immediately boiled, and every Marine realized the importance of this matter. Strength is not the most important thing, the most terrifying thing is the identity of this person. Roger's brother, and, still so young. No one knows whether this Luo Chen will become the next Roger. Now, do you know his identity? Kong raised his eyebrows and suddenly said. Then, tell me what to do with him. He threw this question to the group of Marine general officers present, but he stopped speaking for a while. Marine at the scene fell silent for a while. They are all thinking about this issue. It is that this person's identity is too sensitive. If it is not handled properly, it will cause a shock in the world. Luo Chen, this guy is too dangerous. Once he reaches the Grand Line or even the New World, it is impossible to imagine what the group of pirates once attached to Roger will do. Although the number of Roger pirates is small, they sail all the way, and the power under their command is huge, and the relationship is even more complicated. It is far more terrifying than the current powerful Whitebeard. As the king of pirates, there are naturally a lot of pirates under his command and even fanatical believers. These people, just pulling out one, are enough for Marine to accept. I suggest offering him a high reward to stop him in front of the Grand Line. At the same time, Marine dispatches high-end combat power to annihilate him on the spot. A young general officer thought for a while and immediately said loudly, "Oh, a high reward." Sara looked at the officer playfully, "Then you say, how much is the reward?" 600 million. The young vice admiral said without hesitation. The bounty is low. I am afraid that the bounty hunter who goes there will be difficult to deal with this kid, nor can it arouse the greed of the civilians. Only a high bounty can keep us master his whereabouts and make a powerful bounty hunter take action. Haha, interesting. Sara neither agreed nor opposed, just smiled. The officers present all nodded secretly after hearing Vice Admiral's suggestion, feeling that what this person said made sense. The high bounty can not only make the bounty hunters move by the wind, but also mobilize the civilians. When the time comes, the map will be full of Luo Chen's enemies, which will naturally be more beneficial to them. Marine. However, just when everyone agreed with this suggestion, a calm voice suddenly rang. I object. Everyone looked at it, and when they recognized the person who made the sound, their eyes became serious. Oh? Sengoku, why are you opposed? Sara asked, looking at the voice. High bounties can certainly put Luo Chen into the most dangerous situation, but at the same time. After a pause, Sengoku glanced at everyone present and said solemnly. At the same time, I also told New World or Grand Line, those guys who are closely related to Roger, Luo Chen's existence. The Marines present were all startled. You need to know that these pirates don't even know the existence of Luo Chen, and even the fact that Luo Chen is Roger's younger brother. Few people in Marine know about it. Roger's reputation is in the sky, but Luo Chen has always been unknown. Even if we were not careful and inquired, we would not know the existence of this person. But if you offer him a high reward, wouldn't it attract the attention of the whole world and tell them that this kid is special? Once the pirates know Luo Chen's identity, then, the consequences, I am afraid that needless to say. As you said, Luo Chen's high bounty will make bounty hunters ready to move, but at the same time, these bounty hunters will be afraid of his identity. Roger's brother, there are probably not many people in this world who dare to do things. After that, Marine who said that was shocked, but he also agreed with him in his heart. The officer who had just spoken to the suggestion was also silent at this moment. Compared with Sengoku, his thoughts were a bit too simple, and the identity and qualifications of the opponent were also destined to be in this way. Then what should you do? Sara asked again. Taking a breath, Sengoku spoke again. I suggest that you keep the original amount of Luo Chen's bounty, naval headquarters, and send powerful people to arrest them. In addition, list Luo Chen's identity as a high-level secret, and at the same time, hide it as soon as possible, issue a password, and strictly seal all news about Luo Chen. Finally, the dispatcher must be Vice Admiral at least. P.S. Lack of recommendations, collections, and everything. If you guys like this book, don't forget to support Xingyi. Chapter 36, Upside Down the Mountain. Even when necessary, Admiral can be dispatched. As soon as this remark came out, the officers who were working were all surprised, but after that, they all took it for granted. The identity of Luo Chen deserves such attention from Marine. If they can eliminate this potential danger in the bud, they are willing to give everything. After speaking, Sengoku closed his mouth. Garp on the side seemed to be dispirited, not paying attention to everything present. Do you have any comments? Then it's over. After staring at everyone, Sara gave the order with a smile. Also, don't forget to support Durag quickly. Garp, please go there. The meeting is over. After a few words, Empty left the meeting room. However, none of the officers in the meeting room left, they all looked at Sengoku. Anyone present knows that Sengoku is about to take over as Sara. As long as a period of time passes and the above appointment letter comes down, then Sengoku is the new generation of Marines Marshal, and Sara will go to the world government as the commander-in-chief. Chasing Luo-chen is a troublesome task, which can be seen only from the failure of Durag. Therefore, we must pay attention to this matter, and secondly, the banned password must be promulgated as soon as possible. Luo-chen's news can only be controlled in a small group of people. Sengoku calmly gave the order, and everyone present nodded and listened carefully. Sara has already entered the time when Sengoku has already started to deal with many things. Soon, the meeting ended. Garp took the boat and headed for East Blue. At the same time, in the naval headquarters, wearing black sunglasses, Kizaru, who was still young, stretched out and stepped on his warship. "Oh, it's really the life of running around, let me go after that kid, I'm not good at tracking." Distressed. With a tangled face, Kizaru himself didn't have much hope for himself. "Just go out to travel." With a low whisper, Kizaru comforted himself. 2 days later, a large number of elite Marines came to Logue Town. The colonel who had been stationed here, when he saw the two people disembarking, he almost jumped out of his horror. The identities of these two people are really amazing. My God, how come these two people are here? The two who stepped down on the deck, the current one with a dog head hat, a national character face, a majestic face, a burly figure, and an unangered and mighty temperament all over his body, it was Garp. The other person, wearing sunglasses and a cloak behind him, looked awkward and swayed 3 times. There was no momentum in his whole body, but everyone present would lower their head subconsciously when they saw this person. A hero vice admiral, an admiral. The weight of these two people is probably heavy in anyone's heart. After disembarking from the ship, Garp went straight to where Durag was. "Durag, your kid is hurt." As soon as he entered the room, Garp yelled. Kizaru also followed Garp closely, looking inside curiously. Durag he knew that although he had not yet been promoted to admiral and was still young, his strength was not much worse than his own. In his opinion, this kid might be able to catch up with him in 2 or 3 years. Such a guy would even get hurt. Soon, the two met Durag. With just a glance, the faces of the two of them became serious. At this time, Durag looked no change, but the sweat on his forehead and the pale face made the two of them secretly startled. Garp looked sharply at the number of flames that flickered on Durag, and said directly, "What is this?" With that, he grabbed it. "No, father." Durag hurriedly avoided, and then said solemnly, "This black flame is very strange, it can burn everything, and it doesn't go out in water, it's terrible." "Flame? Black flame?" Garp asked in doubt, and his face became serious. "Is that the kid's ability?" "Yes, it's terrible." Durag Kaido solemnly. After that, Garp didn't say anything, except that a layer of black armament haki appeared on his right hand, covering his arm in the blink of an eye, and then without hesitation, he patted the flame on Durag's body. Shishi shishi. When the pitch-black armament haki met the flames, white smoke suddenly appeared and made a strange noise. "Very weird flame," Garp said, his face unchanged, and with a grasp of his hand, the black flame went out with a poof. Next, his hand trembled and shook one after another, all the black flames were dealt with by him. "Call." Seeing the flame kabuto on his body went out, Durag took a long breath, and his nervous mood relaxed a lot. This black flame has bothered him for a while, and he even wondered if he couldn't handle it, would one day be burned to ashes by the flame. "Father, your haki is really amazing. It won't take long. When you become stronger, the flames will have nothing to do with you." Garp waved his hand. At this time, Kizaru aside curiously said, "Durag Rear Admiral, I want to ask you, did that kid escape?" "Kizaru Admiral, why are you here too?" Seeing Kizaru, Durag was taken aback. Although he asked for support, he shouldn't send his father and add Kizaru, right? You know, these two people add up to two real admiral-level powerhouses. I was ordered to hunt down that kid, alas, it's really annoying. Kizaru spread his hands and said helplessly. That kid is very strong, Kizaru Admiral has to be careful. Durag thought for a while, still reminded. Kizaru's eyes flashed and nodded with a smile, okay. For Luo-chan, Kizaru was also very curious. He saw the weird black flame. He could see that it was terrifying just by observing, and he didn't know whether his abilities were effective. But he didn't worry too much, his fruiting ability was amazing, and there were not many people in this world that could react to it. Prepare, let me follow Naval Headquarters, your injury, I am afraid you will have to rest for a while. Garp took out the donut, threw it in his mouth again, and started eating. At the same time, Luo-chan, who was already some distance away from Logue Town, also looked sharply at the nearby pirate groups. He just glanced, slowly approaching his pirate ship, and then set his gaze on the magnificent mountain in front of him. Upside down the mountain, here it is. Indescribable, what a magical mountain this is. The water flows up against the current, and as the rolling force beats, the water splashes in all directions, releasing terrifying kinetic energy at all times. At a glance, it was almost out of sight. P.S. Thanks for the reward of the Red Devil Mushroom. Chapter 37. 2 days ago, Luo-chan entered recovery with serious injuries. This time the time of possession was not reduced because of Luo-chan's injury, and it lasted until an hour before it arrived. Call. With a gentle sigh, Luo-chan's eyes showed a sense of relief. Although the time has come, but fortunately, the most important injuries have been repaired. And, it seems that because Itaka was possessed and left, Sherinan also went with him. The mental loss caused by Sheringan's excessive load has also become much lighter, almost nothing. At this moment, all he felt was exhaustion. After arbitrarily fixing the position of the rudder, Luo-chan fell asleep deeply. This sleep didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. Durag. Looking at the sea, Luo-chan's eyes were a bit solemn. The sea is too vast, and the world is too big, just meet a Durag and force himself to be like this. Although Durag is also a terrifying figure in the future, after all, he has not yet grown up at this moment. Although strong, it has not reached its peak. Moreover, after Luo-chan was sober, he realized another important thing. That is, he ran out of money. He finally used the 75 million he had accumulated in the First World War. This also means that if he encounters a powerful enemy at this moment, then he will face, no doubt he will die. He does not have enough money to summon powerful souls, nor can he deal with powerful enemies. This is fatal. It's really distressing. It is conceivable that he summoned Itaka to make Durag to look like a ghost. Marine will not let go. From then on, he will face endless troubles. It's impossible to change ships. I don't have money, and I don't want to call a powerful soul. I still don't have money. Money, money, money. It's all money. Luo-chan is going crazy, he has clearly left the society where everything is inseparable from material things, so why is he still worrying about money? Oh, let's take a look at the results of this battle first. Uchiha Itaka, this is a powerful soul, this battle should be able to gain a lot. After all, 75 million. Thinking of this huge wealth, Luo-chan felt teary. Defeat Marine 650, get 65,000 possession coins, and lose to Marine Rear Admiral Durag, get 300 possession coins. When he saw the cold words of the system, Luo-chan was a little confused. FK, what are you doing? I'm actually defeated. What's the matter? Durag was beaten by me like that and I was still defeated. Even if I lose, there are only 300 possession coins. With so much hard work, it is not as high as the harvest of that group of scum marines. I have to say that Luo Chen was completely mad. He originally thought he had won. Although he paid 75 million this time, the gain was certainly not small. Even the exchange of Sharinan, powerful ninjutsu, etc. were all okay, but he did not expect that the fact turned out to be like this. Can you get along friendly, system? Luo Chen wanted to kill the system. If you continue to fight, host will definitely die. Giving you possession coins is already a consolation prize to comfort you not to die. When questioned by Luo Chen, the system was also unceremoniously sarcasm. At this time, Luo Chen was completely speechless. Although the facts are really the case, but at the very least, on the bright side, brother is majestic and mighty, will you crush it all the way? Of course, his arms couldn't twist his thighs, and Luo Chen had no choice but to accept this result in the end. A total of 65,300 possession coins, plus the original, a total of 66,300 possession coins. After looking at the balance in the system, Luo Chen probably calculated it. This balance is left over from the previous defeat of the enemy without the ability to exchange skills. The mechanism of the system is not very deceptive. As long as you defeat the enemy, you will gain more or less. Of course, Luo Chen also found that the time when the ghost was summoned to fight, the harvest must be the greatest. 66,300, what can be exchanged for? After the struggle, Luo Chen was also happy. It's better than nothing. The comparison between these more than 60,000 possession coins and the one he had before is already a lot. Contentment and happiness, people, still can't pursue too high. Otherwise, too tired. However, after just glanced at the skill exchange price of Itachi, Luo Chen almost cursed his mother again. Sharinan, 50 million possession coins. Tsukuyomi, 30 million. Fire Style, System Ninjutsu, 23 million. Chakra Extraction Technique, 10 million. Row by row, Luo Chen almost smashed the system. Any item is not something Luo Chen can redeem at this moment. For Luo Chen, it is impossible for Luo Chen to reach the tens of millions of levels. This also means that this time, Luo Chen couldn't even exchange any of the skills on Itachi. In other words, he got nothing. Oh, if these more than 60,000 possession coins are counted, then he is still somewhat comforted. Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Luo Chen shouted at the system. It's not expensive, you think it's expensive, just because you beat it? If you win, you can naturally exchange any of these skills. The cold words directly beat Luo Chen speechlessly. Damn it, if you lose, don't you have human rights? Luo Chen stopped fighting with the system, and at the same time, he also figured out one thing, that is to say, if he can defeat Durag this time, at least he can get more than 10 million possession coins. What an amazing thing! These powerful ghosts are really shocking, plus, envy. In the future, we must pick up soft persimmons and squeeze them, so that we won't fight insecure battles. Taking a coveted look at the long exchange list, Luo Chen had no choice but to give up. 10 million possession coins, I don't know how long it will take to collect them all. After clearing up his mood, Luo Chen ate a big meal, then he raised his spirits and set off on the voyage again. At the same time, he also set a small goal for himself. Well, let's set a small goal first. In 3 months, 100 million. Without money, Luo Chen felt very insecure, very persuaded, and very persuaded. After determining the direction of sailing, Luo Chen found that he was already very close to the upside-down mountain, and he headed towards the passage from East Blue to the Grand Line. In a flash of time, 1 day has passed, and now it is now. At this time, Luo Chen and Logan were sailing slowly under the upside-down mountain. Around him were a group of pirates with grinning faces. Hey, there is such a young guy who wants to go to the Grand Line and be a pirate. You were fooled by Roger, right? Maybe, we should educate him well. P.S. Xingyi is also very scary, very scared, no recommendation, collection, really scared, really. Chapter 38. The pirate's laughter came clearly. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. He clearly heard the two words, Roger. Although this irresponsible brother made him complain for a long time, it was his brother after all. Flicker. It turns out that you don't believe what he said. He said quietly. Luo Chen's eyes already had killing intent. The scars on these pirates are intertwined, and there is a fierce aura from all over their bodies. There is no heroism and sunshine that kind people should have. This proves that they have a lot of lives in their hands, and many of these lives are wronged souls. Surrounding his boat, before entering the Grand Line, there is such a fun, it is really fun. There are 4 pirate boats with the same pirate flag, and these people belong to a pirate gang. Luo Chen stood on the deck with no expression on his face, but the solemnity in his eyes became more and more serious. Finally, the Logan stopped, and 4 pirate ships forcibly blocked its way. The pirates grinned and jumped directly onto Logan's deck, with a dull voice. Hey boy, where are you going? A fat man with a fat head and big ears asked with a playful expression on his face, shaking the long knife in his hand as he spoke. Luo Chen just glanced at the fat man, and then stopped talking. I'm asking you something, boy, don't say anything again, now I will chop you down and throw you down in the sea to feed the fish. The sturdy big man gave a cold shout at this time, with a fierce breath exuding his whole body. Haha, Perth, don't scare this kid. Maybe this guy listened to Roger's lie and wanted to go to the Grand Line to try his luck. It's not uncommon for the kind of people I met these days. At this moment, behind everyone, walked out a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe, holding a revolver, and wearing a captain's appearance. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face and looked kind, but when he opened his mouth, the others looked respectful and faintly afraid, and he took a few steps back. Yes, Captain. The big man named Perth shuddered and drew back obediently. So, boy, are you fooled by Roger and want to go to the Grand Line to find the legendary secret treasure? The captain looked at Luo Chen and asked with a smile. Luo Chen, who had always stood still and remained silent, as if frightened and stupefied, finally spoke. Don't you believe what he said? The captain was taken aback, feeling that the boy in front of him was not scared, but rather calm, feeling a little strange. You are interesting. After a compliment, the captain's face became cold. As for Roger's words, I'm not stupid, how can I believe it? That's just to lie to those silly guys. Then why are you going to sea? Luo Chen asked again, with his hands hanging around his waist, his whole body relaxed. Why go to sea? The captain seemed to be a little dumbfounded by the question. Naturally it is for wealth, woman, freedom. After a pause, his eyes became sharp. In addition, there are people like you, look, sail, look at the scenery, appreciate the magnificence of nature, and you can meet innocent guys like you, and then cut them off. Eating fruit, singing, so free, so happy, isn't it? The captain's words made everyone on the ship laugh. Hee, it's really interesting. Luo Chen nodded in agreement, and he asked again, then, I have one last question. What is the problem? Do you have money? Luo Chen asked suddenly. Money? The captain blinked, and then laughed. I tore up 5 colleagues along the way and leveled a dozen towns, but borrowed a small amount of wealth from them. Why, are you also interested in treasure? The captain thought this young man was very interesting. Few guys of this age were not afraid to see his group. Besides, this little guy has a lot of courage. He was very interested, played with the child, then killed him and left him in the sea. Well, I'm very interested. Why don't you give me all your money? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes, and it is all effortless. He was in need of money to fill his empty pockets, and someone sent it to the door. As for this group of pirates, he hadn't taken it seriously yet. With his combat power at the moment, there may be opponents in East Blue, but they are by no means. What did you say? The captain was stunned. Is this kid mad? Don't want to give it? Luo Chen's tone was suddenly cold, his right hand trembled, and the next second, he heard only a sound of choking, and the sword came out of its sheath. With another flash of effort, the sword's blade was already on the captain's neck. The whole body trembled, and the captain was shocked. Then die. Before the captain finished speaking, Luo Chen's long sword had wiped his neck. Luo Chen started to move, and after talking nonsense, he finally acted. His long sword is amazingly fast, and every beautiful sword flower blooms with blood. His sword is cold and merciless, and the enemies begging for mercy, panic, under his sword, will turn into a cold corpse. Step by step, Luo Chen walked slowly, behind him, corpses crisscrossed. A group of pirates did not even have a chance to react, they were already beheaded by the long sword. 5 minutes later, a faint smell of blood emanated from the foot of the upside-down mountain, somewhat pungent. Luo Chen stood on the captain's flagship, a little lonely. It just so happens that Logan should also be abandoned. Muttered in a low voice, he walked out a few steps and kicked all the corpses on the boat into the sea. In addition, I prepared a torch and threw it on the other pirate boats. In a short moment, a raging fire ignited on the sea. The flagship pirate ship is larger than Logan and has much better performance. It can be seen that the captain paid a lot of money. In addition, Luo Chen had just learned from the pirates that the treasures of this group of pirates were all piled up in the warehouse of the flagship ship. He also checked it just now and took a look at it. The weight is quite large. Finally, Luo Chen stood on the Logan. Hey, buddy, I'm sorry, I'm going to part with you. Thank you for your company along the way. With a sigh, Luo Chen threw the torch in his hand on the Logan. With a sound of wow, the Logan burned. From the moment he was seen by Darag, it was destined that this ship would not stay with him for long. Turning around, Luo Chen no longer looked at the Logan, his back was a little sad and lonely. Sometimes people are like this in the world. I always have to face things I don't want to do. There are certain things that you will only mature if you face them. Chapter 39, to South Blue. After a few steps, Luo Chen has come under the banner of the pirate ship, and a few sword lights flashed by swish sweep. The hideous skull and crossbones flag had been shattered by him, becoming pieces of rags and falling down. From now on, you will be called Logan. A slightly low voice came, and Luo Chen seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. Roger's brother, this identity, really gave him a lot, either good or bad. From the moment Roger died, it also meant that he was about to step into an endless escape. In this escape, either his strength is getting stronger and stronger, subverting all the forces that chase him, or he is caught and destroyed by the enemy and falls into death in this escape. Luo Chen never gave up the hope of life, nor will he remain weak forever. He also longed to be strong, longing to be like Roger, to become the well-known One Piece, and to be well-known all over the world. Although the two of them have different personalities and different styles of doing things, they both yearn for the world. Roger is always carefree and upright, but Luo Chen is low-key and calm, accustomed to using his brain to solve all troubles and avoid all troubles. This difference in behavior is more because the power levels of the two of them are not on the same level. The original Logan was destroyed, causing Luo Chen's mood to sink. This is his first ship, and it is also a testimony of his beginning to sail in the sea, but in order not to leave a trace of clues, he can only sink into the sea. My ship will always be the Logan. In a low voice, Luo Chen's eyes were shining again. Some people, some things, he has left, but they live forever in people's hearts. In fact, they are always there. His future ships may change in shape, but the name will always be Logan, and it can only be Logan. Silently moved out of the wine in the boat, Luo Chen poured himself a few bowls, and then took a gulp. After a few big mouthfuls, he suddenly felt a sense of invigoration. People say that wine is a good medicine to cure all sorrows. It is really interesting. Ha ha ha, why be a child, sailing should be a happy thing. He has always been like this. Standing up abruptly, Luo Chen threw the wine bowl in his hand out of the boat, and his expression returned to his former calm once again. Look at what these guys are in the warehouse first. I just took a cursory look, but there is no detailed statistics on the number of treasures in the warehouse in the ship. Yang Qing stepped forward and entered the basement of the ship. He stowed the sails, but there was no need to worry. During this time, he would be blown away from the direction by the sea breeze. In a short while, Yang Qing was already in the warehouse. At this time, the warehouse was burning candles, and the pirates' warehouse was guarded for a long time to prevent some pirates from stealing. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened before. Pirates like this are all gathered by villains. They don't come together because of any dreams, they are all just for money. The system, count the total amount of money in this warehouse. Walking to the middle of the treasure, Luo Chen said silently to the system. After a beep, the cold voice of the system came into Luo Chen's ears. A total of 60 million treasures, do you want the income system to be reserved for use? 60 million. There was a smile on Luo Chen's face. He saw that there were a lot of these golden treasures, piled up into mountains, they must be worth a lot of money, but he didn't expect that there would be so many, but it was beyond his expectation. Killing and setting fire to the golden belt, Ma Wei is not fat? Sure enough, grabbing these vicious guys is the way to get rich. After a laugh, Luo Chen ordered the system. 50 million will be reserved for spares, and 10 million will be replaced by Pele, which is easy to carry. I have to say that the system is really quite convenient, especially for money. It was just a flash of golden light, and the mountain treasures in front of Luo Chen had disappeared, replaced by a wad of Baileys in his hand and the string of numbers in the system balance. But Luo Chen wasn't disappointed either. He collected money more to accumulate money and give himself powerful strength. As long as the money on hand is enough. With these 50 million, it can also guarantee some of my safety, and I have confidence. 50 million is enough for him to summon a good soul. Green level souls must be far stronger than the preceding 3 level souls. Now, I'm going to South Blue. His eyes flickered, Luo Chen walked out of the cabin and put down the canvas. With the roar of the Logan, the sails were blown high by the sea breeze, suddenly accelerated, and sailed quickly toward the spectacular upside-down mountain in front of her. After half an hour, the hull shook with a boom, and among Luo Chen's smiling faces, he was sailing quickly towards the sky. The Nine-Chu Yellow River is coming up from the sky. I never imagined that one day, Luo Chen would also be able to sail through the waves and break through Yun Tian, ha ha ha. Haven't experienced it before, you can't imagine wearing it in the process of driving, your eyes can only hear the turbulent sound of the river, and how the blue sky feels when you enter your eyes. It was a vast and magnificent kind of incomparably wide open, exhaled in the chest. Suddenly, you will feel your heart open, you will absorb more air, your mood will become happy, and your vision will become wider. Ah! In this torrent, Luo Chen drove the Logan and howled excitedly. All the way straight to Yun Tian, the rising river speed of the upside-down mountain is very fast. I don't know where this power comes from, it gives people an extremely passionate feeling, and it rolls forward. It took a full hour for Luo Chen to see that the momentum of the river slowed down, but at this time, when he looked back, he found that he seemed to be standing on the high sky, and he felt dizzy. Amazing! With a long sigh, Luo Chen's face was full of smiles. As the speed of the ship slowed down, the location of Logan had reached the top of Upside Down Mountain. At this time, Luo Chen was also standing at the bow of the ship, clearly seeing the top of the Upside Down Mountain. There were 4 routes going down. There is Grand Line, there is West Blue, there is North Blue, is there South Blue? Finding the target this time, Luo Chen turned the rudder without hesitation. As the roar and creak sounded, the Rogan's orientation changed and aimed at the falling river leading to South Blue. When the ship's speed dropped to its lowest, Logan had already set foot on the descent channel leading to South Blue. Crunch! The sound of wood rubbing sounded, and the position of Logan's head began to tilt downward. Finally, he glanced at the river leading to the Grand Line. Luo Chen flashed his eyes and turned around abruptly. When I'm done, I'll go to you to have a look. The legendary Grand Line, how amazing is it? P.S. I can't reply to the comment area for the time being. I'm sorry everyone, I'm a little depressed because I don't have enough points. In today's chapter, I adjust my thinking and think about the South Blue plot. It is a more important point in the early stage, and will be added later. Chapter 40 Cat. The Logan buzzed and trembled, and finally fell head-on, shouted along the descent to South Blue, drifting towards the bottom with a boom. Compared with the ascent speed, when descending, due to the influence of gravitational acceleration, this kind of momentum is even faster and amazing. The roar of the rushing river hit his ears. Yang Qing grabbed the mast, and the cheerful laughter kept coming out. Ha 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 ha, no wonder he is obsessed with sailing, it is really fun. In the last life, he liked to read those martial arts novels, drink with swords, and walk the rivers and lakes. He was happy. There is gratitude for gratitude, and there is revenge for revenge. The big man walks in the world, as it should be. In this lifetime, driving a ship to sail on this vast sea really gave Luo Chen such a feeling. Wine, yes. Sword, too. Why not have fun? All the way to South Blue, leaving Luo Chen's cheerful laughter on the boat. After half an hour, the Logan roared and made a huge vibration. After violent shaking, it finally calmed down. South Blue is here. There was a brilliance in his eyes. Luo Chen couldn't forget, he still has an important task for South Blue here. This irresponsible man. Shaking his head, there was a deep look in his eyes. This line is bound to be extremely dangerous, which is equivalent to going straight to the wolf's den. However, he had to go. When a big man walks the world, he has to do some things, even if he sacrifices his life, he will not hesitate. If you haven't done it well, let me help you. As for the others, why bother? There was an icy cold in his eyes, and he could tolerate everything, but in this matter, he would not back down for half a step. The sails swelled suddenly, and the Logan shook and sailed towards South Blue. In the direction about 20 miles away from here, the shouts of killing shook the sky, and the ferocious pirates were yelling around a cargo merchant ship. From time to time, there is a faint smell of blood, which provokes carnivorous fish in the sea. These fishes swam quickly, constantly undulating around the ship, their eyes were full of greed, and the corners of their mouths were still drooling. Damn it, let you hand over the treasure early, you don't pay it? I'm also talking about trading with Laozi, trading your sister. Laozi killed you. Wearing a captain's hat, a big man of 5 big and 3 thick, holding a long knife in his hand, was constantly cutting towards the corpse under him. After a while, the deck of the merchant ship was already stained with blood. Captain, this guy is dead. Aside, a pirate reminded in a low voice. The pirate's eyes were full of fear and awe, and his hands were shaking when he spoke. At the same time, he was scolding in his heart. FK, this FK is really perverted. People are chopped into mash, you still chop, you pervert. It's dead. The captain seemed to have just reacted, and he seemed to feel the slick and reflective back of his head. He smiled, and lifted the machete, twisted and walked away. As he walked, the captain yelled, "Brothers, kill me. All the treasures are robbed, women, men, don't want them, cut them off for me, throw them into the sea to feed the fish." The tone was hearty and not like it, but the brutality in it made people fearful. In a short while, the screams on the boat stopped abruptly, and there was no other sound except the pirate's curse. "Captain, everyone is finished." A smart pirate came over with a flattering smile. "Well, bring me all the treasures to the boat, and then we will leave." "What about these corpses?" The pirate glanced at the corpse next to him, then smiled again. "Brothers are all tired." "Tired? Then don't care, let's go straight away. Let those marines take care of the funeral." Touching the smooth back of his head, the pirate waved his hand, and as his men transported all the treasures to the pirate ship evacuated, and the cargo ship fell into silence. Suddenly, a figure jumped out. "Meow." The light cry came out. It turned out to be a cat. The cat is not big, but it is very dexterous. It shuttles between the corpses on the boat, carefully not allowing itself to get any blood. At the same time, there is a trace of sadness and fear in the smart eyes. It's like a person. Meow. The timid glanced at the pirate ship going away. Confusion appeared in the cat's eyes. Standing blankly at the bow of the ship, the cat looked at the endless sea, lost in a daze. It doesn't know where to go or what to do. Suddenly, a ship appeared in its eyes, which was driving towards here in the wind and waves. Suddenly, its eyes flashed with excitement. Meow. It seemed to be calling the ship to come, but its voice was so small that the people on the ship could not hear it. He seemed to realize that no matter how loud he screamed, the people on the boat could not hear him, and the cat fell into despair again. Meow. It seemed to be moaning and crying again. Gradually, the ship was getting closer and closer to here. After half an hour, the cat saw a young man standing on the ship approaching. A stunned look appeared in its eyes, as if surprised and puzzled. This man, why is he sailing alone? It did not see, nor heard other sounds from this not-so-small ship. The man stood on the deck, although his face was smiling and his body was full of cheerfulness, but he could feel his loneliness. At this moment, the young man looked over. When he saw it was a cat, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled. It's a cat. Then, the man jumped up. His figure was not strong, on the contrary, he appeared a little thin. But it just happened to be that leap, and he had already reached the cat's side. Just a glance, the man had already seen the miserable condition of the boat in his eyes. "Are you alone?" asked in a low voice. Although the man was in doubt, he was already affirmed in his heart. After looking at the cargo ship a few steps, a torch appeared in the man's hand. The cat stepped back timidly and hid in a corner, watching all the actions of the man secretly. Lighting the torch, the man wanted to throw the torch directly on the boat, but after thinking of the cat beside him, the man seemed to have a pause, and then he spoke to the cat hiding in the corner. "These people are dead. I need to incinerate them so that their bodies won't rot and stink. From now on, just follow me." Then, a fire started. After the man said, he turned and walked towards his boat. The act of being domineering without leaving a trace of leeway made the cat gritted his teeth and bitterly hated. "Who is going with you? If I didn't agree, I burned my boat, really." After thinking about it, the cat jumped up in desperation and followed the man to leave as he looked at the vessel that was getting more and more on fire. P.S. This is a magical cat. Seeking recommendation, collection. Chapter 41. There was an extra cat on Luo Chen's boat, and he came across this cat accidentally. Perhaps when he saw this cat on his boat, the confusion and pity in the cat's eyes moved his sympathy. But when the cat got on the boat, he realized that it was really not an ordinary cat. Have you ever seen a cat who doesn't eat raw fish, but only eats delicious braised fish? Once the braised fish tastes bad, have you ever looked at a cat? Have you ever seen a cat that sleeps to a certain point every morning, crawls on your face, scratches you with its paws, and wakes you up? Have you ever seen you get angry, it's more angry than you, and yells at you, meow meow, a cat that keeps calling? It's not a cat, it's a superb. Didn't it mean that after the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia, it is not allowed to be refined? Luo Chen rubbed his temples and looked at the cat lying on the deck with a cold expression on the face of Tsundere, a little speechless. Recently, he was despised. Yes, despised by a cat. The cat seriously disliked his level of cooking, and even went on a hunger strike. Beep the dog, this cat is really good. Think back then, when he raised cats, when did he eat what the cats did, or what did the cats eat? By now, cats in this pirate world will practice, do they want heaven defying? In the end, Luo Chen couldn't bear the humiliation of being despised by a cat. He spent 10,000 Baileys and began to summon ghost possession. Summon a chi-level soul for me. I want to know how to cook, a high level of cooking. Luo Chen glared at the cat fiercely, and Luo Chen gritted his teeth. Specify the type of ghost to be summoned, the summoning price is doubled, please confirm. There was a cold voice from the system. Luo Chen did not hesitate, and directly chose to summon. Huh. Colorful rays of light flickered in front of Luo Chen's eyes, and a figure stepped forward and instantly entered Luo Chen's body. In an instant, a deep insight poured into Luo Chen's mind, causing the color of comprehension and enlightenment to appear in his eyes. But only a minute later, a wry expression appeared on his face. It turned out to be this one. It's really rich that can make ghosts go ahead. The ghost summoned by the system this time is very interesting. If someone from a previous life sees this face, he will definitely be able to recognize it at a glance. The god of cookery, Stephen Chow, skills, cooking skills. The skills you know are in ecstasy. The information was clear, and Luo Chen understood it at a glance. This time the summoned god of cookery is the protagonist of the movie The God of Cookery, starring Zhou Xingqi in his early years. This movie is not good at kung fu, but Stephen is only good at cooking. After reading the price of Stephen's cooking skills, Luo Chen did not hesitate to exchange it directly. Congratulations to host for spending 300 points of possession coins and learning the skills of God of Cooking. There was a cold voice from the system. Luo Chen's whole body trembled, and he had mastered the cooking skills. With Stephen's ghost possession, he immediately began to enter the kitchen. Subsequently, the voice of dang 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 continued to flow, and Luo Chen began to show his fists. This time, he didn't believe in the kitten, and he could still mock him. Wait to be surprised. Smelly kitten. With the superb knife technique, the superb collocation level, and the insulting expression, in a short period of time, a plate of fresh braised fish has been out of the pot. I have to say that the skill of God of Cooking is extraordinary. A few simple combinations of dishes and seasonings make the fish on the plate come alive. A refreshing scent, showing the delicacy of fish in front of the nose, as if you can live forever with one sip. Holding up the plate enthusiastically, Luo Chen walked towards the cat's nest. This cat is really extraordinary. It needs a separate bedroom and takes a bath by itself. At this time, the sound of the water in the cat's room was rustling, and it was doing the cleaning work. Hey, you refined cat. My uncle, this time you will definitely be surprised. Come and try my craft. Luo Chen yelled and pushed open the bedroom door. In an instant, the cat panicked voice came out. Meow. The cat glared at Luo Chen with shame, wishing to kill Luo Chen to death. Ah, shy, Funny. You're just a cat, and you're still shy, haha. Luo Chen laughed, holding the plate, and strode towards the cat. Meow. Luo Chen glared angrily, and with a wave of the cat's claw, the cat actually closed the curtain. After waiting for a while, the cat stepped out with a slightly cold expression. However, the shame in the cat's eyes can be clearly seen. Come and taste it, my new braised fish. Luo Chen put down the plate in his hand with a sullen look, and opened the aluminum basin covered on it. Immediately, a scent of fragrance drifted away. The cat's saliva flowed down instantly, and it rushed up with a hasty claw. Snapped. Luo Chen slapped the cat's claw, then said sternly. Napkin, use a fork. Meow. The cat glared at Luo Chen, then quickly fastened his napkin, picked up the fork, and acted at the braised fish like a little adult. With just a mouthful, the cat's eyes lit up. Meow meow meow. As if he was saying it was delicious, Luo Chen laughed immediately. This system doesn't just allow me to fight. It seems that my previous thinking is still too narrow. There are so many people who have died, and almost all of the systems have them. As long as they are used properly, Luo Chen can almost become an all-powerful. He can easily obtain any kind of knowledge through ghosts and systems. This plugin is really good, it's a big killer. Luo Chen's smiling mouth was bent. Some low-priced, but very useful ghosts in daily life have been ignored by Luo Chen before. These special skills can not cost much, but they can enrich himself, which is extremely cost-effective. There was an extra cat on the Logan, and it was a lot of fun. In this way, time passed slowly, blinking. 2 weeks passed. For the past 2 weeks, Logan has been traveling, and he does not know where the Island Rouge is located. Only in my previous life, I learned that this island is called Batria Island, located in South Blue. At this time, he entered South Blue, very close to Rouge, but after all, he was still one step away. You must find an island and get the South Blue Island map, otherwise, I don't know when it will be dragged. Standing on the bow and looking at the sea, Luo Chen's face was a little deep. Before this, I must enrich my treasury as much as possible. 100 million is not too little, 1 billion is not too much. With money, he can become invincible. Meow. At this moment, the cat walked up lightly, seeming to hear Luo Chen's whisper, and pointed his paw. Luo Chen was taken aback, then woke up. This cat is amazing and can understand people's words, except that it is not human. It can be said to be no different from humans. You mean there are islands in this direction? Meow. The cat nodded affirmatively. Tsundere raised his head, as if to say, praise me, praise me. P.S. Thanks to the confused black tier of the fish 314 for rewards. Chapter 42-120 million. Regardless of whether the cat pointed in the right direction, Luo Chen had no purpose, so he drove in the place pointed by the former. About 2 days later, Luo Chen looked at the cat with admiration. You are not worthless. You can even discern the direction on the sea. For this, Luo Chen was surprised. It is impossible to imagine that a cat can do this to such an extent. Meow. The cat hugged his forelimbs. Tsundere glanced at Luo Chen, and then walked away arrogantly. At this point, standing on the deck, you can clearly see the island about 3 kilometers ahead. Finally got some clues. His eyes flickered, and a smile appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. After half an hour, the Logan docked. When disembarking, he saw 3 or 4 ships with skull flags moored beside him. This is pirate. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and there could be a pirate group of this size. Generally speaking, it was considered a large pirate group in the 4 seas, with a number of about 100. Meow. About to get off the ship, Luo Chen suddenly discovered that the cat who was with him had started to shiver, looking at the skull flags hanging on these ships, his eyes were full of fear. "What happened to you?" Luo Chen walked over and squatted down and asked worriedly. Although it was just a cat, the more he felt that this guy was like a person during this time of getting along, and in a certain subconscious mind, this cat was already his partner. Meow. The cat raised his paw, pointed at the pirate ship, and then gestured for a long time. His eyes were full of horror, and finally he hugged Luo Chen's leg, trying to dissuade him from leaving here quickly. "Do you want me to leave here? These pirates are terrible." Luo Chen thought for a while and asked. "Meow, meow, meow." The cat pointed anxiously at the pirate ship and called again. Luo Chen understood this time. Through the cat's movements, he understood, and a chill flashed in his eyes. In this way, these guys are the creditors of the lives on that ship. At the first sight of these pirate ships, the cat recognized that these pirates were the culprits who attacked the merchant ship and destroyed its habitat. "I see." Luo Chen put his hand on the cat's head, his expression became serious, and the cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the panic and sorrow in the cat's eyes, Luo Chen knew that the cat's relatives might have died in that battle. "Don't worry, everything has me." Slowly picking up the cat, Luo Chen turned around and looked at the pirate boats that were fluctuating with the sea. There was a coldness on his body. "I will avenge you." The voice was heavy. Luo Chen lost the easygoingness of the past at this moment, and replaced it with solemnity and solemnity. The cat looked at Luo Chen, plucked up the courage to climb to Luo Chen's shoulder, and then squatted firmly on it, rubbing Luo Chen with his cheek. "Don't worry about me, it is them who should be desperate. I'm very strong." Softly comforting the cat standing on his shoulders, Luo Chen stepped out, and after a leap, he had already got off the Logan, and strode towards the 4 pirate ships not far away. After 10 breaths, one of the pirate boats boarded. 4 or 5 pirates were sitting cross-legged on the deck, and the roars and complaints continued to be heard. These pirates were playing cards. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped them, making the group of people stunned for a moment, and then turned their heads to look away. "You kid, who is it? What are you doing on our boat? Get out," disturbed Lao Zi's interest. What caught my eyes was a young teenager with a strange cat squatting on his shoulder, looking at them in fear. Suddenly, these pirates scolded. "Come to kill you." Facing the fierce aura of these pirates, even someone had already picked up the long knife beside him. Luo Chen just said indifferently. His right hand was stroking silently on the hilt of the sword around his waist, and then when these pirates were about to stand up, his long sword suddenly screamed. Choke. A bright sword flower drew across the void, and Luo Chen's long sword was sheathed. The eyes of the pirates who were still getting up showed a look of horror. They touched their necks in panic and fear, trying to stop the flow of vitality. However, after a breath, there was only darkness left before their eyes. One sword, all the pirates present died. Next one. Luo Chen strode off the ship, and then boarded the other 3 ships. In less than half an hour, the 3 pirate boats, there were still some noisy sounds, and it had become quiet at this time. At this time, Luo Chen was standing on the largest of them. "Is this the captain's ship?" Looking at the corpse lying under him, Luo Chen's eyes flashed slightly. On this ship, the pirates' combat effectiveness was obviously higher than the other 3 ships, especially the corpse under him. He only killed the opponent with 3 swords. An ordinary pirate only needs a sword. But it doesn't matter anymore. 1 sword, 3 swords, there is not much difference, they are all dead. Meow. At this time, the cat on his shoulder screamed obediently. The coldness on Luo Chen's face dissipated, and he smiled and touched the cat's head. Then he stepped forward and started looking for the treasure on the ship. Fierce pirates like this, robbing everywhere, they must have accumulated a lot of money. After finding the hidden door on the floor of the captain's bedroom, Luo Chen opened the mechanism with a sword and jumped straight down. A smile appeared on his face when he saw the golden light in the basement. Sure enough. The feeling of being poor and crazy is unimaginable. He can only feel happy when he constantly fills his treasury and sees the increase in his money. As far as I can see, according to Luo Chen's estimation, this time I saw more treasures than I encountered at the entrance of East Blue Upside Down Mountain last time. In other words, is my little goal about to be achieved? The smile on his face was even worse, and Luo Chen stepped into the treasure center in a few steps. System, turn all these treasures into balance for me. After a few breaths, the treasures on the floor quickly dwindled, and finally became empty. At this time, the system's icy warning sound was also heard. A total of 75 million treasures is it to be collected as the system balance. The income balance of 70 million, 5 million will be replaced by Pele for me. Luo Chen casually Kaido, after a breath, there was a pile of Bailey in his hand, and the balance of the system suddenly became 120 million. This is a huge sum of money that surpassed the past, and it also allowed Luo Chen to firm up his belief in plundering the pirates. If you want to get rich, it seems that you have to take action against these guys who are doing evil and looting everywhere in the future. When I was in East Blue, I was a bounty hunter. It took me a long time to save more than 70 million. However, this will only be robbed twice, but I have already accumulated 120 million. Next, took the money. It's time to do something. Looking inside the island, Luo Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. P.S. Brothers who have votes, support a lot, just vote for the benefit of this book. Chapter 43, Flying Sword Stream. Leaping off the pirate boat, Luo Chen moved quickly towards the island. On his shoulders, the cat fell silent, without saying a word, but the eyes that looked forward from time to time were filled with worry. It was worried that Luo Chen would encounter danger. After a few days of getting along, this person and cat already had feelings. Walking through the jungle on the coast, Luo Chen quickly saw the town in the center of the island. The originally peaceful town, the moment this group of people entered, it was already in flames. The cruel pirates never practiced kindness and tolerance. The first wave of action after their arrival was slaughter, ruthless killing, which first shocked the courage of the villagers, and then forced them to surrender their wealth. There is only one end of failure or hesitation, and that is death. The blood gathered into a small river, flowing slowly from the gravel path in the town, a faint smell of blood wafting on the island, and a tragic atmosphere was permeating. We're just here to rob, and we don't plan anything else. We don't need to hurt you by handing over the money. At the end of the crowd, a big man shouted loudly. In front of them, the villagers stood together in horror, holding shovels, hoes and other weapons in their hands. In the face of danger, these people choose not to endure, but to resist. In the middle of the two groups, dozens of corpses lay. Don't be too nonsense, a broken village, delayed for 2 hours, Lao Zi is very busy. The 5 big and 3 thick bald man walked out in stride, with a machete horizontally, and pointed directly at the villagers in front. I will give you 2 more minutes, let you choose. If you don't hand over the money, I will kill you all. Captain. As soon as the sentence came out, the pirates behind were all startled with horror. The pirates are also divided into 3 to 6 or 9 grades. They release bounties from evil means. Although their captains are fierce, they have always stayed aligned compared to those top evil and cruel guys. And the guys in the front of Marine are full of blood, and they destroy an island and kill the entire island at every turn. For a long time, they have avoided such large-scale brutal killings, lest Marine's attention is focused on them. Because they clearly know that with their strength, once Marine moves and wants to encircle them, they will only have a dead end. However, this time the captain is. Don't talk nonsense, this time we will go to the grand line. Save up to 100 million bounties, and make a few more pens in the taste channel. When that happens, we will find an auction and take a few devil fruits. We are afraid of a ball. The captain bald waved arrogantly and said loudly. At this moment, the crew understood. It's very close to Upside Down Mountain. As long as they want to go, it is almost impossible for Marine to stop them. And if you want to go, then, South Blues Marine, can you manage them? When I arrived at the Grand Line, I used my money to shoot a few devil fruits to improve the strength of the cotters. At that time, you don't have to be afraid of encountering Marine. At this time, most pirates did the same. They are not stupid. They accumulated wealth through looting in the early stage. After entering the Grand Line, they looked for devil fruit and developed their own strength. Seeing the fierce light that suddenly appeared in the eyes of the pirates, the villagers were obviously panicked. Compared with the pirates who have been fighting all the year round and living on the edge of death, the strength of these villagers is still much inferior. It can be said that once it is opened, the villagers will almost certainly die. 2 minutes are here. Captain Dahan waited impatiently to a certain point, pinched the stopwatch to calculate the point, and suddenly let out a loud roar. Have you thought about it? The villagers in front of him stared fiercely, and the captain bald had a strong killing intent. The villagers did not say a word, but tightened their weapons tightly. Good, good, good. The captain bald smiled furiously. He stretched out his hand suddenly into the air, and was about to wave it in the next second, giving an order to slaughter the pesky villagers in front of him. But at this moment, behind the pirate crowd, there was a cry of pain. Ah, help! There are enemies. Careful! Several calls came quickly, but they stopped abruptly. The pirates turned their heads dumbfounded, and then they saw a young figure holding a sword in their right hand, stepping forward slowly towards them. Who is he? The captain bald glanced at it, and immediately asked the pirate next to him in confusion. I do not know either. The pirate looked confused. The young man held a sword in his right hand and squatted firmly on his shoulder with a petite cat. The cat's eyes were full of fear and pity. With his eyes moving, he looked very cute and smart. However, it is such a strange combination. With each step they took, 4 or 5 pirates fell. In the few breaths when the captain bald didn't react, dozens of lives had been harvested by the young man's sword light in the pirate crowd. Special. The captain bald finally reacted and roared. Why do you dare to FK Laozi to death that kid? A loud roar, like a spring thunder, instantly awakened the bewildered pirates. Then, the scene suddenly became chaotic, surrounded by nearly 100 people, and Luo Chen surrounded the center. But for a time, none of these pirates dared to step forward. Meow. The cat gave a worried cry. Don't be afraid, these are just chicken dogs. Luo Chen's face was cold, and his voice didn't care about these pirates. At the same time, he secretly contacted the system. Summon the orange soul, the category is sword weapons. Specify the type of call, the consumption will be doubled, please confirm. There was a cold voice from the system. Confirm. With Luo Chen's strength at this time, it would not take much effort to solve these pirates. However, the soul of Qinji is no longer a burden to Luo Chen now. His main purpose is to master multiple skills. As the light flickered, a young figure with long red hair and a lion scar on his face, holding a long sword, stepped out suddenly and rushed into Luo Chen's body. The figure was shocked, and Luo Chen's eyes immediately showed bursts of understanding. Consumption of 200,000 yuan, summon characters, Kenshin Himura. The skills you can know, Fei Tian Yuji on Lu. Luo Chen is also very familiar with the character of Kenshin Himura, who is worth 100,000. At the same time, the sword in his hand has also changed in sword strength, his style has also changed abruptly, and his temperament has changed slightly. Of course, the pirates in front of them couldn't see this. In a flash, Luo Chen's figure has disappeared before the eyes of the pirates. The sword light flickered. At this moment, Luo Chen's figure was so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. In just 3 short breaths, dozens of figures lay down on the ground again. The swordsmanship of Fi Iman Kenshin, combined with the power in Luo Chen's body at this moment, exerted terrifying power. P.S. Possession system, anyone can summon. Brothers can also write down the characters they want to summon in the book review area, Xingyi may use it. Actually, I want to summon Chinan, but... Chapter 44. Fei Tianyu Jian Lu, from Rurouni Kenshin, is the sword technique used by the protagonist Kenshin Himura. Among them, the technique of drawing swords is extremely overbearing, and the most terrifying characteristic of this genre is quickness and ruthlessness, which fully displays these 2 points. Its sword drawing technique is the most powerful, known as the swift sword drawing technique. When you feel the speed, the sword has passed through your body and reached behind you, which is the moment of your failure. At this time, Luo Chen possessed Fei village Jiangxin in his body, and before a while, he had already integrated all the Feishan Yuji and Liu in his heart, and knew everything well. Fantastic sword drawing technique. Dragon's Nest Flash. The Earth Dragon flashes. Dragon Hammer Flash. Long Xiang Shan. 9-headed dragon flashes. And the ultimate supreme prophecy, Tianxiang Dragon flashing. In an instant, in Luo Chen's mind, countless personal figures flew up and down, rehearsing in the sea of mind, and then magnified and merged with his body. Quick! Allow! Hatred! A dangerous aura was released from his eyes, and for a short while, Luo Chen's figure passed by a dozen pirates. Long Xiang Shan. The astonishing sword light was dazzling, and it bloomed like an epiphany in a flash, and then the screams sounded, and his body was completely empty. Damn it's kid! The captain Bald looked at the young boy who was walking step by step in horror, with fear in his heart. He knew very well that the combat power of his subordinates were all elite pirates who came to the edge of life and death. This kid. Where is it sacred? Dragon Hammer Flash. 9-headed Dragon Mountain. One by one sword strokes bloomed in Luo Chen's hands, and the nearly 100 pirates rushing up quickly decreased. His brilliant swordsmanship and fast-moving speed are like a tiger in the crowd, unstoppable. In front of this tiger, the pirates became Mian Yang. After dozens of breaths, Luo Chen's control of Feishan Yuji and Liu was even more familiar, and the fusion with Femura Jiangxin had reached its peak. Every time he stepped out, he would hear 3 or 4 painful calls. In the end, when the pirates only had more than 30 people left, they looked at the corpses all over the floor, terrified, terrified. Ah, he is not a human being, he is a devil. Too strong. We have no hope at all. Under such advanced swordsmanship, they have no resistance at all. Captain, what should I do? A pirate screamed, and his voice was trembling. The bald captain had a fierce look in his eyes. He touched his light head, carried a large knife a few steps and walked to the forefront. First, he scanned the pirates who fell on the ground in a circle, and his eyes were even more fierce. Boy, who are you? That's ruthless. People who are dying, don't need to know. Luo Chen said indifferently, his eyes were not even on Captain Bald. Slowly insert the long sword into the scabbard, and then close it. The courage of this group of pirates has been lost, and it is not enough to filter. There's a kind, damn it, who are you Laozi? I'm the murderous Arnold with a reward of 35 million. The Captain Bald was furious, and he strode out, and within a few steps he had already arrived in front of Luo Chen. The blade was shining, and it slashed towards Luo Chen at an extremely tricky angle. The latter's eyes flashed, and his footsteps dodged slightly, avoiding the blow, putting his right hand on the hilt of his waist, and did not attack. He seemed to be brewing something, letting the Captain Bald continue to swing his knife, but he was always evasive. However, it can be clearly seen that although Luo Chen's figure is constantly moving, the cat on his shoulders is squatting steadily without any shaking. 10 seconds later, Luo Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the aura he was accumulating seemed to have reached the extreme at this moment. At this moment, the captain bald rushed over. Speaking of strength, judging from the bounty, it's actually not much worse. But in terms of tactics, the difference is too far. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. The next moment, with a choking, Yuanhong's sword was unsheathed. An extremely bright, fierce sword intent was surging, but the breath seemed to be able to cut a person's head. In front of the captain bald, a ray of sword light quickly magnified, and then he saw a faint figure passing through the center of his body. "I'm okay," Arnold said in horror. At this moment, he heard the sound of a long knife closing in its sheath behind him again. At the moment the voice disappeared, he covered his neck in fear, where a thin slit was rapidly enlarged, and red blood was erupting. Rapid sword drawing technique. Muttering, Luo Chen's eyes condensed. Among the flying imperial sword stream, the most famous technique is the sword drawing technique. As soon as the sword was drawn, the enemy's life and death had already been determined. This overbearing and rapid drawing of a sword made countless people fearful. Kenshin Himura can be called drawing a sword because of this technique of drawing swords. At the same time, the technique of drawing swords is also the basis of all flying imperial swords. It was just a preliminary attempt. This set of swordsmanship brought surprises to Luo Chen. Sure enough, it was so strong that it was just a stab, and he immediately killed the pirates who were $350,000 in strength, and their strength was not much worse than their own. The vertical and horizontal swordsmanship is also strong, but it is strong in the subtlety of the moves, but if it is better than the overbearing and fierceness of this flying sword stream, it is still a bit worse. The two sets of swordsmanship are very different in style and completely different, but they are both equally powerful. Of course, there is a hint of righteousness in the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, chivalrous, upright, which is really not more killing than the sword drawing technique. After solving Arnold, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, his figure was just a step away, and he had rushed in front of the remaining pirates again. After a breath, the screams kept coming out. Luo Chen would not let go of these cruel pirates. Kill one person to save thousands, why not do it? He is not a bad guy, let alone a savior. But everyone stepped on the road to see the unevenness, and since they met, then killing these guys is not a big deal. Confucianism has a saying that one can be self-satisfied by one's own self, while daring is to benefit the world. Among them, there is a bit less righteousness to be at a loss, but a little more to maintain one's own sanity. If you can, think about the surroundings again. This is the way of life and the way of survival. Luo Chen is not strong at the moment, but killing these pirates and saving the civilians on the island in front of him is more than enough to save the innocent people killed by these people in the future. As for Marine, it is a contradiction caused by different camps. After only a dozen breaths, the remaining pirates have been killed by Luo Chen. A faint bloody smell came out, making it vomiting, and the cat stood on his shoulder and covered his nose in disgust. "Are you safe?" Returning the long sword to its sheath, Luo Chen stepped forward and smiled. This was a completely different temperament from the previous scene of indifference, and the villagers were immediately shocked. P.S. Thank you Twilight Breeze for your rewards, recommendations, collections. In the period when the book was not exposed, brothers' support is the biggest motivation for Xingyi. Chapter 45. A moment ago, it was as if it was a strict Shura, but at this moment it seemed to be a Tathagata smiling. This completely different temperament came from the same person, which made the villagers feel a little dazed. Thanks, thanks. After 5 full breaths, one of them reacted and thanked him again and again. There was one person, and the rest of the villagers all thanked loudly. Some of them brought their valuables, some went home to get special products, and even a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s actually pushed his daughter out, saying that he was going to repay Lugo-chan, leaving the latter stunned. Look dumbfounded. However, such a lively scene also made Lugo-chan feel a little bit warm. He has watched many movies and novels in his previous life, and sometimes after saving the other person will fear your mighty power, and instead evade you or try to kill you. These gloomy willfulness are hard to guard against. But fortunately, the people here are very simple. Hee, no extra thank you, I need a chart, South Blue chart, do you have one? Lugo-chan rejected the kindness of all the villagers, especially the daughter of the middle-aged man, and said loudly, "Chart." Upon request, the villagers immediately took action and asked each other. Among them, the enthusiasm made Lugo-chan sigh and sigh. What a bunch of kind guys, after saving one of them, they can't wait to give everything to themselves. After a short while, there was news from the villagers. A young guy ran home quickly, and then screamed while holding a sheepskin curl. "Benefactor, I have a chart, I have it." Lugo-chan's eyes lit up, quickly took it, and then glanced away. Just for a moment, he looked at the chart in his eyes, and the cat on his shoulders also scanned curiously. "How is it? Benefactor? Kano's chart, is it okay?" "Yeah, no problem, right? I picked it up on another island when I went to sea 2 years ago. It looked like a map and brought it back. I hope it's okay, I must help my benefactor." Everyone looked at Lugo-chan's expression nervously, with anticipation in their eyes. "The chart is okay, although it's a bit incomplete, but my destination can be found." After a few breaths, Lugo-chan said with a smile, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good." The villagers said. "This chart is incomplete, it can be said to be too incomplete, covering only a quarter of South Blue." Lugo-chan frowned when he looked at it at first, but after a few glances, he laughed. "Because, so immortal, the route to Betria is just above this chart. Sure enough, good deeds are rewarded." Having obtained the goal of this trip, Lugo-chan bid farewell to the villagers. Batria arrives, Rouge is still suffering, he doesn't have much time to waste. "Benefactor, we have nothing to repay you, but please tell me your name." The villagers repeatedly tried to stay, but Lugo-chan refused. Finally, they could only ask Lugo-chan's name like this. "Forrid." Lugo-chan was embarrassed now. After thinking about it, he smiled again. "Kenshin Himura, my name is Kenshin Himura." Since Kenshin Himura was summoned to defeat the pirates, let's use Kenshin Himura's name. After more than 10 breaths, Lugo-chan's back disappeared in front of the villagers, hiding his merit and fame deeply. Back on the Logan, Lugo-chan's face was full of smiles. "This time I got a lot of money. Not only did I get money, but I also got a chart." Smiling at the cat, Lugo-chan said with a smile. "Meow." The cat glanced at Lugo-chan disgustingly, waved his tail, and jumped off Lugo-chan's shoulder. Soon, the Logan sailed away from the island. From the villagers' mouths, Lugo-chan also learned that the island was called Cyan Island. In the following time, the Logan sailed steadily on the sea. Lugo-chan began to sit on the deck, calculating his income this time. Arnold, who defeated 123 pirates and offered a bounty of 30 million, won a total of 3,200 possession coins. The balance of gold coins in the system remains 120 million. The total remaining possession coins, 69,200. These are the family properties of Lugo-chan's body at the moment. After knowing his thoughts, Lugo-chan narrowed his eyes, and focused on the skills that Cai Fei Kunjian's heart had just now. Flying Imperial Sword Stream, it costs 3,000 possession coins. Without the slightest hesitation, Lugo-chan chose to exchange. Fishin Yuji and Liu exerted terrifying power on Kenshin Himura. But this is only for Kenshin Himura. His moves are exquisite, precise, and ruthless, and they are all very powerful. And as his strength increases, this set of swordsmanship will inevitably be able to exert even greater strength on his body. Moreover, this is a systematic sword technique, with many sword moves, including the cultivation of breath, the improvement of realm and so on. Although in the pirate world, these things will have great restrictions, but for him at the moment, it is just right. From the very beginning, Luo Chen's positioning of the system was not to make himself strong in an instant, and to eat a fat man in one bite, but to use the system to grow from weak to strong step by step. Moreover, the system cannot really make oneself invincible immediately. Even if he summons an extremely powerful character and summons a purple soul, there is a time limit. In the final analysis, it is not his own power. What Luo Chen wanted was his true own power. The moves of the flying sword flow in his mind flowed through his heart quickly, and after 3 breaths, he had already used all these masters. The advantage of the system is that he doesn't need to practice these anymore. Once exchanged, he will have these powers. With 16 years of physical training, Luo Chen's strength has temporarily reached a small peak. Now even without using the power of the system, Luo Chen's swordsmanship has been able to defeat the pirates with a bounty of 50 or 60 million. Of course, demon fruit power, he has not encountered it yet, and it is not clear what will happen to this kind of enemy with extremely fluctuating power. Call. Slowly exhaling, Luo Chen finally gave up after running Fishin Yuji and Liu's breath mind. In terms of mind, Gani's Gigotuna method is more neutral and peaceful, with long chi pulse, which is also good for the body. But Fishin Yuji and Liu's style is rude and violent, and if there is a bad one, it will even disuse oneself. In the end, Jiangxin seemed to be seriously injured because of the excessive power of the moves. However, with my body, I can bear this violent power. Luo Chen didn't worry. People in the pirate world generally had excellent physical fitness, far surpassing that of Jiangxin's world. Next, continue to accumulate money, sweep away all the way, summon powerful people, and enrich yourself. Strive to raise your own strength to the level of 100 million pirates. P.S. After seeing the messages of my brothers, I can only say that there will be some. Whoever wants to be called will be called. Of course, not now, don't worry. Chapter 46. Batria Island is located in the midwest of South Blue. Luo Chen saw from this incomplete nautical chart that he had to cross at least 7 islands if he wanted to go to this island. It will take about 5 months to judge the itinerary based on the scale on the map. Almost half a year. The expression on his face was a little subtle. Luo Chen was very worried about whether Rouge would be able to support her arrival. In the original book, it was a full 2 years before Rouge gave birth to Ace and then died. The whole world doesn't even know the existence of Rouge, or the existence of One Piece and the orphan like Ace. Because of forced non-production, Rouge's body suffered too much, and therefore, she had already left the first time she was born. But in this world, I can't tolerate such grief from happening. Silently clenching his fists, Luo Chen's face became serious. Since Roger is dead, he should take care of all the funeral matters. In fact, even he doesn't know when and how this middle-aged old guy hooked up with Rouge. If he hadn't known the original plot, maybe Ace would still be by Garp's side, and Rouge would inevitably die. The old guy doesn't believe me, but he believes in that guy Garp. It makes me sad. A smile appeared on his face. Luo Chen clenched the long sword in his hand, his eyes became sharp as he looked forward. Half a month has passed since he left Thane Island. In this half-month, he eliminated 4 vicious pirate groups. The number of the 4 pirate groups reached more than 500 numbers, but he did not have a living. Leave. The cruel and cold killing, and the magical sword technique, even left him with the name of drawing a sword. In the past half-month, his system balance has increased rapidly, and by now, it has grown to a horrible amount of 220 million. With a lot of money, the confidence is natural enough. Luo Chen is not afraid of everything at this moment. In front of him, there happened to be a pirate group approaching. The opening of the era of great voyages has also led to a rapid increase in the number of pirates. With these pirates who do no evil, Luo Chen can accumulate wealth very fast. 13 minutes later, the Logan passed by the oncoming pirate ship. Both parties are looking at each other at this moment. Pirates are not a friendly group. More pirates have to live and die as soon as they meet. In this vast sea, they are competitors. At a glance, there were not many people on the pirate ship opposite, only about 20 people, but everyone's eyes were amazingly bright and full of energy, causing Luo Chen's eyes to squint slightly. It can be seen that this group of pirates is not easy to deal with. At the same time, the other side also looked at Luo Chen's boat. When they saw that there was only one person and one cat, the group of pirates raised their eyebrows and laughed. A boat alone? It's kind of interesting. Luo Chen did not respond, but calmly stared at the group of people. He saw a strong bloody breath from the group of people. You killed a lot of people. Asking these words indifferently, Luo Chen's right hand was already on the hilt. Killing? How can you be a pirate who doesn't kill? Among the pirates on the opposite side, one of the green-haired people smiled, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. You haven't killed anyone yet, have you? As he said, his face became savage. Beside him, the pirates laughed loudly, wanting to see Luo Chen, who was frightened by them. However, they were disappointed, and Luo Chen's expression was still flat. Then I have to send you back to your hometown today. Speaking lightly, the next moment, Luo Chen's knees were slightly bent, and he had already risen into the air. In just a moment, he was already standing on the opponent's pirate ship. You want to do it? Are you crazy? The pirates laughed and laughed. Know that we are offering a bounty. Before he finished speaking, Luo Chen's long sword was out of its sheath, a brilliant sword light flashed, and two pirates fell down. In an instant, the expressions of the pirates changed. This swordsmanship. Luo Chen stepped forward, swinging the long sword in his hand at will, and the speed was astonishing. The dragon's head flashes. Long Xiangshan. Nine-headed dragon flashes. Less than 5 breaths of effort, the pirates were half dead. Noisy. It's just a group of people, I don't even want to know their names. Indifferent words came from Luo Chen's mouth, and the pirates were completely frightened. You must know that the pirates who died were the strongest in their pirate group, including their captain. But in the hands of the person in front of him, he couldn't stand a blow. I remember, he is. At this moment, the pirates who were in panic suddenly shouted. Drawing a sword. Recently, it was rumored that a murder demon had appeared on South Blue. He was cruel in nature. He had never had a living mouth in his hand. He was a master of swordsmanship. Rarely, he was an enemy of swordsmanship. What's more terrifying is that he only hunts down pirates. As long as he hears that there are vicious pirates doing evil, he will chase away until the group of pirates is completely killed. They once heard this rumor, but they just sneered and didn't believe it. You know, their captain is also a vicious pirate who offers a reward of 30 million baileys, and is well known throughout South Blue, not to mention that there are cotters who offer a reward of 20 million. They are not the group of spicy chicken pirates piled up by the number of people, they are the elite. However, when facing Luo Chen at this moment, they only knew that the power they were proud of was scum in front of each other. No, don't kill me. Mom, I want to go home, I'm so scared. Help, who will help me? This group of pirates who once wielded knives at innocent people, in front of Luo Chen, were so frightened that they cried and cried. However, the latter just waved a knife indifferently. 3 of his silhouettes shuttled and passed by the remaining pirates. The next moment, all the pirates fell to the ground. Even the entire South Blue is considered to be the top pirate group. The total bounty sums up to 70 million Baileys. The famous pirate group was wiped out in Luo Chen's hands. The name of the pirate ship is unknown. As usual, he stepped into the basement of the pirate ship. He has done this process many times in the past few months, and every time, he will have a huge gain. However, this time, when he walked into the basement, he was taken aback. Because what he saw was not a treasure, but one rough guy. Luo Chen's expression became tangled in an instant. IFK, are these pirates sick, pervert, they don't let the treasure, let a big man. That's right, in the basement, a sturdy man was sitting cross-legged, his head hanging down, as if he was sleeping. Chapter 47 BAA 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 BAA. Luo Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. He didn't know what to say. He looked for a few times in the basement, but only saw a pile of treasures, a very small pile. According to his several robberies, oh no, borrowing money, borrowing from the experience of those pirate groups, this pile of treasures is at least 10 million. Damn it, more than 10 million, poor ghost. Luo Chen disliked it very much, more than 10 million, he was too heavy to carry it. Striding forward, Luo Chen said directly to the system. System, put this pile of treasures into the balance. A total of 11 million, the balance has been deposited, and the current balance of host is 231 million. Listening to this large amount, Luo Chen's face improved a little. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's meat, so I don't care about him. Once again, he glanced at the big man sitting on the ground with shackles on his hands and feet, and his head hanging slightly. Luo Chen curled his lips and prepared to leave. This guy is really a big man. He is at least 2.5 meters tall and has sturdy limbs. Sitting in the basement alone, he occupies at least 2/3 of the area, just like a tower. Just sitting cross-legged, this big man has reached Luo Chen's waist. And the naked arms, the upper body, and the solid muscles on it, like granite, have a visual impact. What kind of hormones have you eaten? It's so strong. A little enviously glanced at this big man, Luo Chen turned his head and was about to leave. But at this moment, the big man raised his head and the shackles clinked constantly. Luo Chen only noticed that there were quite a lot of chains on the big man's body, and he actually tied the big man's body by 5 points. Third, only the position above the chest is not tied off. Yes, did you save me? Saved you. Luo Chen looked dumbfounded, he just came to get the money, who would save him? Thank you, can you help me untie these chains? The big man's voice was very weak, and Luo Chen also saw at this time, the big man's face was pale and his lips were dry, as if he hadn't drank water for a long time and had eaten. However, Luo Chen did not refuse either, it was just a matter of convenience. The Yuanhong sword was unsheathed, and it was only a flash of effort. A spark broke out from the iron chain on the man's body, and then it broke into 2 pieces. Okay, you can get up. Luo Chen curled his lips and was about to leave. The muscles on this big man are too jealous. Trouble wait, can this iron rope mixed with sea stone in my hand cut it for me? As long as you aim at a place that is not the location of the sea stone, it is easy to damage it. The big man stretched out his hands, revealing his sturdy wrists bound by a thick iron rope at least 5 centimeters in diameter. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's mouth trembled. Beep the dog, who is this guy with such a thick rope? He was treated so solemnly by those weak chickens. There was a dignified look in his eyes. This burly figure was actually tied up by sea stone. Although the sea stone is not pure handcuffs, the circles of iron ropes on his body, plus the wrists, can also be used. Prove that this big man is extraordinary. This guy is still a demon fruit power. With a wave of his hand, the long sword flashed again, and the knife was accurately cut on the rope. The big man's hands were divided, and the sea stone rope suddenly broke. Slowly pulling down all the iron chains on his body, the big man wanted to stand up, but he was too weak, and he shook his head and sat down again. Boom! The basement shook for a while, and Luo Chen's eyes trembled. How heavy is this guy? Just the power of a ride can shake the entire ship. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten or drank water for a month, I really don't have the energy. 1 month. Baa. Are you kidding me? Luo Chen looked at this big man in shock, completely unable to believe this fact. Someone can survive without eating or drinking water for a month. Can you carry me out? I need to add food and water. The big man was very polite. Luo Chen couldn't bear to refuse. In the end, he bent down and signaled the big man to come up. Come up. The big man grinned, his smile was ugly, but he was a little honest. Then he lay on Luo Chen's shoulder, and suddenly Luo Chen felt his body sink. It's so heavy, how many catties are you? Can't help it, Luo Chen spit out. It's about 400 to 500 catties. The big man said with embarrassment. You should lose weight. Luo Chen was a little speechless, and turned over Byakugan. The big man is embarrassed, his figure is perfect, but his skeleton is big. The heavy man walked out of the basement. When he came outside and saw the corpses on the deck, he narrowed his eyes slightly and gave Luo Chen a little unexpectedly. I'll find food for you. After saying a word, Luo Chen entered the kitchen. After a while, Luo Chen walked out carrying the food. There was obviously saliva flowing out of the big man's mouth, and he was hungry for too long. Is there water? Putting food into his mouth, the big man asked without turning his head. Boom! Luo Chen put 2 jars of wine on the deck and motioned. There is no water, but there are still 2 jars of wine. The big man was taken aback, and then he grinned. Wine can also be used as water. Afterwards, he grabbed the wine jar with one hand, lifted it directly, and poured it into his mouth. Luo Chen's eyes trembled. FK, this guy really used wine as water. And most importantly, Luo Chen's pupils contracted, and this guy's recovery speed is so fast. He couldn't move as he was weak just now, but after eating a few bites of food, he was able to lift the half-person high wine jar. After eating for a full hour, the big man breathed a sigh of relief, cried out comfortably, and stopped the endless food-eating movement. It's full. It's so cool. Ha ha ha. With a big laugh, the big man stood up, looked down at Luo Chen, and stretched out his big hand like a fan. Thank you, kid, my name is Jason Statham, thank you for saving me. Luo Chen. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and shook Jason's hand, but his heart was even more complaining. Jason Statham. If he remembers correctly, there was a famous movie star in his previous life called this name, right? I have nowhere to go. Since you saved me, let me protect you from now on. Jason grinned again and smiled at Luo Chen. Protect me? Luo Chen showed questioning eyes. Don't worry, I can fight very well, and there is absolutely no problem protecting you. Jason grinned again with a fist larger than his own sandbag. Then, as if to prove his strength, he swept the corpses of the pirates on the ground with a disdainful expression. They are like this, I can fight 10,000. Immediately afterwards, he said to Luo Chen embarrassedly. Just take care of the food for me. As a reminder, he added another sentence. I can eat it? Chapter 48 Alistair Island. In Luo Chen's helpless eyes, there was an extra big man on the Logan who ate 10 people a meal. This big guy had a bald head, a long and honest smile on his face, and an honest look. Although he looked strong, he looked very bully. But Luo Chen knew that there was definitely a huge power in this guy's body. The mere fact that he was tied up in the basement and survived without eating or drinking for a month can prove the extraordinary horror of this guy. Those sturdy arms, strong thighs, and a whole body of tendons are like a small pagoda. Standing in front of Luo Chen, it even more contrasts Luo Chen's frailty. Of course, it was also because of this that Luo Chen had always resented Jason. "Hey, Captain, where are we going?" After moving all the supplies of the gang of pirates to the Logan, Jason asked with a smile. He worked hard and didn't complain. Luo Chen said what he did. "Batlia Island." Luo Chen said. "Raise the sail, we are ready to set off." He said to Jason again, and the latter ran to set sail. Soon, the Logan puffed up its sails and sailed under the blowing of the sea breeze. Since there are 2 more people on the boat, it is natural that Jason will do all the hard work. "Will you sail?" Luo Chen asked again when the ship got up. No." Jason touched his big bald head, embarrassed. "To learn." "Good. Can you cook?" Luo Chen asked again. "No," Jason replied. "To learn." Will it be cleaned?" Luo Chen asked again. "This meeting," Jason said in surprise. He finally found one who would do it. "That's not hurry to go." Luo Chen stared, the latter touched his head and went down to clean silently. After that, watching Jason cleaning up on the deck, Luo Chen showed a pleasant smile on his face. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to have one more person. At the very least, these chores are no longer their own. Jason's movements were very fast, but in less than a quarter of an hour, the whole ship was cleaned by him inside and outside, showing the cleaning skills behind him, which made Luo Chen very satisfied. He likes this, honest and capable crew. After that, the 2 of them were assigned a division of labor, and the guards were rotated every night. On this sea, crises are coming and going, you don't know when, there will be danger. Generally speaking, when night falls, crew members will be arranged to watch the night. Before that, Luo Chen was the only one. He sleeps in light sleep every day, leaving his general mind outside. And now, there is Jason. That day, when the night fell, Luo Chen finally closed his eyes and slept beautifully. The next day, at dawn, stretching his waist, Luo Chen saw Jason, who had already begun to move his body outside. "Hi, Jason." "Hey, you're up, Captain." Jason greeted honestly. "Well, that's right, I'm still alive after watching all night." Luo Chen praised. "Yes, it should." Jason laughed. At this time, Jason's eyes were bright, and he was not tired of staying up all night. There are only 2 days left before the next island. Looking at the map, Luo Chen's eyes flashed and muttered. It took about 5 months before he could feel Rouge, and he was shortening this time as much as possible. It can be said that he hardly stopped on this road. In addition to the delay in killing the murderous pirates, there is even very little supply for sea ships. But this time, it must stay here. According to the chart, the Alistair Island was the only supply during the nearby voyage, and this voyage took up 1/3 of his time to go to Batria. In other words, at least he will float on the sea for about a month. "Jason, call me when I get to the island." Luo Chen yelled, the latter replied, and then he went to the bedroom to tease the cat. In the past few days, the cat seems to be depressed and not very happy. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, the sea was calm and no pirates were encountered, which made Luo Chen feel a bit boring. He also wanted to kill some pirates to expand his system balance. Unfortunately, there was no hope. NS. 2 days later, as Jason yelled, Luo Chen also looked towards the bow position. "Captain, here we are, Alistair Island ahead." After Luo Chen talked about learning to sail that day, Jason was studying hard. By this time, he was standing in front of the rudder with his hands swaying, but he looked relaxed and content, and he looked very intoxicated. It's hard to imagine, a sturdy man, squinting his eyes and steering the helm, humming a little song in his mouth. It was a beautiful picture. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt that pirate's style of painting had changed. Luo Chen walked to the bow position and looked forward. After looking across the sea at a glance, you can see an island in the distance. Compared to the islands Luo Chen had seen from afar, this Alistair Island seemed to be more than twice as big in area, and the liveliness and prosperity on it were naturally higher. If you want to describe it, then among the islands Luo Chen has seen, I am afraid that only a limited island like Logue Town can be compared. When we arrive, we will buy some supplies in a while, and then rest on the boat for one night, and we will set off. Luo Chen approached Jason. Don't you play for a few more days? Captain? Jason asked suspiciously. There are still important things to do, but there is no time to delay. Faintly explained, Luo Chen fell into silence again. The Logan slowly approached the shore, and then Jason dropped the anchor and tied it tightly to the shore of the pier. Okay, Captain. Beckoning below, Jason yelled at Luo Chen. Nodding, Luo Chen also jumped down. On his shoulder, the kitten was also squatting quietly. After jumping to the shore, one person and one cat, they looked towards the interior of the island. The voice is full of people, and there is an endless stream between people. When Luo Chen swept across this small shore, he could see no fewer than 4 ships. What a prosperous town! With a sigh, a smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. Of course, Alistair Island should be one of the most prosperous islands in South Blue. Jason smiled. Nodding, Luo Chen and Jason walked towards the interior of the island. When the two walked into the center of the town and kept looking for items needed for navigation, the cat on Luo Chen's shoulder was restless. What's wrong? Cat. Meow. The cat opened his paw and pointed to a sweet cake shop on the side of the street, showing expectant eyes. Hee, I really don't know who is the master of the two of us. Or in the future, I'll call you the young master. Luo Chen laughed helplessly. Meow. Chapter 49. Looking at Luo Chen innocently, the kitten's face, with a cute look at this moment, seemed to be acting like a baby. Jason looked at this person and cat curiously, and he was also very clear about the time he got along with the cat. The captain's degree of pampering with the cat was simply exaggerated. And the cleverness of this cat is beyond his imagination. This cat feels like a person. In the end, the two sat in the sweet cake shop and began to enjoy the sweet food. I still can't get used to this sweet. Frowning at the cakes in front of him, Luo Chen stopped. He doesn't like to eat sweets, but Jason and Xiaozu, who are on the opposite side, are enjoying themselves and eating with gusto. It's so sweet! Jason exclaimed. Meow. The little lord also called out, and the cat's face was full of comfort. Luo Chen's face was full of black lines, and he flipped through Byakugan, not liking the two of them. After a short while, the two of them left here and started to purchase the necessary items on board. For nearly a month's trip, the amount of food is a very important factor. In addition, some clothing must also be available. After turning almost the entire street, the two big men Luo Chen and Jason looked at each other, both were a little embarrassed. In the end, they still found that this kind of picking things is really not suitable for men to do. Meow. At this time, the little lord called out and pointed at himself, with a proud look on his face. You mean, leave it to you? The little lord cat embraced her claws and nodded proudly. Luo Chen and Jason were sluggish for a moment, and began to act dubiously following the kitten's guidance. Then, less than half an hour later, there was a huge one-person high package behind Jason, and there was one on each of his hands. It's almost there. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction, looked at Jason with sweat on his forehead, and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "You've worked hard." "No hard work, this is what I should do, Captain." Jason smiled honestly. "I just like your hard work, come on, you will definitely have a lot of promise in the future." Luo Chen nodded and praised. Jason chuckled and didn't respond. He found that the captain, sometimes, was a little nervous. The two of them started to walk towards the boat. This huge material must be put down before they can do other things. Luo Chen planned to listen to small tunes, sing songs, and soak in a hot spring. That would be great. But when the three of them were walking towards the Logan, suddenly, Luo Chen's steps stopped. Jason narrowed his eyes at the same time, and stopped moving forward. Just after the two cats stopped for a breath, with a bang, a figure flew out in front of them with a scream, and then fell heavily on the ground. "Help! Help! Murder!" The man who fell to the ground screamed, his nose and face swollen, and the blood on his face looked miserable. This miserable situation immediately caused everyone around him to take a step back. "Laozi eats you to give your face, and dare to take my money. Look at the face of Laozi, don't you know me? You dare to ask me for money." Immediately afterwards, a big man walked out of the shop where the only man had thrown out, with a grim expression on his face. The crowd onlookers heard the big man's words and looked at his face. In just a second, a series of inhalation sounds came from the crowd. "Oh my God, it's him! Goblin Baron! He is Goblin Baron! In South Blue, he is offering a bounty of 45 million Baileys, the Demon Baron, who is said to be demon fruit power. Why is he here? Didn't you say that he was wandering on the sea near Batria Island some time ago?" When the people around saw Baron's face, their faces were shocked, and they took a few steps back again. When the man on the ground heard Baron's name, his whole body shrank. He hadn't recognized it just now. At this moment, when people around him reminded him, his heart trembled when he thought about it again. "This is the evil demon Baron. I actually provoke him." A fear of death enveloped the man, making him tremble all over. Legend has it that the evil demon Baron is the most unprovoked guy among the limited number of pirates in South Blue. Among the four seas, the bounty has reached this amount, and it is undoubtedly the famous big pirate. He actually offended such a big pirate. Suddenly, what made him startled was that a hand appeared in front of him. "Get up, you fell down." This simple sentence made his whole body tremble, and again, a young figure appeared in the man's eyes. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. All the people onlookers were stunned. The evil spirit Baron is a notorious figure throughout South Blue. Even the pirates will try to avoid facing this group of guys. However, now, someone dared to intervene in the murderer Baron's affairs. The man stood up blankly, only to feel a wave of power coming. His body actually followed up to his feet involuntarily. When he stood up, the man saw the face of Baron opposite him, and his whole body trembled again. Spare me." Involuntarily, the man shivered. But at this time, Baron did not look at the man again, but fiercely at the young man who helped him. Baron felt that someone was provoking his majesty, and this matter could not be tolerated. In South Blue, Baron is the highest ranking pirate, he is in the position of king, and no one dares to defy him. Even Marine, when you see him, you have to retreat. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a simple and honest voice sounded, which was a thick voice that was different from that of the young man. And these three words made everyone around him cover their mouths. "He will be killed. Oh my God." People turned their gazes again, and moved their gazes to the other side, the big man with the huge package on his back. At first glance, everyone was stunned. This big man is so majestic. Baron's figure is also considered burly, but in front of the big man, it seems that it has also become smaller. "What did you say?" For a while, Baron seemed to be unable to believe his ears. What's going on today? First appeared a little kid who didn't know anything and saved the person he was going to beat, followed by another brawny man with mental retardation, and unexpectedly said this to himself. I said, "What are you looking at? My captain, did you look at it? Put your attitude well, your hideous expression will scare him." Jason thought Baron couldn't understand, so he really explained it blankly. Baron was silent, but everyone could feel the anger accumulated in his body, which had reached the extreme. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes, and cold words came from his mouth. "Today, the three of you will definitely die. P.S. Please recommend it, collect it, we have too few tickets." Chapter 50 Zoan. The anger contained in Baron's voice could be heard clearly by everyone present. This guy was really irritated. The murderous eyes made everyone afraid to look at him. However, there is one exception. Not only did he stare at Baron's eyes, he also spoke. "What are you looking at?" The corners of his eyes trembled, and Baron couldn't help it. Jason's honest expression, coupled with the sound of the urn sound, is really too much hatred. Luo Chen, who was on the side, couldn't help laughing. "You all have to die," Baron said coldly. Behind him, two doors suddenly opened, and dozens of big men walked out of the door. "Captain, haven't you finished it yet? Who are these guys? It looks like something unexpected happened." A dozen pirates all showed joking expressions when they saw the situation in front of them. A young man, a burly man, well, and a cat. This combination made the corners of Baron's eyes tremble. "Are you going to kill them, Captain?" A lanky guy, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, his spear flicked and pointed directly at Jason. Obviously, in the eyes of these people, Jason's threat is far greater than Luo Chen. It's over, these two guys are going to be killed. That big man is too courageous. "That's Baron, Baron Cruel, what can I do?" The crowd onlookers panicked, watching the scene in front of them nervously. In everyone's eyes, Jason's eyes suddenly became cold. "You are threatening me, and you dare to point your gun at my head." "No one dared to point a gun at me." Jason's words sounded serious, but his serious tone, matched with his honest face, made Baron and the others laugh. However, this laughter lasted only 3 breaths, and the faces of Baron and others were filled with shock. They unexpectedly saw the stupid brawny man, stretched out and grabbed the barrel of the gun directly. The thin and tall face changed, and his finger was placed on the trigger. "You are looking for death." Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! There was dull gunfire, and some people onlookers closed their eyes unbearably. "You dare to shoot at me, I want to kill you." Jason's palm was blocked on the muzzle, his honest expression suddenly became cold. "What? Thin and tall?" Shocked, this shot didn't even kill the big guy, and what made him feel a little horrified is that his gun was blasted. How can this be? Jason's palm directly blocked the muzzle, and he was still dead without the shot being fired. Crack wipe. Immediately afterwards, Baron and his group saw a scene that stunned them. The long gun made of steel was actually held, grasped, and twisted so gently by Jason's hand, and then the whole gun was shattered like a twist. The tall and thin man took a step back in fright. He had never seen such a strong guy. "I said, I want to kill you." Jason's tone was cold, and with a big hand, his right hand, which was as huge as a fan, directly grabbed the thin and tall head. Then, again, the thin and tall one was directly mentioned. "Damn it, you let go of him." Baron's face changed and he shouted, and he was about to rush forward to stop Jason. He saw his crew, in Jason's hands. His head began to deform a little because of the tremendous strength. However, the latter looked at him and waved so casually. Really, it just waved easily. Then, in everyone's eyes, Baron flew out directly, and even hit the ground 30 or 40 meters away, and rolled over nearly 10 meters without stopping. When he got up again, his nose and face were swollen and embarrassed. The pupils, who were still very proud before that, were filled with shock. "You have to die." Jason was holding a tall and thin man in one hand, gradually getting taller and taller. "No, don't." The thin and tall man was frightened, kicking his legs wildly, and he felt a strong force about to smash his head. This force is really terrifying. There is also a kind of fear from the depths of the body, making him cold all over. At this moment, the thin and tall person feels that as long as this big man moves with his hand, his life fire will be extinguished. Too strong. On the side, Baron and the gang of pirates finally panicked. They all pulled out their waste weapons and walked towards Jason. But in the face of these dozen people, Jason's face remained unchanged, holding the tall and thin man in one hand, and then he made a sharp wave. Boom! A dozen people were all thrown out by Jason and hit the store wall behind them severely. What made everyone take a breath is that these people didn't fall off immediately after they collided with the wall, but because they were too strong, they actually stuck to the wall, just like a picture. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Beats people like hanging pictures. The power of this guy is really terrifying. To achieve this level, not only the need for power is great, but also the perfect control of power. After 3 full breaths, the dozen people just fell down and then screamed. Their bones were shattered a lot under this collision, the wall behind them split in 4s and 5s, and the whole house almost collapsed. What a strong guy! At this moment, everyone onlookers was shocked. This burly and honest man unexpectedly possesses such power. Immediately afterwards, they saw the big man, the thin and tall man with one hand, swiping toward the ground in front of him. Snapped. The thin and tall body immediately gushed out blood, trembled a few times, and died of sound. If you say kill, kill, Jason is not used to these guys at all. You guy. Baron changed color, and a chill rose in his heart. What kind of power his crew has, he himself knows very well. Each of them is a powerful guy with a bounty of tens of millions. However, under this person's flick, he completely lost his combat effectiveness. Although there are reasons why they are light and unprepared, in the final analysis, it is because this simple-looking and burly guy is too strong. What are you looking at? Another sentence was passed into Baron's ear, making him gritted his teeth. You are too damn it. Belong was so angry that he stood up abruptly. He didn't care about his embarrassment at the moment. After his whole body was shaken, he said coldly, "Let you see and see, my true power." After a breath, in everyone's surprised eyes, Baron's figure actually began to swell, his appearance grew brown hair, his feet became claws with sharp claws, and his hands also changed at this moment. The forelimbs of some kind of animal. Above the tail, there is a tail like a whip sticking out. This inhuman appearance immediately frightened everyone present.